Welcome everybody to day 3, the final day of F1 preseason testing. We have got another 3 days next week, but the last of this week. How well done? Welcome to the stream. Now, went live a little bit later today. I didn't have a good night's sleep last night, so I thought rather than doing a grueling 9-hour stream like where I'm hanging on, I'll get an extra hour of sleep. And honestly, thank God I did, because I feel way better. And we can have a nice 8-hour stream now, enjoying ourselves a lot more. Apparently, the live timings weren't even working this morning anyway, so I didn't really miss too much on that sense. But yeah, who we got in chat? We'll chat for a little bit, and then we'll get into all the news and stuff. Ty, Was One Spall, Zypher, Sudrai, Rapid, Eku, Sep Ultra Prime. What's up, guys? How we all doing? How we all doing? Morning, lads. Did he spill the juice again? No juice was spilled. No juice was spilled. What's up, Keko? This is Lewis's playlist. No, maybe we'll go through Lewis's playlist. I won't do it today. We'll do it tomorrow, because I realized that copyright on YouTube wouldn't be great. As I go last mid jump. Was he late because he spilled his juice again? No, guys, you need to understand the difference between late and scheduling a time for later, right? If my streams are normally at 7 a.m., but I decided to go live at 8 a.m., that's not late. That means I'm going live at a different time. That's not late, all right? And Ratnagy, stop getting on my nerves in YouTube chat, all right? Ratnagy will literally be in YouTube chat 2 hours before the stream goes live, spamming late. Now you guys have all jumped on this late train, making me look like a bad streamer. Hey there, get some coffee, mate. Get some coffee? First off, why would I choose coffee? Second off, are you saying I look like tired? Are you saying I look tired? I don't know how some of you, honestly, some of you weirdos, some of you are absolute weirdos, I must say. You people who get no sleep and then rely on caffeine to survive every day. If you have 5 cups of coffee every single day, you are a freak. I'm sorry. You need to get better sleep and lay off the caffeine. Like, I honestly, if you have more than 2 coffees a day or more than 2 energy drinks a day, you actually need to get it sorted out. I am sorry for your bowels. I'm sorry for your bloodstream, because you must be overloaded on everything other than what is important, which is sleep. Super good jokes. That's a good. Watch State of Play. Was there a State of Play today? Anything interesting get announced? I saw StarCraft had something announced potentially. That's all I saw online this morning. Aston Buzzer, what's up, dude? Lando Loki spoke facts, you reckon? There's a lot of big quotes last night that have come out. Just here watching a replay of Canada beating the hell out of Czechia in Olympic hockey. Oh, you can hear my voice going. Now that I look at time, you do seem to be like, be quiet. What's up, extra pass? I get 4 hours of sleep and drink no caffeine. Okay, you're freaky. What do you mean, you people? I mean, you people who drink 5 cups of coffee a day. You guys are crazy. I actually feel sorry for your heart. My heart would just explode with 3 cups of coffee. Honestly, if I had more than... How much caffeine is in a Red Bull? Basically, if I have a big energy drink, like one big energy drink, so like a big can of Red Bull, I start tweaking. Like I start... So for me, like 1 Red Bull is good. Yeah, like even like I have like this protein drink with caffeine in it, and if I have that, I start getting the jitters. Everyone's different, right? Everyone's different, but I cannot imagine having more than 2 coffees a day. That's ridiculous. Max does moan about retiring every few months, and it's getting really annoying. Yeah, I gotta agree a little bit. We'll talk more about the quotes in a minute. Okay, let me read YouTube chat. Who we got in YouTube chat? Of course, Rat the Cheat. Give him a watch. You're 10 minutes late. No, I actually wasn't late at that point. Bro is late as fuck, man. Every 15 minutes. He'll be live soon. I see the Twitch link, but no, he's never really been this late before. You guys got to remember, on YouTube, right? YouTube will always be slightly delayed to the Twitch stream, depending on what I do on the Twitch stream. So I might start on like today. As soon as I went live on Twitch, I went live on YouTube, basically, but sometimes a little bit delayed. Give him a watch at this point. I have a watch, man. Ponder's washed at timing. Okay. Doesn't bother me, but your live started YouTube 50 minutes after the time it started starting. Here's to a good test there. Again, that just comes down to the facts. Sometimes, you know what I mean? Like I'm not Sky Sports. I'm not a scheduled time to go live. I just go live at a rough time, And today's rough time was 8:30, and we were 15 minutes past that. Never had a coffee, but I drink at least 2 Red Bulls a day. That's what we like to have. We don't survive on caffeine, we survive on kiwi juice, bro. Yeah, that's how you do it, on the juice. All right, let's get to testing. Blicky, thank you for the follow. So we have so far got Russell 133.9. I think that's Mercedes' best time of this test. I could be wrong, but they've pumped out 24 laps already. Hamilton 134.2, 28 laps. Verstappen on track for the first half of today, 26 laps, 135.3. Behrman 136.0, Colapinto 136.8, Piastri 136.9, Sainz 137.1, Lawson 137.2, Bordello 138.2, Stroll 138.6, and Bottas 140.2. Most amount of laps we have got on Sainz, 39. Wow, Williams are really pumping up the laps now, and least amount of laps on Behrman in the Haas. Can someone explain, maybe for anyone who's been keeping up on socials, why Behrman has the least? Has he been doing anything? But let's have a scroll through Discord and look at all the news that has come out overnight. Now, there is a lot to talk about. You don't have enough internet for Twitch? What do you mean? Wait, what do you mean you don't have enough internet for Twitch? Twitch and YouTube stream... Well, I guess YouTube does have a different codec, but I stream at the same quality. I actually stream at a high quality on YouTube. I don't know, I've been listening to a lot of SD Kid lately. He's a vibe. He is a vibe, I can't lie. Alright, let's have a scroll through Discord and everything. YouTube uses more bitrate. Yeah, I stream at high bitrate on YouTube as well, yeah. But to be fair, Twitch's codec does suck. Alright, where were we up to? Where were we up to in Discord yesterday? What was the last thing we looked at? Wait, that was the VCarb on board. I think it was somewhere around here. Yeah, I think it was around here. Yeah. All right. Let's have a scroll through from yesterday down to today. Momozies, thank you so much for the 12-month resub. Appreciate that. 1 year. Hell yeah. David sub with tier 1. Yeah, I really do appreciate you supporting the stream. You got that nice 1 year badge now. Sire, they were the follow. Also, Eddie, Nithis, Chocolate, SpongeBob, Rut, and Step and Waffle. Thank you guys for the offline follows. Fry blocked F1 race start change. What you need to know. Huh? This is kind of a funny little reel from the VCarb boys.
In the last YouTube video, you told us what your favourite smell in the world was.
Did I say grass? Freshly cut grass. Dude, freshly cut grass smells
That's a
so
Kiwi
good.
answer.
I think they do like freshly cut grass candles.
Do they?
I think so.
What's under that chair?
What's under what?
That chair.
Under the chair?
What am I looking for, bro? Oh my god, dude.
Happy birthday, Liam.
Oh, it smells like literally freshly cut grass. Oh.
Do you remember in the
What the fuck?
last YouTube video,
But VCarb, man, VCarb, don't change. What do we got? What the fuck, bro?
Day 2 in Bahrain for me, did half a day this morning. A few little issues, which is normal, obviously, with a new car, but everything is feeling good. Looking forward to tomorrow, have a full day in the car, do some proper learning. But yeah, early days, but enjoying the new rig, and we'll see where we are tomorrow, and then we obviously have next week to probably focus a little bit more on performance.
Yeah, and for me was driving in the afternoon. That sort of test done for me now.
I like these chairs.
Yeah, good little mileage. Did my first race sim, a bit longer than I'm used to, but no, it was good fun. Yeah, like Liam said, still a lot of learning, both for me and obviously for the team as well. Getting used to the new car and power units, and yeah, looking forward to some more stuff tomorrow. And then.
All right, so we're cutting you off there. Giant forehead filter prank.
I'm just doing a quick selfie video to the fans, just saying hello, thanks for the support so far this season.
Hey, such a why do I just act like this is going to be normal every time?
Thanks, man. Have a good day. Do you mind just doing a quick selfie video to the fans, just saying hello, thanks for the support so far this season?
I like the filters like this, where it's like, It's just like a slight touch. It's just a slight touch to make it unrealistic. That you're like, what the fuck? Am I tweaking? You can 1440p on YouTube and pause and rewind. True. The player on YouTube is a lot better. Honda is very far behind. There's even talks of the car losing 3 seconds in engine performance in the test due to a precautionary but necessary reduction in power. Yeah, honestly, it seems like they're running at nowhere near max power, and even when they do run near max power, it's not as quick as the other teams. They genuinely seem 4 seconds off the pace, which is ridiculous. Isaac Hendra's Audio's second design as well, with more lime highlights and different colored space elements on the right picture. Oh, I see. He's added some more lime. Okay. Why announce your helmet then change it, little bro? Why do I kind of like the original one better? Maybe that he's just using an old helmet for now. I don't know. We just had an astonishing press conference with Max Verstappen. He is very unhappy with the 2026 cars. He says there's no fun, and he claims the cars are anti-racing and Formula E on steroids. Now, we had a look at that yesterday, but I think it's time to talk about it a little bit more now. My contract runs until 2028. I will depend on the new rules of 2026 and if they're nice and fun. If they're not fun, I don't really see myself hanging around, he said a couple years ago. Lance Stroll says Aston Martin are 4 seconds off the pace. Max says, no, actually, not at all. It's not fun at all to drive. What should I say? It's like Formula E on steroids. Now, look, I'm a Max fan, obviously. And it sucks to hear when your driver is not enjoying the sport. And, you know, I could say, we'll get to the Lando quote soon. I could pull a Lando and be like, oh, like you're a millionaire, or what a lot of people think. You're a millionaire and like you're the best driver of the sport. Just drive the cars you're given, like enjoy the sport, like blah, 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 blah. But at the same time, like, I don't know. I strongly live by like, there's not wrong with critiquing or like giving criticism for stuff. Like, yeah, you could argue maybe Max is always complaining. But I feel like there's a level to it where, I don't know, I feel like Max has the right to sit here and be like, I told you so. Because if 2 years ago Max hopped in the simulator and was like, these cars suck, I don't want to drive these as an F1 driver. There's only 20 F1 drivers or 22 F1 drivers in the world. Max is the best driver on the grid right now. And if the best driver on the grid is saying, hey, these cars aren't fun to drive, this doesn't feel like Formula One, you should probably listen to what he as a driver has to say, because I don't know, it's one of those things where I'm all for making a more sustainable world and having more sustainable sport and, you know, a safer sport. But I feel like there's limits to it. And I've talked about this before with safety, right? And some people disagree with me on this, and I completely get where people are coming from. But for me, I feel like, when is something too safe? So like, I'm just going to use the safety. We can talk about sustainability in a second, right? But like, when is something too safe? And I know people disagree with me on this in the past, but like, in motorsport, in anything in life, right? You could be playing fucking badminton, table tennis. You could be playing table tennis, and there's a risk that you hurt yourself, right? Every single thing in life has a risk. Now, motorsport has a massive risk. They're driving these big fucking cars at huge speeds around walls, racing against each other. Motorsport is always going to have a risk, right? And the more and more safer these cars get, the heavier they get, and the more harder they are to drive. It seems that way, right? Like, I feel like in the last 20 years in Formula One, we've compromised drivability to make the cars safer. Now, I want to make the sport as safe as possible. I want the drivers to have big shunts like they're having, and no worry at all, and not even getting injured. Like, when was the last time we even had an injury in F1? I guess Daniel Ricciardo with his wrist. But like, you know, like even injuries in Formula One are so rare compared to something like MotoGP, or other motorsports where there's deaths. And it just gets to a point where it's like, okay, how safe is too safe? I read that wrong. At what point are we like, okay, this is safe enough? Like, do we keep going and making these cars safer and safer and safer and wrapping them in bubble wrap? Or do you get to a point where it's like, okay, there's a 90% chance of, or like a 95% chance of survival rate when someone crashes, right? There's always going to be that risk with motorsport. And if we just keep making these cars safer and safer and safer and safer, they're going to get worse and worse to drive. I agree with making the cars safer if it doesn't make them worse to drive, but I don't know, like, why are we making the cars heavier and heavier and heavier when I feel like they're already very safe? But anyways, that's not my expertise to kind of talk about. But let's talk about sustainability. It's the same thing with sustainability. Is we're going more and more, we're trying to make the sport more and more sustainable with the fuel, with the engines, with this, that, and the other. And I agree, we need to be more sustainable when it comes to the earth. But at what point can we sacrifice a little bit of sustainability in some areas, improve it in other areas, but sacrifice a little bit in some areas so we can have actual better cars and actual better racing? And obviously, they're focusing a lot on the batteries at the moment this year. And I don't know. I think with the whole ERS modes, I feel like, look, I mean, we've only seen 2 hours of on-track testing, right? We've had 8, 24. Okay, by the end of today, we're gonna have 48 hours of testing done. And only 2 of those hours we've actually seen as fans. And so far, I'm enjoying the cars in the sense of the cars are smaller. I like the look of the cars. They're very quick. They don't seem as bad in corners as I thought they were going to be. I saw some people saying they look like F2 cars, but I don't agree with that personally. I like the idea of the ERS modes, but I think my problem is it does become a bit too gimmicky. And like, the more I think about it now, like, I don't know. It's hard to explain because when I watch GT racing, you got to remember as well, I'm an F1 fan. My love for other motorsports came from F1. I'm not a motorsport fan who likes F1, right? I'm an F1 fan who likes other motorsports. When I watch other motorsports sometimes, it does just feel like a chess game. Sometimes, it depends on the motorsport you're watching, where, you know, they're kind of in the slipstream train, but they can race each other. You kind of got to wait for the right moment to go for the move. And like, it's pure racing and it's very entertaining to watch, but it lacks, maybe you could say, entertainment. Like, I don't even know the analogy. People, 100% people are going to disagree with me on this, but like, I don't know. I don't know. I'm trying to think of an example. Like, maybe tennis is probably a bad example. Like, I don't know. I'm not going to come up with an analogy for it because I get roasted. Anyways, my point is, when I watch IndyCar, I actually fucking love watching IndyCar because when I watch IndyCar, I feel like I'm watching a pure racing series where the drivers are driving actual cars and they're actually racing each other. But with a simple feature like push to pass, it improves the racing and the entertainment so fucking much. So you could sit here and say, oh, push to pass is gimmicky, but it's such a small addition to the already existing good cars that it makes the racing so much better, right? You look at Formula E, however, their kind of base for the sport is very, it doesn't feel like racing. I mean, obviously electric engines, that's one problem with it, but like lack of gear shifting and the heavy implementation of like the battery and the regeneration and saving, it makes the sport feel very gimmicky, I guess you could say. And now Formula 1's kind of in this middle ground where they try to make the cars better to race, which I think they have done. They've made the cars better to drive, which they have done. But they've now added in these 3 ERS modes, which almost overpower these cars to the point where everything else is just kind of not irrelevant, but like, I don't know. We don't know how it's going to play out yet, but there could be a world where you do the best qualifying lap you can. Now, obviously, Formula 1's a non-spec series, so this has always been the case in terms of who has the better car. But you could do the best qualifying lap, hit every apex, right, and be 1/10 better. Like, let's say Max Verstappen goes on a qualifying lap. On theory, he gets a 1/10 better lap than Charles Leclerc. But his engine just derates or, like, runs out of battery at the wrong point. And then Leclerc just has that little bit of extra juice out of the accelerator out of the corner. And boom, he beats Max by 1/10. Are we watching a sport that's producing the best cars, about who produces the best car and who has the best driver? Or are we just watching the sport of who gets the fucking ERS timing right? And again, we don't know how this is going to play out yet, but I really hope we don't get a world where the interviews go from, yeah, man, I fucked up my lap, or yeah, we just didn't have the car for qualifying today, to, oh yeah, we just didn't have our ERS modes set up properly, or oh, I didn't know that I should have saved in that corner, and like that's just dumb. That's just dumb. I'm not watching a fucking motorsport at that point. I'm watching a fucking battery management sport at this point. So that's where I agree with Max, and I agree with these other drivers of like kind of looking at shit like two years ago. Why did we kind of go down this route? But at the same time, to play devil's advocate, I feel like we need to give more time. Now, obviously, Max is a fucking beast and probably the best driver in the world at the moment. So his opinion matters a lot. And he's the one actually driving the car. But I'm also like, okay, we haven't even had a fucking race yet. Let's chill out, because this might be amazing for the sport. And that's where I kind of agree with Norris's statement of like, Formula One are trying new things, and these new things might be a lot better for the sport. We don't know yet. If we keep shutting them down, like we did with the Halo, like we did with sprint weekends, before they even happen, we might not even realize how good they are. And that's where I'm staying hopeful as a fan, not as a driver, not from a motorsport standpoint, but as a fan, I'm staying hopeful of what Push to Pass did for IndyCar. I think has been fucking amazing, and I think that got a lot of criticism before that came into the sport. So I'm staying hopeful that this is going to be better for the entertainment. But I do worry we are going to lose drivers like Max Verstappen, Lewis, Alonso, where they're these pure drivers who don't care about winning Formula One. Well, maybe you could argue Lewis, but let's say Alonso and Max. They don't care about winning Formula One. They don't care about being the best. They just want to drive the best cars in the world and have fun doing it. And if these cars aren't fun to drive and aren't the best cars in the world, well, I mean, they're always going to be the best cars in the world, but, you know, then what's their interest in winning the championship? You know what I mean? Like take a Lando Norris or a Charles Leclerc. I think their dream is to win Formula One. Whereas I think Max Verstappen and someone like Fernando Alonso, they want to drive the best cars in the world and enjoy doing it, or Kimi Raikkonen. So I think, you know, we're going to see more drivers maybe like not caring about that, you know, like, I don't know. So again, from a new gens fan standpoint, to a sports standpoint, this could be great, but from a, oh shit, like Formula One is the pinnacle of motorsport, like we could maybe fade away from. I mean, everyone's always going to be the pinnacle of motorsport, but like when you look at these new hypercars in WEC, like they look and race so fucking well. I don't know. And I mean, even India, oh, it's not, F1 is not a sport, it's an entertainment. Like, you know, we are maybe leaning more down that route. Of it. I don't know. It's hard. It's hard. It's really hard to balance a sport and entertainment. Like UFC is a prime example, right? Where UFC is in a really rough spot at the moment. Where for the last 5 years, probably even longer now, 6 years, 7 years maybe, probably since like 2018 really. Last 7 years, the sport has been dominated by wrestlers. People just sit on top of one another and they just wrestle. And that is such a big part of the sport. Wrestling is probably one of the most technical parts of MMA. And it's so important to have, you know, it's so important to learn wrestling to the point where these guys have gone so good at wrestling that they just dominate the sport. But from an entertainment standpoint, it's fucking boring. It is so fucking boring to watch these wrestling fights where they stand there and they even boxing. Boxing's now the same. It's a tactical sport. It's, I'm just going to punch the guy as much as possible, get punched as least as possible to win the fight. It's boring. It's fucking boring. And it's hard to balance entertainment versus fair competition. And I think Formula One with this new ERS mode is probably leaning more towards, hey, how can we make the sport as entertaining as possible? And I think they are going to achieve that for the most part, unless we just get overtake. I know this sounds dumb, but like too many overtakes to the point where it just becomes stale and like what am I even watching anymore? Like it's just a fucking battery fight. Like I don't know. Sometimes I watch F1 esports and I'm like that was banging, and sometimes I watch F1 esports and I'm like that was just shit. So I don't know. It's hard to balance it, but I think Max has the right to complain because he would be like a wrestler in UFC where it's like he wants to wrestle, he wants to do what he enjoys the most doing, what is a part of the sport. So of course, if they took wrestling away, you know, he's going to be pissed and be like, well, that's not the sport. But the fans and drivers like Lando Norris are going to be here like, well, I ain't a wrestler, bro. I want the sport to be entertaining. I wanna fight for wins. So I don't know. It's that middle ground of like, where do you take these cars? But I don't know. I think at the end of the day, Formula One maybe could have, I don't know, could have made cars that were good and better without needing to have all these shitty ERS modes. But I don't know, maybe Formula One generally sat down and were like, this is our only choice, is to go more down the battery route. But yeah, anyways, that was a huge long rant. Holy fuck. Well, not rant, but whatever. To conclude though, I reckon Max is gone by the end of the year. I reckon. I don't know. I mean, he's got a contract till 2028. I can't see him going to Mercedes now. Even if Mercedes is the best car, like, I don't see why he'd want to move to Mercedes. Okay, maybe he moves to Mercedes to have a better car, but I don't think the Red Bull, from the seams of it, I don't think the Red Bull, well, we don't know yet, but it doesn't seem like the Red Bull's going to be bad enough for him to leave. It looks like all teams are in the same position of like, one update could fuck your car, one update could absolutely maximize your car. We need to figure out the modes and stuff like that. Fernando Alonso, if the Aston Martin is generally 4 seconds slower, I think he's gone. And Lewis, if he's struggling in the Ferrari like he is at the moment, I think he's gone. We could generally lose 3 world champs in 1 year. Yes, it's just timing at the end of the day, like Lewis, you know, reaching his shelf life, I guess you could say. Alonso picking the wrong team and being old as fuck, and Max just getting bored of the sport. But yeah, three drivers in 1 year. Like, I reckon this is a high possibility now with what we're seeing so far. Because yeah, again, even if we show up to Australia and it's the most banging race ever, I don't care. Max doesn't care about how entertaining it is. Max cares about how much he enjoys driving the cars, and he wants to press the throttle and turn the steering, but not press a fucking button on his wheel. So yeah. Rant over. All right. Well, not rant. Discussion over. I didn't read a single message in chat there because I just wanted to say everything I wanted to say without fucking getting distracted. But that's my thoughts. That is my thoughts. Gaming Ninja, thank you so much for the sub with Prime. I really do appreciate it, dude. Thank you for subbing for the very first time. Okay. What are you guys saying about this? This isn't evolution for the sake of the sport. It's forced reinvention to chase road relevance, net zero virtue signaling, and Netflix era spectacle. Formula One is no longer about who has the biggest balls. I can agree with that a little bit. I can agree with that for the most part. Okay, so yeah. Hey, chat, is this also the broadcast will be the last hour today? Yes, Serge. Last hour. Crazy theory. Max is saying, I don't see myself in the sport if it continues like this. It's the same as Lewis saying this car doesn't listen to me at all. Tires have no grip. All yap to cook up social media and get people to talk. Maybe. It's because half of this stuff is dictated by sponsors, not what team want. I mean, that's another big problem, right? Is the FIA are trying to do what's right for the sport, but Mohammed Ben Sulayem fucking sucks. F1 are trying to do what's right from a money standpoint and entertainment standpoint. The teams want to do what's best for them individually, and the drivers want to do... Some of them want to do what's best for the driving aspect of the sport, and some want to do what's best for them individually as drivers. So it's basically just like 4 or 5 parties who are kind of fighting for different things, and it just takes one party, which I think it should be Formula One, but Formula One needs to come in with a non-money mindset for the most part and just put their foot down and go, this is what we're doing. If you don't like this, get the fuck out of the sport, right? Like, I'm sorry, but like, this is what we're doing. And if Audi, if you don't want to do this, fuck off. If you don't want to do this, fuck off. I don't know. It's because half of the stuff is whatever that. I feel like using electric trucks for logistics would have a shit ton more than electric F1 cars. No, it's just for aesthetics that they go electric because it's more sustainable. I'm not sure, to be honest. With how ERS modes work now, the only difference between F1 and F0 is the latter is in space with hover cars. I think it was meant in terms of engine power split, and every team on the grid don't like that and are concerned that they will not have battery for the race. That there's a chance the split ratio might change. So, Ellen, I think Crofty and Brunder were talking about Mario Kart on the last broadcast when discussing boost tactics. It was actually a good analogy from Crofty, as goofy as it sounds. He was talking about how, you know, when you get a mushroom or a gold star in Mario Kart, and you just feel the need to press it straight away because you've got it, the driver's going to have to like learn, like, just because I've got this battery here, I shouldn't just be spamming it all the time. Like, you need to be really tactical with it, and that does open up the door for entertainment. But again, should we be watching? This is the argument, right? Is you could argue that sounds good in theory. You've got a battery that you have to manage. It adds another aspect to Formula One, but I think the focus of motorsport, or at least Formula One, should be on who produces the best car and who can drive the best, not who manages the battery the best. Because I don't know, like, I feel like we've always added another implement to another. I feel like we've added another system to Formula One that fans need to learn to add on to the entertainment that, like, isn't needed. I don't know how to like when you're already the pinnacle of motorsport, you don't really need to add other things. Leave that to Formula E and other motorsport series to do, to try make their sport better. It lacks the theater of F1, especially the endurance races. Wait, you're saying like WEC and other motorsports lack theater? Sorry, I'm really far back in chat, but I want to read as many of you guys' messages as I can. Your thoughts and backs comments about Mercedes Sandbang and that they will be so far in Australia. Gonna miss being at the Detroit GP this year. Are they broadcasting the full test date? Just the last hour today. The cars look totally fine. I just find it hard to believe that making F1 that sustainable to the point they almost have to ditch the main heart of the car, which is the combustion engine, which just takes away the whole point. Before, the battery was like a small companion to the big engines, which helped them. Now it's just the engine with the companion to the motor, yeah. Sorry, excuse me, just the knowledge that I won't be able to be in my usual spot in the Joe Louis hairpin for the IndyCar Detroit this year. Drivers will get ripped apart for bad performances since there's so much more driver input. True. But that's the same thing as I didn't get my turn and point timing, or I don't have the confidence on the grip in the wet. If I wear tidy whities, will I get wedgied? Wait, what? That's going golden fish frog. So I'm so far back up in chat, but I want to read some of your guys' stuff. These rules would be so good if it was 80% engine, 20% hybrid. Exactly. The push to pass in IndyCar is fucking amazing. It is an addition to it's an addition to the amazing series that IndyCar already is. Formula One decided, nah, scrap that. Let's focus so much on these engine modes to the point where you are lifting on the straight now, or the engine's capping out on the straight to harvest battery back. You're using all your battery at the start of an acceleration zone to get up to speed as quick as possible. You know, Sam Collins, there's so many things, right, from a technical standpoint, which us as fans haven't even thought about yet. And Sam Collins brought up a really, really good point yesterday was, okay, now on the straight, not only do your DRS open up, no matter what, it's not when you're within 1 second of the car, which I've now learned, no matter what, when you're with it, when you go on a straight, your rear wing opens up, right? So you've got permanent DRS now, but you've also got your front wing that comes down. So why bring a low downforce setup to, let's use Monza's example. Why bring a low downforce setup to Monza? In the past, you'd bring a low downforce setup to Monza because on the straights, you would want to have as least amount of drag as possible. Now, on the straights, you got the least amount of drag as possible because your rear wing opens up and your front wing goes down. So now you're going to be bringing a mid to high downforce setup to every track, basically, because your wing just opens up anyway. And, you know, is that going to be great for racing because you got higher downforce and you can, like, actually move the car around the corners better? Or is it going to be worse because everyone's basically just going to have a mid to high downforce setup on and just following each other? And, like, that's something we're going to have to wait and see how that works. Ultimately, F1 is an engineering race. The drivers in the car has been and will be at the forefront. What year did you get into F1? I got into in 2019, so it's my 8th season. Ponden, take so long you can make a Netflix documentary out of it. But Max is not saying cars are bad in terms of drivability, but bad in terms of pushing. We will see they can't even push. Max, like on the straight, runs out of battery before even reaching the mid of straight. Yeah, I think the difference is that how tactical things are. It goes from split-second decisions and skill to lap-by-lap system management, which is more than chess and than other things. Aren't all sports entertainment nowadays? Well, it depends on your opinion, right? It depends on your opinion. Sport is entertainment, right? But sport exists for people to compete in and show their talents. And like, let's use football, for example, right? Football should be about the best players in the world playing against each other, kicking a ball in the back of the net, passing the ball, defending the ball, saving the goals to see who is the best. But over time, the sport has become more about what teams can produce the best marketing, get the most investors in, get the most ticket sales to be able to afford the best players in the world. And it's not really, there's such a discrepancy now between the best and worst teams. You could also go down the rabbit hole of how tactical play and rules have kind of like restricted players from being able to play football, and instead they're just playing a fucking tactical game. So yeah, it is entertainment at the end of the day. It's entertaining to watch players play, but the core of the sport, like, I mean, an ideal world, right, is you make the sport as perfect as possible from a competition standpoint, but it just happens to be such a great sport to watch, an entertaining sport to watch. Yeah. But it seems like so many sports are like, how can we get more fans? How can we get more casual fans? How can we make more money? And they're making the sport worse from a competition standpoint to make it more entertaining to watch. Or then again, on the other side of things, you got something like UFC where they're doing the opposite, where the sport's getting boring and more boring and more boring to watch because of these wrestlers, and they're not doing anything about it to make it more entertaining, which for the diehard MMA fans and fighters love that. They love that it's purely down to who's the better overall fighter. But from a fan standpoint, I can't think of anything worse than watching some tactical fucking wrestling shit every single week. Sports are entertainment nowadays. That's what they've always been. The game's the game at the end of the day. Every sport evolves, and so should the drivers. I mean, that's fair. Cricket even, it's basically entertainment, especially in South Asia, more than it is advertisement. Yeah, UFC definitely has that issue. By the way, they address it by making them do things is real, where F1 push to pass the DRS feels artificial. Exactly. More overtake is more entertaining. In my opinion, it's never too many. Yes and no, though. Yes and no. Like when you watch WEC, there isn't an overtake every single lap. You're watching, I know obviously it's an endurance race, but like you're watching a story play out over the course of 24 hours, and who is going to endure that race the best. And, that's the story there, right? In Formula One, I think the story is who makes the best car for the race and who can drive it the best. And like, yeah, obviously who can produce the best car has been a bit stale in the last fucking however many years, because all the cars have been so this has been teams dominating the sport. But I don't know, like, I look back to, okay, let's look to Saudi Arabia 2022, for instance, right? I remember watching that Grand Prix live and thinking, that was so fucking fun. I love that. But my friends didn't enjoy it because they were like, it's just, you're just watching a DRS race. Like, you just know Leclerc's going to get past because he has DRS. You just know Max is going to get past because he has DRS. And so at what point does an overtake just become not a special thing because it keeps happening all the time? Like, if I watch Indy 500, right, on those last laps and they're like trading positions lap after lap, I don't know who's going to win. And I guess you could argue that's the same in Formula One. But I would say Formula 1's become very predictable in the sense of like, all right, he's got the better tires. He's in the better car. He's now got DRS. He's going to get past. Like, it's become a bit too predictable. So, I don't know. Maybe this will make it unpredictable and it will be good. But I don't know. I want to see battles. I put it this way. I want to see battles, not overtakes. I don't want to see, oh my god, and Max Verstappen gets past Charles Leclerc on the straight. No one cares. No one cares. I'm sorry. No one fucking cares about an overtake where it's you just overtake on the straight. I want to see dives. I want to see switchbacks. I want to see battling lap after lap. I don't mind if they overtake on the straight if they're going back and forth. But if you just like, all right, he's got his boost. He boosts past on the straight. Max Verstappen's up to P2. All right, Max Verstappen's boosted up to the back of Oscar Piastri now. He's behind Oscar Piastri, and he boosts past Oscar Piastri. Nice. All right, Piastri's saving his ERS. All right, he's on the straight. He boosts past Max Verstappen. Boring. That's why, like, DRS is so 50-50, right? Where it made more racing, but the racing became very, oh, well, he's DRS passed. Like, look at a track like, what's a good example of a track? I guess Zandvoort, like one overtaking zone. Like, I was more pessimistic earlier, but this looks like it'll be good for racing. Yeah, I came into the season very hopeful. I'm still very hopeful. But obviously it's just tough to see that the drivers aren't loving it. But I don't know. I feel like drivers are loving different things. It seems like Lewis and Liam are very vocal about they're not loving how hard it is. I'm not saying they're not loving it, but they've voiced how they're struggling to understand it. Then you've got Max, who's not loving the aspect of having to use ERS modes to kind of, you know, drive a car, and how you're limited as a driver because you can't be flat out. Then you've got obviously Stroll and fucking Alonso are just in the mud. But yeah, they need to make a 1-round real life Rocket League F1 match without aerials, but with crazy boosts. Okay. Ever since I saw a 50-50 split between the ICE and electric, I had my doubts. Norris being face of F1 for next few years. Yeah, pack it up, boys. Sport is done. Carlos said that it doesn't feel at all different, and that is new to Formula 1, and he's enjoying the new car. Interesting. Antonelli might leave too. Yep. Ultimately, F1 is an engineering race. The driver's performance in the car has been and will be the forefront. F1 has always been the innovation and being ahead of the road cars. So I feel like adding electricity is a bit of old fashioned. However, Formula 1 already has 100% carbon neutral fuels, so I'd focus more on that. Yeah, I don't understand that. Can someone tell me why we didn't go down the route of keeping the electrics the way they are, but just doing 100% sustainable fuels with the engines? Like, isn't the, correct me if I'm wrong, isn't the whole reason for electric cars is to get rid of fuel? Like, fuel pollutes the world, and it's a rare source. It's a, what do you call it? A scarce source of, like, it's not regenerative. Like, once we run out of fuel, we're out of fuel, right? So isn't the whole point of electric cars to get rid of pollution and to get rid of, like, carbon emissions, and to get rid of using a thing that is eventually going to disappear? So if we've made 100% sustainable fuels, why are we still making electric engines? Especially when electric engines also have their problems of fucking getting stuck in landfills and cost so much to repair. F1 2020 has so many overtakes, even with the bad dirty air problems in the cars. Wait, talking about the F1 game or in real life? I see Behrman getting the seat next to Leclerc in the next 1 to 3 years. It could be next year, honestly. We need proper feedback to what the current SOC is on all cars. Broadcast needs to match the new regs. Managing ERS is part of the modern era. Why not make F1 in a series with older cars which are safe but have less corporate bullshit? Kind of like Boss GP. These guys come from karting. It's all about their driver's skill. No, they're being forced to be part-time engineers. Cheering will now be, oh, Max has 2% more battery for this straight. I mean, that's what I mean. We don't know how it's going to play out yet. Is any car push to pass and Formula E attack mode similar? I'm not 100% sure, but my understanding is push to pass is you have a certain amount of push to pass that you can use the race, and you choose when to deploy it. So you could save it for the last few laps of the race. You could use it at a crucial moment when you need to get past someone, but you've got a set amount. You can't get it back. It's just, you've got an amount. Formula E attack mode is you drive off the track and you get attack mode for 8 minutes and your battery is quicker for 8 minutes. So it's not really tactical in the sense of how when you use it, it's only tactical in the sense of when you go through the gate to get that 8 minutes. So I think IndyCars is way better because you're limited. Yeah. Please help me understand this. So you need to use the combustion engine to regenerate power to fill up the battery. So basically, it's a fuel-powered electric power. I can't answer that. Someone else probably can. Sport is a competition that becomes entertainment. Should not be the other way around. Yeah, I agree. It's like putting a generator to charge your Tesla and say, is it better? That's rare, though. There's many esports that are very fun to play and absolutely awful to watch. True, true. That's what NRL are doing now, making dumb rules every year. No, Max is not blunt or hot-headed. He is Dutch and got honest directness. Work is ambient viewing in the background, though. F1 90-minute races should be hectic and exciting. I agree. I agree. I feel like this rule set is going to make all the different driving lines, how to keep more speed, all beautiful driving techniques to dust. It will just be who has more battery in the straight. Yeah, I mean, again, we'll have to just wait and see how it all plays out. I think these regs do have the chance to be much more interesting with racing due to the option drivers have now. Oh, absolutely. Sup, Marcel Keyford. Good to see you, dude. The cars look amazing. That is the only upside so far. Yeah, the cars look amazing. I think the engines sound better. I do agree. Like, I think I was listening to Matt and Tommy, and they were saying how they don't like how the engines are being glazed so much because it's not that much of an improvement. And, you know what I mean? You can have kind of two different opinions on that. You could go that route of it's not that much of an improvement, so who cares? It's not V10s. V8, sorry. Or wait, I always get mixed up. I'm so bad when it comes to engines. Whatever. It doesn't sound old school. Or you could go down the route of, all right, this is better. Like, let's be happy that it's better. So I would say engines better, cars look better, they seem to race better, and I think it is going to improve the entertainment of F1. But is it going to increase the entertainment of F1 in a gimmicky way? And I know this is the thing, right? This is the thing. 90% of F1 fans do not care. They just want to watch a race and not see the same Max Verstappen, Lando Norris, Lewis Hamilton in the lead every single race. They just want a good race. But that 10%, those 10% who, like, diehards of the sport, the engineers of the sport, those drivers of the sport, like, you do want the best competition possible. Yeah. I'm gonna say it. That's why I love Counter-Strike so much. It's like the purest of pure fucking skill and strategy and like everything that it's generally like the highest skill ceiling of esport in my opinion. And I would say generally like one of the like most like in every what the fuck by the way is trending in the United Kingdom, Gooners. Okay. Yeah, that's why I love Counter-Strike so much, is because from a skill gap standpoint, it is so fucking insane to get to a pro level and stay there. Like, not anyone can just, I don't know, like, it's fucking insane, right? Like, again, I'm not dissing tennis or dissing football, but, like, anyone can kick a football, anyone can fucking swing a tennis racket. Like, there's so much that goes into Counter-Strike from every single aspect. But it's so fucking entertaining, and the esport hasn't changed in 20 plus years. It's still 5v5. You fucking plant a bomb, you go in there, you defuse the bomb, and it's so fucking good. It's like watching chess and tennis and at the same time in a video game. It's literally amazing. And like, all these other sports are trying to like find a way of like, oh, how can we make our sport more entertaining, or how, you know, and then they're losing like the competition aspect and stuff like that. And I don't know, it's just like Counter-Strike is just fucking amazing in that sense. It's rare. It's rare to have a sport that is such high skill ceiling, but also so fucking entertaining to watch. Because, you know, there's sports out there that are so good from like a high scaling standpoint, but like they're just boring as fuck to watch. To promote EV technology, because when F1 technology innovates, that trickles down into the car industry. Right. Yeah, no, that makes sense. For sustainable fuels are 5 to 10 times more expensive. It does not clear that it will ever change. Well, I mean, over time, sustainable fuels will get cheaper, just like anything, right? Where over time it will get cheaper, the better, the easier it becomes to make. To make those batteries for EV cars is so bad for the environment anyway. It's never changing any loop of who cares about being eco-friendly. It's just for F1 to kiss up their sponsors. Do you think the battery will be public? Battery will be public? Or do you mean like how much battery they have for the fans? Like we can see it on a graph? That would be cool. You love the engine sound? It definitely sounds better. I mean, I've obviously heard better. Sub better. CS is good because it's so simple to understand for anyone, but the skill ceiling is so high. Yeah, honestly. I rave about Counter-Strike a lot, and it is, obviously I am biased, but I mean, I think that's why it is the best esport in the world and why so many people still play it and watch it to this day, because it is good, you know what I mean? All right, I'm caught up on chat now. I would argue that competitive COD is also up there, so fast-paced in the respawn modes. I disagree. I think COD had the potential to be a high skill ceiling game, but COD is actually a prime example, right? COD versus Counter-Strike. I know we're talking about esports here, but it applies to the context we're talking about. COD and Counter-Strike are a prime example of I mean, let's be real. Valve could have done a lot better with Counter-Strike in terms of marketing it, right? COD, the only thing COD has over Counter-Strike is marketing. And even then, they fucked up. COD vs. Counter-Strike is a great example of they're both first-person shooters, but they both have their own kind of world that they sit in. One is purely skill-based, like high as fuck skill ceiling, insane skill ceiling. The game has always stayed true to what the game was, and they never once were like, how can we make this more entertaining to watch or more better for casual players? Whereas COD did the opposite. They were like, how can we make this entertaining to watch? And every single year they bring out a new COD and it's fucking different because apparently that's entertaining. And oh fuck, the casual players are getting absolutely fucked on in casual. Let's get rid of skill-based matchmaking. Like, let's make skill-based matchmaking. Like, and yes, does COD make more money than, well, if you ignore gambling in-game like cases, does COD make more money than Counter-Strike? Yes. But I guarantee you, if Counter-Strike was a yearly release and COD was a yearly release, COD would still be making more money than Counter-Strike every single year. But Counter-Strike is the more loved and the way more watched esport. And yeah, it's the difference between one that focused more on how do we get the most amount of money, and have the most amount of relevancy versus what one's going to have the best competition, the best legacy. And at the end of the day, they both make billions. They both make billions. So, yeah. I mean, it's more technical with F1 when there's so much money going into the sport. You've got to really look at money. Whereas other sports don't have to worry so much. Oh, Beta, thank you so much for the 3-month resub with tier 1, dude. Really do appreciate that, man. Thank you for supporting for 3 months. Aiden, Monkey Bakers, Annie, thank you guys for the follows. Hello, overall. What's up, T-Mac? Rocket League over all esports. Trust. Rocket League is good, but Tim's hello. Playing hardpoint at a high level is very competitive. I would agree that the quality as a viewer goes down because it's constantly changing, but the competitiveness is always there. Hard to explain. I agree, but like, I don't know. When you add an aim assist to make it easier for players and yeah, skill-based. I know it's not in the competitive scene, but skill-based matchmaking, like, I don't know, it just makes it easier for players, I think. I barely read YouTube chat as well, so sorry about that. Sam Brown, thank you so much for becoming a member on YouTube. Really do appreciate that. Thank you, Matt. That's rare to see. Someone subbing on YouTube. Is Ponden British or American? I am neither. I grew up in New Zealand, lived in Australia. I now live in England, but yeah. Do you stream games of CS2? No, I haven't played Counter-Strike on stream in ages. I think last time I played Counter-Strike on stream was on the Red Bull stream. Why is it showing border little on inters? So teams like to go out on the inter tires occasionally because it saves them from using their actual tires. If they're just doing like installation laps or something like that. All right. Well, that was a good discussion. That took up an hour of the stream. That was good though. I feel like it's funny because I think we're gonna have these chats a lot this year about the regs and the battery, and this driver's gonna say this and this driver's gonna say that. But I feel like it was good to kind of get my initial thoughts out and discuss those with you guys now before we get into the season, because like, you know, maybe I'll be wrong, maybe I'll be right, but it's nice to kind of get your thoughts out there now, because I mean, there's no point sitting here and being like, it's only the 5th day of testing, and sorry, 6th day of testing. You can't come to conclusions yet. And then you wait, and then it's 3rd race. It's only the 3rd race, and then your 6th race. It's only the 6th race, and then oh, it's only the first. No. You can start talking about it now, about where you think these are heading. I mean, maybe making grand statements like Max has done, it probably isn't the best idea for the sport, especially when you haven't even done a race. It's kind of, put it this way, I think Max's frustrations come more from "I told you so" because he said it 2 years ago. Rather than from maybe a critical standpoint. It's more like a, yeah, I don't know. But his quote yesterday is very much giving like F1 fans when a new track gets announced on the calendar and they shit on it before we've even raced there. And it's like, okay, let's race there, then you can shit on it. And, you know, we haven't even seen what these cars are like yet in a race. But, yeah. All right, let's go back to Destroying Discord. There's gonna be a lot of Max quotes. We've already read the whole quote, so we won't go over it. We got the Drive to Survive trailer yesterday. Really enjoyed the trailer. We watched it on stream yesterday. Really, really good. I think there wasn't one thing that I was like, where's that? I didn't see that in the trailer. Like, every single person I want to see was in the trailer. I think there's gonna be a lot of banging episodes. Have you still not got a new wheel gun? Is this McLaren again?
Completed, I would imagine. Well, they might go out. There's a few things.
Wait, this is the same clip from like 2 days ago, bro. Looked at all the Max quotes already. How much does sponsorships cost on an F1 car? At $34 million, the average sponsorship revenue is 7.5 times the physical cost of building the car. So 25 million on the rear wing, 5 million on the end plate, 1 million lower side pod, 5 million for the wing mirrors, 25 million for the side pods, 10 million for the side tub, 3 million for top of nose. Ooh, what am I picking? What's the best bang for your buck? I'm gonna say maybe like here. It's probably a good bang for your buck. Side, but yeah, but you're spending 25 mil on that. At the same time, Max acts like he's gonna die the next day when he's not happy, so maybe a bit more dramatic. No, I mean, yeah, Max definitely, I would say plays it up a little bit, but I think that's just like his personality, I guess. Wait, yeah, I didn't get to hear this quote from Crofty yesterday.
Sergio Perez breaking down by the side of the track, and like the good boy he is, he hasn't forgotten that when you do have a breakdown, jump clear and put your steering wheel.
Okay. Wait, I thought he was calling Liam a good boy. The hell? God, YouTube is so shit, man. What is this? Why wasn't my vertical stream live? It literally says public. Rough. One sec. All right. Malp? As competitive COD player, just hear me out of this. The aim assist argument is pointless. It's an oversaturated competitive scene, so just being able to simply shoot straight isn't the skill gap. The difference is the respawn S&D game modes that require insane strategy IQ at a faster pace and any sport. You could maybe argue Rocket League and like LoL. You would have to watch and truly understand the different skill gap. I mean, look, obviously you have more knowledge on COD, so like I obviously respect your opinion a lot, but I disagree personally. I think saying, oh, we're going to add shooting assists because the respawn element of COD is so good doesn't make sense to me, because like I know Counter-Strike and COD, again, different. One's respawn, one's not, well, unless you're playing S&D. But I don't know. I don't feel like you need to compromise one thing because the other thing is so hard. I think you could have a world where COD is a pure shooter and still has those game modes. What was the other thing though? You said but the thing is, I don't really think the respawns in COD are great. Like, I know again it's not competitive, but I hop on COD and I'll play a game and I'll fucking get someone spawning behind me, someone spawning in front of me. Like, I don't know. I feel like COD used to be so fucking good back in the day with respawn. And then they decided, hey, we need to make this more friendly for new players / more faster pace. So they changed the spawn points, and that was kind of what I was getting at. It's like, I'm not saying COD isn't competitive. I think COD is a great esport, but I think I'm just using COD and Counter-Strike as an example of like one stuck true to what it was and never changed to make the game more fun or more easy. Whereas COD was like, let's make this more fun, let's make this more easy. And I don't know, I just feel like it's not as competitive as it used to be, or not as competitive as Counter-Strike. For people wondering how that ties into F1, it is more just referring to how, like, you know, some kind of go the more entertainment route, while some more go the, okay, what's going to be best for the players. And because the competition is so high level, it makes it entertaining to watch. But it's hard to get that middle ground of very fucking competitive with a high skill ceiling, but also good to watch. Any thoughts on Max's statement? We just spoke about it for an hour, Jay Betko. We just spoke about it for an hour. In terms of Mercedes hidden power, though, I definitely think they are like underplaying themselves a little bit, because they are worried about their whole fucking getting banned. We're getting the shit compressive shit ban, but we'll have to wait until FIA make a decision. Is there new beef between Lando and Max now? Yeah, we'll get to that in a second. I mean, you're also an ex-pro CSGO player, so you're always going to back CSGO. No, 100%. But I also feel like obviously, Counter-Strike is probably, I'd probably say F1 is probably the thing I've invested the most time in now in my life. Like, I'm now in my 8th season, watching every single, like, the thing is, I don't drive an F1 car, so that's where it's different. But still, I'd probably say F1's where I've invested the most time, Counter-Strike second. But like, throughout my life, I've watched so many different sports. I've played different sports growing up, and I'm not saying I have the knowledge to speak on every single sport, obviously not. But like, the reason I'm so attracted to Formula 1 and so attracted to Counter-Strike and so attracted to UFC is they've all got that same element of like a high skill ceiling, where the individual is so important, but, well, UFC is solely individual. But anyways, my point is, like, I'm obviously going to have bias to Counter-Strike, absolutely. But I don't know, I just try to tie, like, the things I've done in my life and, like, the things I know about back into other things, if that makes sense. Like, even though, like, Counter-Strike, F1 are completely different, or UFC are completely different, or whatever. Like, I don't know, I think you can put it this way, you can learn a lot from looking at the mistakes and the success of other things, right? If F1 just stayed in its own lane, which sometimes, I'm not gonna lie, they do, they stay in their own lane and they only focus on themselves, that can be a very good thing. But at some point, you need to look at what is working, because you gotta remember, like, Formula E, IndyCar, WEC, all these other motorsports here, MotoGP, are trying to do things to make themselves more relevant than you. And if you just sit on your high horse and go, we're the best, we're the pinnacle of motorsport, and you don't look at everyone else, you're missing out on, first off, they could catch you, but I mean, they're never going to catch Formula 1. but there's like things you can learn from. And that's where I'm like, you could look at IndyCar and be like, damn, that push to pass system is actually really fucking good. We should take that. Or you could look at USC and be like, okay, they're really fucking up at the moment with this. Let's do this instead. Let's make sure we don't do that. And yeah, I mean, again, we'll have to wait and see how the outcome comes out. But I definitely think F1 with these regs, now seeing them out on track, again, it's an opinion until we actually see what happens in a year or 2 years time. But my opinion, my guess is I think F1's gone down the route of how can we make the sport more entertaining while staying sustainable. And it will be interesting to see if we lose a little bit of that high skill ceiling from a driving standpoint that Formula 1's always had. Excuse me. With how everyone's been talking about battery management, I feel like the more horsepower from Merc engines will not be as influential as it seems. Yeah, that's what Toto's saying. Is the next Bahrain test fully televised? Yeah, all 8 hours. I started watching tennis, NBA, and F1 because of COVID. Was tennis going on during COVID? I know NBA was, but I didn't know about tennis. All right. Continuing on to Discord. 7 Grand Slams. 7 World Championships. 2 down, 1 to go. Alex shares his thoughts. So SGR posted this in Discord. He said there was a F1 team bus in his area. And then I said, Luton is the airport that F1 charters fly out of. Could be team members bringing new parts. And then he said, yeah, but on the north side of Luton. So, I mean, I don't know the actual answer for this, but if I had to take a guess, so Luton is the airport that F1 usually does their charter flights from. So, like the teams and F1 personnel will fly to Luton. Drive to Luton. And then the charter flights will fly from Luton to wherever they're going. So, so for instance, F1 will get a plane. Maybe it's let's say a British Airways plane. They buy out the entire plane, and then they then give those seats to team members like Red Bull and McLaren or their own personnel. And something I learned, which I found so fascinating. When did I learn this? Did I learn it on the Red Bull factory tour? I can't remember when I learned this, but I only learned this in like the last year or so. But how do you guys think Formula One teams get parts to the track? So for instance, let's say Max broke his wing last night and they needed another wing overnight, right? And they didn't have one. How do you think they get it to the track? Or let's say they wanted to test a new part. How do you think they get it to a new track? Do you think they just send it? Do you think they just DHL? No. What they do, is what I've been told, or what I found out recently, is they will have members of teams who are like on a list of like fly out, and they will purely fly to a track just to deliver a part. So like you could be sitting at home one night, 8 p.m. and you get called up and it's, oh, yo, you need to bring a new front wing to, or you need to bring a new, whatever, like this thing, suspension part to Bahrain. And they hop on the flight with that part and take it to the country. Why? Because if you send a part through shipping, you have to wait for the company to come pick it up. They have to take it to the facility. They have to check it. It has to sit in the facility all night. They then have to put it on the plane. It has to go through customs. It has to come off customs. It has to go on the truck. And so if I could go to the track, it takes too fucking long. Whereas if you just have a flight booked from London to Bahrain, you know, and that takes 8 hours. So that's probably more. They more do it for the European races in particular, but like that takes 8 hours. They could do an overnight flight, get the part to the track by the morning, and then boom, the part's there. And I thought that was so fascinating because that's one of those things you never think about with Formula One, where like, how do they get the parts to the track? Like, they're not fucking just drone dropping them in. They're not dropping a care package. Like, how do they actually get there? And in the back of my mind, I always thought it was just like a shipping company, but it makes so much sense that they just do oversized luggage and chuck it on a normal plane because it's so much quicker. Custom agents are required unless a human takes it. Yeah. I saw a guy with a rare wing in his suitcase holding up the line. Yeah. Especially for Aston Martin, was still in that car. A crash is guaranteed. Can't imagine you would get a front wing and hand luggage. Well, no, you'd take it on as oversized. But maybe not a front wing. Maybe they wouldn't bring a whole front wing, but like maybe there's another part. But anyways, my guess would be this could be a private van going to pick up a team member to take them to the airport to do that. Yeah, unless there was a team member who needed to get to Bahrain for whatever reason for one day of testing. I think it's pretty obvious that they're probably bringing it apart. But yeah, that was probably one of the biggest things I learned in F1 in the last like year or so, because I thought it was so fascinating. How's that not obvious? Well, I think most people probably just think, including me, thought that they would just take it. It would just be a shipping company that did it. You should watch the moon launch. It's in 20 minutes, but it's live on TikTok. It's not live on YouTube. I'll take a gaze at that. I mean, it's only like $75 or so for oversized luggage. Also, yeah, I saw someone in the chat say, how much does it pay? I don't think F1 teams care how much it pays. If they need to get the part there, they'll pay hundreds, thousands if to do it. Freight goes from East Midlands. Private flights. Sub Remco, I think a job in F1 logistics would be cool, yeah. But like, by the way, when I was saying the staff members, it's not, to clarify, you're not just hired by the teams to do that job. What I mean by that is you could be any team member. You could be a videographer and you just get called up one night, hey, can you bring a part to the thing? You could be a marketing person and you just get called up. You could be a part of the engine department. It's just whoever's willing to get paid to fly to a country to just deliver a part on call, yeah. And all they need to do is fucking hop on the flight, bring the part, take it off. I thought it was so fascinating. Sustainable fuels doing a lot of wonder for the environment while Lance triples the carbon emissions each race. Ganga, name of the follow. Who do you think will win the whole thing? I actually am still stuck. I was saying Russell for the longest time, but honestly, I think it's open for all 4 teams, which is really exciting. Aiden the Dolphin, Monkey Bakers, Neon Scret, thank you guys for the follows. If Lewis complains, he is washed. If Max complains, he's the best. Take anyone has said about the F1 current state of F1. I think there's a difference though, isn't there, though, Elsac? There's a difference. Lewis complains from a driving standpoint, from a car standpoint. He says, I don't understand the car. I don't understand the ERS modes. I am struggling. And Lewis is struggling. Max is the best driver of the world, driving at the highest level, and is saying, I don't like the cars. I don't like the way the car drives, right? Like, he's not talking about his performances or his feel with the car. He's talking about how the car drives. But the difference is one driver's driving is the best in the world. So if he's driving good and saying he doesn't like the car, then you can say, I don't know, you can kind of say, I don't know, if you are performing at a higher level, you can say whatever you want. Like, if Lance Stroll starts saying, this, that, and the other, like, yeah. I know a guy that had to fly to the Falklands to reboot a server. I'm at work, but I'm here. What's up, Demo? Zip it up when you're done. Wow, what a great counterpoint. What a great counterpoint. Stop talking. Okay, great counterpoint. Great counterpoint. Biased take. Is that a biased take? Or is that a factual take? And you guys are just mad because you're Lewis Hamilton fans. Okay, let's take Max out of the equation then. Fuck Max off. Let's use George Russell. If George Russell says, I don't like the car. I don't like the car at the moment. It's a bitch to drive, but he's dominating Kimi Antonelli and still finishing top 3 in the races. And should we sit here and be like, oh yeah, Russell's washed, man. Russell's washed up. He's lost his touch. Or do we go, oh, Lewis is performing, Russell is performing at his best right now, but he just can't get the car any further because it's a bitch to drive. And then Lewis, who's going out in Q1 while his teammates making Q3, finishing 25 seconds behind his teammates, behind his teammate, and making mistakes week after week. Do we sit here and go, oh yeah, it's just the car. It's just the car. Or do we sit here and go, look, I think Lewis is struggling personally. I don't know. I think that's an insane comparison to say Max can't, to say that Lewis and Max complaining about the car they're driving is the same when they're both in completely different situations. But yeah. Pretty much the same as Max. I ain't referring to Max's comments yesterday, by the way. I'm talking about last year when Max was driving the Red Bull out of this world and putting that car that his teammate wasn't getting out of Q1, wasn't getting points with, and putting into P2. Meanwhile, Lewis had his teammate dominating him every week. I don't know if that really like relates. So yeah, I still think the same principle with George Russell applies. So if you want to call me biased for saying that about George Russell, then kill. Great combo. Lewis was just being fair. I think Lando was just trying to say he loves racing the car. No, I'm not talking about the new regs. I'm talking about driving in general. It's just a mixture of Lewis is struggling, the car is shit, and the regs maybe shit. I get your point, but by all accounts, Lewis actually is enjoying driving this new car. Temperature shows he's braking much more confidently. Okay, I'm going to completely stop saying that Lewis has said he's struggling to understand these cars because, I don't know. It seems like every time I say that comment, everyone gets mad at me in the last couple of days. So I'm just going to stop saying it because I interpreted what Lewis said as he is not, okay, maybe reword it, not struggling, but he is, I think struggling is the right word. He is an older dude who's been driving an F1 car a certain way for years. And he said in an interview, he had to have 7 meetings to learn how the ERS modes work. And like, I think he is naturally, this is an opinion now, I just think he's naturally going to take longer to understand these cars compared to the newer guys who are just going to learn it and figure it out and they don't have to adapt what they already know. Am I saying Lewis is going to struggle in these cars? No. Am I saying these cars don't suit Lewis? No. I'm saying I think he's going to struggle. And he's also saying how he's just spending a bit more time, I think, having to learn these cars than probably maybe the younger guys. But anyways, that all aside, that conversation was relating to these cars. It was relating to last year. Truth is, the Ferrari is the car that you guys think Max was driving last year. I think it was clearly, especially in the second half of the season, that the Ferrari was tricky to drive. Look, I'm gonna be real. I love Lewis, and there's people out there who've been hating on him since 2022, criticizing him. Sorry, not even criticizing him, going into hating, calling him washed, saying he's a fake champion. I criticize Lewis, obviously, because he's underperforming. But I don't think he's washed. I think he's just not comfortable with those regular cars. Do I think he's going to be better with these regular cars? Yes. But do I think he's going to be back at his old level? No. But when I see people in chat, online, whatever, so comfortably say Lewis is not out of form at the moment, I just don't know how you can say that when he's getting dominated by George Russell and Leclerc the last few years and going out in Q1 and Q2 consistently. Like, don't get me wrong. I understand the Ferrari is not a great car, but why is Leclerc putting it in Q3? Why is Leclerc getting 100 more points in the championship? Like, it goes from an opinion to facts so quickly. And again, I'm not saying he's washed. I'm not saying he's bad. I don't say he doesn't deserve his 7 championships, but like, at some point, like, come on. He's not in form, guys. It's okay to say he's not in form. He can always come back in form, but it's okay to say he's not in form anymore at the moment. He said it was hard to understand, mostly for fans, but not that he's struggling now, right? Well, I'm going to stop saying that comment because it's clearly I'm wording it wrong, so that's just being misinterpreted. But my point is I personally just think he's going to take longer to learn these cars than other drivers. Not that he's necessarily going to struggle in them, but... do you know about when Lewis visited Auckland Sky City NZ and tried to kick public people out of the public seats at casino tables? I don't know. I've never heard about that before. God forbid a man who is currently one of the best drivers in the world have a say in the new regs. Not like everybody that voted the car previous, but still right. I don't believe that changing teams or racing engines is a much bigger issue than people think. I agree. Yeah, Lewis is past his prime, but you can't deny that the Ferrari last year was built around Leclerc and the Red Bull was always built around Max. Their car being built around Leclerc. So what was the excuse that Mercedes then? It was built around Russell? I mean, my argument with that is probably the same argument that I have with the second Red Bull seat, which is I don't think the car is built around Max. The car is built to be as quick as possible, and Max is the only one that can drive it.
Morning, Ponden.
And
On
if you
this
have...
topic, I just want to say, I'm very concerned about the future of Formula One if 3 of the best drivers in the sport's history are complaining about the cars and how they work. Even Stroll was complaining, albeit for different reasons. If we start seeing the likes of Leclerc and Russell complaining as well, we definitely have a problem.
Yeah, I mean, we just spent the last hour talking about the regs and stuff, so... we just spent the last hour speaking about the regs and stuff, so I'm not going to speak about it much more, but David 100 bits, Mr. Hoppy. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's necessarily a concern. I think, I mean, the conclusion of what I was saying before is just like, I think the, like, I don't think the sport's going to, I don't know. We're going to have to wait and see because who knows how the fuck it's going to turn out. But I think it's just going to come down to maybe the skill isn't going to be as big as it used to be. But like, I don't know. It's hard to say. Concerning, yeah. I don't know if concerning is the right word because like, I mean, we've been concerned for 2 years now. And the F1 wasn't even in a great spot racing-wise the last 10 years anyway. So, I don't know. I think that's a good way to put it, to be honest. Like, the last 10 years, the racing's been poo. There's been barely any on-track racing, DRS trains, everyone gets stuck in dirty air. Even 2021, the best championship we've had in a very long time. Let's be real, like the on-track racing kind of sucked. Like there was no real battles, there was no real overtakes. It was just like, you know, big drama-filled moments in a drama-filled season, but there wasn't like really on-track racing. So I'm not really concerned about Formula One in that sense of like, I don't think we're just gonna magically just like, I just don't think the sport's just gonna magically die overnight. If we endured 2014 through to 2023 with one good season in 2021, I think Formula One can stay popping for another, 10 years. So I'm not concerned in that sense. I think my only concern is that the sport becomes less respected and less of a high skill ceiling. But although the skill kind of goes away a little bit, but Formula One's already losing its respect from that sense. So, if Red Bull built around Checo, we would have had we would have been 5-time champions right now. How the fuck can you complain about the Ferrari? Look at the Aston Martin with Alonso. He's elite and he has had shit boxes since forever. Bro, we'll be talking about new regs for Monday. Yeah, no, 100%. No, I agree with Lewis has passed it as well, but all the second drivers at Red Bull have always said that the car is built to suit Max and his driving style, and his driving style is so unique that they've struggled to find a second driver with a similar style. I don't think... The thing is, though, I got to disagree with you on that, Doom Leader. Every driver hasn't said the car's built around Max. I'm fairly sure... I could be wrong. I'm fairly sure Sergio Perez is the only driver to say the car's built around Max. Albon, on that interview, on that podcast, has said how the car is built to be as sensitive as possible. His example was, imagine having a high sensitivity mouse, right? And everyone's like shaking around the screen. Max has such control over that mouse. Is that mouse built for Max Verstappen? No, they've just set the sensitivity high and Max just knows how to adapt to it. That's what Albon said. Liam and Yuki came in with the understanding of, hey, I'm just here to drive the car as best as I can. I don't think they ever once said, oh, the car's built around Max. And team members like Christian, like Jonathan Wheatley, like who else is left? Adrian Newey, have all basically everyone who's left Red Bull have said like the car is built to be as best as possible, and it's an honor to have someone like Max who can actually drive that car. Compared to other teams who might have to tailor their car back a little bit so it's easier to drive, but then it's slower and not a championship winning car. And that's where I remember this discussion came in. I don't know if Fabio's still in my chat, but I remember this is where the whole Lewis Hamilton discussion came in last time, because I said on stream that I think the McLaren's one of the hardest cars to drive on the grid. And he was saying the Ferrari's the worst car on the one of the worst cars on the track to drive. And I disagree with him, because I feel like for the Red Bull and McLaren to be good, to be championship winning cars, they need to be set up so perfectly at such a high level to drive that it makes it hard to drive. And the fact that Max, Lando, and Piastri can tame those cars, well, Lando and Piastri for the most part can tame those cars, is great. And I think the Ferrari is hard to drive in the sense that it's a shitbox, in the sense that it's like doesn't do what you want it to do, in the sense of like you brake, you lock up, it doesn't have the grip. But I don't think it's a hard to drive car. I think it's just a bad car. But again, if you've got one driver like Leclerc who's getting 4th places with it, and your other driver's getting 8th place, I don't think the 8th place driver can then use it as an excuse to be like, oh, the car's shit, and that's what's stopping me from getting P4. No, it's your own skill. And it's the same thing with Sergio Perez, where could they tame the car a little bit to help Checo or Yuki or whoever? Yeah, but when you've got a driver who's winning championships, I don't think that's an excuse to then, I think you've just got to try to get on their level. If both Leclerc and Lewis were going out in Q1s every week, 100% I would not be sitting here saying Lewis has fallen off, he's out of form, whatever. But the problem was this issue's been there since 22, 23, 24, and 25. 2 different teams, 2 different, the same regulation of cars, all that regulation of car. And I think it's not Lewis is washed. I mean, he might be. We'll find out soon. It's not that Lewis is washed, and it's not that Lewis was never good. He never had a good teammate or anything like that. I think it's purely just he didn't suit those regs. And I'm staying hopeful. I think people are misinterpreting what I mean by Lewis is going to struggle with these cars, because I do think Lewis is going to suit these cars more, and I think he's going to do better, but I just still think he's on this downward decline, and he's up against Charles Leclerc, that I just don't think he's going to, at his age, at a team like Ferrari, which you could argue, is built more towards Leclerc. Put it this way, with all the factors, new engineer, shit happening off track, new team, he's up against the top 3 driver on the grid. He's got to learn all new systems, which he's never had to learn in his 20 years of driving F1. I should word it, adapt to those systems. And then I just think all that combined, Lewis just isn't going to be back to his normal form. Do I think he's going to be better than last year? Yeah, but I just don't think he's going to be back to his normal form. And people are taking that as me being like, you think Lewis is shit. And it's like, no, I'm just like, I just think, I just don't think I just don't think what is being, the situation he's in is going to give him a position where he's going to be as good as he used to be. That doesn't mean I'm on the side of Twitter who are like, Lewis doesn't deserve a 7-time championships. No, but I just don't think he's as good as he was, and I think he's in a position where he's not going to be able to thrive like he used to. I agree with a lot of your points on Lewis and his struggles, but there's something to be said about his teammates he's had lately. Russell and Leclerc are no joke. I mean, yeah, 100%. But again, me saying he's not going to be good as Leclerc, or he gets dominated by Leclerc, doesn't mean I think Lewis is shit. They're 2 different things. Me saying, oh, I think Leclerc is going to win the head-to-head against Lewis doesn't equal I think Lewis is shit. Me saying I think Leclerc is going to beat Lewis in the head-to-head means I think Leclerc is going to beat Lewis in the head-to-head. People like to deep things too much. Like, oh, you're saying Leclerc is going to beat Lewis? Oh, you must be a Lewis hater. Oh, you think Lewis is going to struggle because... sorry, you think Lewis is going to struggle to learn these cars with all the new ARS modes because he's 42 years old? Oh, you must think he's shit. No, I don't think Lewis is shit. I've never thought he's shit. I just don't think he's going to adapt to these cars as much as well as other drivers. Because he's shown that he struggled to adapt to large rega cars, and he's shown that he's out of form. But I don't think he's a shit driver. The RB21 had a tire window so small as soon as it was outside their rear, try to kill you. The American Rebel were hard to drive cars last year because they had narrow operating windows. Fry and Alpine were hard to drive because they were just shit, yeah. Now, a fast car isn't hard to drive. Instead, it gives sense of confidence because of how well it handles. Blame Pierre Wash for the second seat. We saw the RB fall off a cliff whenever they tried to make it easier for the second driver. The car just wasn't built for it, yeah. If it was 18-19 Lewis this season against Charles in these regs, he would have easily beat him, but you can't say the same about current Lewis. 2023 Hamilton came P3, to be fair. Very underrated season from him. Max isn't complaining he doesn't understand how the car works or anything. He said he doesn't like the new regs. It's to like Formula E. Why are people so annoyed he gave his opinion? Would people rather he bullshits? Yeah. Changing teams and race engineers is no joke. Oh, 100%. He's on a natural decline as a 40-year-old, but Ponden will, your opinion change if you somehow manage to beat Leclerc this year. Oh, 100%. 100%. I'm not an idiot. I'm not going to sit here at the end of the year and be like, oh, no, Leclerc's still a better driver than Lewis because Lewis, because it was one season. Like, things change. Like, I'm sitting here after watching Lewis, after 4 seasons of watching Lewis arguably be out of form, saying he's not in form, and I got people being like, you think Lewis is shit? How dare you? It's like, what have I been watching for 4 seasons then? Like, what? It's not like it just happened after 1 season. It's been happening for 4 seasons. Do you think Lewis would do better than Behrman this year? I mean, Behrman did better than Lewis last year, so again, like, signs point to Behrman probably doing better than Lewis this year. It just depends. Like, how is a rookie or a second season driver going to adapt to new regs versus a driver with experience? Usually, the more experienced drivers should adapt to the new regs easier because they've got the experience, but you could argue an experienced driver is so stuck in their ways that they can't adapt to the new regs. You know what I mean? Can you make the argument that Yuki Tsunoda had the same average gap to Max Verstappen that Perez had? It's just because the grid was very tight this season. Wait, so you're saying like Yuki and Perez were similar skill level? Is that what you meant? The F1 cars are known to be for their unbelievable speed in corners, but now drivers have to go slow in corners to be fast on straight. It does not make any sense. Lewis hoping to do Kimi Raikkonen and win one more time. I would love that. Like, I don't really think if I could have anything in the sport happen, I think it would be Lewis winning with Ferrari. I think that would be the best thing in the sport. Like, yeah, Leclerc winning his first championship would be amazing. Russell winning his first championship would be amazing. Some random fucking outsider like Colapinto winning would be fucking amazing. But I think Lewis getting his 8th, the comeback from Abu Dhabi 2021, the lows of moving team, winning with Ferrari, I don't think there's a better storyline than that. But it is a fairy tale. It is a fairy tale. Lewis is chasing a fairy tale. Like, at the end of the day, he's left his home where he was struggling to go join a arguably worse team against arguably, well, I'd probably say same skill level driver. So another hard teammate driver. Sorry, another teammate who's unreal. Yeah. It's a fairy tale at the end of the day, but if he pulls it off, it'd be insane. If the grid had the same spacing that RB21 was 0.5. Well, yeah, exactly, Max Flashart. Some people look at people's finishing positions. You got to look at the gap to their teammate. I've seen enough. Haas is definitely about to pull a 2017 Force India season. How are they constantly being best of the rest? Yeah, looking good right now. Do we think at the end of these regs, the cars will be as fast as last year's. End of these rigs? I think so, yeah. I know very little about the technical side, but wouldn't it be better for the sport to try and improve on the corners rather than sacrificing a 10th every corner for a little more speed on the straights? Well, yeah, I guess the problem with corners is the better you make the downforce of the cars in corners, the more dirty air and the worse the racing is. Where can I watch this? There's no broadcast MFCS. It's only the last hours being broadcasted. You're acting like the Red Bull's second seat isn't a career killer. Well, Liam's still in the sport. Gasly's still in the sport. Albon's still in the sport. Depends what you do. Perez is still in the sport. I mean, I don't know what your definition of career killer is, but clearly the smart people in Formula One who make the cars and run the teams look at Red Bull and go, oh, these drivers aren't shit. Max is just a beast, and that car is just hard to tame. And gave these 4 drivers another chance, and they've all been fucking good. So I don't know where these loony fans come from and can see these 4 drivers doing well and still think, I don't know. I mean, I guess that obviously then could make people think, well, the car's built around Max. But I don't know. I don't think the car's built around Max. I still think the car's built to be as fast as possible, and Max can drive it. How many of them are still at a top team? I mean, none, but I don't know. How does that relate? It's not a career killer, more of a midfield driver generator. Yeah, but like, you could argue Fernando Alonso is a midfield driver because he's been at a midfield team since when? 2014? Like, is he a midfield driver? No, Fernando Alonso's top 5 of the sport. He's just not been at the right team. Sadly, Formula One is just one of those sports where the driver standings does not showcase the drivers in order of best to worst. What's your favorite livery under the lights? I mean, gotta be the Red Bull, right? Carlos is also still in F1. He was from VCARB. That's one of the problems with the sport. It's not Drivers 5 fans. Just a bunch of people who have zero real perception of the sport, and these people are actually doing their job and not just a show. Do you reckon Hadji will perform better than last year? Better than last year? Probably not, because he's up against Max on a Red Bull, but I think he'll... I don't know. I have faith in Hadji. He'll do well. He's been doing well so far in testing. Andre J, thank you guys for the follows. Did Hadji drive this week? I think he'll be in the car this afternoon. Exo Snipes V9, thank you guys for the follows. It's up to Lewis to show that he can bounce back, but he does have a lot of experience with hybrid systems and battery management, in my opinion, from his Mercedes era. Yeah. Again, it's so frustrating, man. Like it's so frustrating as a streamer being critical on drivers, specifically Lewis Hamilton and Lando, because I just get called a hater by their fans. But like, I want Lewis to do well. Like, people think I'm sitting here hating with me being like, would be me sitting here going, yes, Lewis is out in Q1. Fuck that guy. I don't do that. I don't do that. I want Lewis to do well. But if he's not doing well, I'm going to sit here and say he's not doing well, because that is my job. My job is to talk about what's happening in F1, and Lewis is not doing well. I want Lewis to do well. But there's a difference between what I want, what I think, and what I predict. What I want is for Lewis to do really, really well, be comfortable in that Ferrari, fight for championships, have a great teammate battle with Leclerc. What I think could happen with Lewis this year is he comes back into his zone. These cars feel more comfortable, mentally reset from those fucked cars that he just had to drive for the last 4 years. And he looks more comfortable. But what I predict will happen, because again, a prediction is like, no one knows what the answer is. My prediction is he's just too old now. He's been in a slump for too long. He's up against top 3 driver on the grid at a team where the car is more built towards Leclerc. Naturally, I just don't think that he is going to find that form back. And if you say I'm wrong, you're dumb. Because who knows if I'm wrong? Who knows if you're wrong? Who knows if you're right? We don't know yet. We just gotta wait and see. Carlos is a real good driver. I still think Ferrari made a big mistake dropping him. I mean, yeah, in hindsight, they made the wrong decision because Lewis cost them P4 in the championship. Cost them P3 in the championship last year. But at the same time, like, did they gain that back with the exposure and stuff of Lewis and the team? Probably. I think when Lewis's contract runs out at the end of this year, it's going to be interesting to see, do Ferrari things? Assuming Lewis stays in this form, right? Let's assume Lewis stays in this form that he's in right now. It will be interesting to see if Ferrari do a Ferrari and re-sign a driver out of form, or if they sign someone new. So Luca Rudy, because you could argue the best Ferrari. Look, I could be talking shit here, but the best Ferrari lineup of the last 4 lineups that they've had is the Leclerc Sainz lineup. Because Raikkonen was just nowhere near Vettel's pace. Kind of, you know, he only won one race with Ferrari while Vettel was winning all those races. They just kept Raikkonen for so long, even though he was not really doing much there. And then Vettel fell off, and they had Vettel and Leclerc. They did end up getting rid of Vettel in the end, but maybe you could argue 1 year too late. And then Sainz came on board. They were very much matching each other, and, you know, Leclerc was maybe the better driver, but Sainz was still there. And then now Lewis is coming, and he's been off it, and it's like, yeah. Okay, put it this way. Okay, here's actually a good question to ask. Try put your biases aside and try put your current, like, what you know about... No, I'll just ask the question as it is. Take away Lewis Hamilton's name and the 7 championships he's achieved. If you took Lewis's performances last year in that Ferrari, and his name was Michael Jones. He was this random blonde dude with white hair. 20 years old. His name was Michael Jones, and he had the season that Lewis had. Do you think he gets signed for this year, or do you think he gets fired? Because I would argue most teams on the grid would have fired him. I think Ferrari, with the way Ferrari are, probably would have kept him for 1 more year. So that's where I'm like, okay, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt, you know, like, you know, whatever. But at the end of the day, like, Lewis's name does pull that weight at the end of the day. So that's what I mean. It's going to be really interesting to see at the end of this year if they re-sign him because it's Lewis, or if they sack him, because I think they would have let him go at the end of the year if it was a random guy and not Lewis. Can you drink? You've got cum around your mouth. Excuse me? Or my lips like peeling or some shit. Oh, what the fuck? How long's that been there for, bruh? What the fuck? That's my lip balm. Yo, what the hell? That's grim. That was the cream, the lip balm on my lips was all piled up. Well, thanks for letting me know. Even though that was a great way to put it. That's embarrassing. You gotta remember Lewis has bought Ferrari a shit ton of money. What do you guys think they're gonna make for the F1 movie too? Hopefully a realistic storyline this time. People need to put some respect on Kimi's name. Almost beat Seb in 2016 and was way more consistent than in 2018. Raikkonen was fun to have around, but realistically very uninterested with F1, which was probably annoying from a team perspective, yeah. Drop. Fired. He would have been gone. Wouldn't even last 3 races. Okay, that's excessive. Do you think Yuki will get a seat again in F1? Maybe. I mean, all the other drivers have come back, basically. Probably swept him, kept him for new regs. Yeah. My controversial hot take is that the next Ferrari World Drivers' Championship could be Ollie Behrman if Ferrari signs him. I think as long as Charles is at that team, Charles will be the next world champ. But, yeah. Appreciate it, Haas, chap. Hope you do well, dude. Mundo, David the Volley. I wonder what the teams really think about the rules and cars if they could be honest. Which is probably never here. Do we know how far Max's contract is going? I don't want to leave. His contract's till 2028. So this year, next year. But obviously there's clauses and stuff. He might want to leave after this year. Random, what is up, dude? Bump. Imagine Charles having a 2019 Seb Vettel season when Ollie joins. That's what I mean. It's funny, though, when you look at stuff like that, because people would never have thought Seb would get beaten by a rookie, a young driver, and then he did. You know what I mean? Like, you never know what could happen. Like, we can sit here, for instance, and be like, oh, Max will never get beaten. But it could happen. It seems so unlikely right now, but it probably seems so unlikely that Vettel would get beaten back in the day. Crazy Russell got that time of the hard. I think he's on the hard tire now. He set the time on a different tire. Kama Nauta. Manning Barrett. You guys are the follows. It was soft. Yeah, so soon. Grinded up some mo. Grinded up some mo. Wow. I've been live for 2 hours already. What the fuck? What the helly? What the helly? Not gonna lie, I can see Max retiring after this contract because of his strong interest. I think he might retire before the contract ends, to be honest. At this rate. Alright, let's continue scrolling Discord. We barely even scrolled Discord. We've been yapping about Regs and Lewis and stuff. Okay, so we haven't even spoken about the Lando response to Max's thing yet. We're not even into the first race. We've already got Lando controversial statements in the media to talk about. Speaking of GP blog during day 2 of preseason testing at Bahrain International Circuit, the McLaren driver was asked about Verstappen's recent remarks, in which the Red Bull champion suggested the new generation of cars feels less fun to drive and do not reflect what he believes Formula 1 should be. Norris, however, was quick to discount the thoughts of Rebel Racing driver, stressing he can call it quits with the sport if he decides to. A lot of fun. I really enjoyed it. If he wants to retire, he can retire. Formula One changes all the time. Sometimes it's a bit better to drive, sometimes not as good to drive, Norris began. The 2025 Drivers' Champion added that complaints are difficult to justify given the privileges that come with racing at a top level. We get paid a stupid amount of money to drive, so you can't really complain at the end of the day. Any driver can go and find something else to do. It's not like he has to be here, or any driver has to be here, but it's a challenge. It's good, fun challenge for the engineers and for the drivers. It's different, he added. Norris also acknowledged that the 2026 regulations will demand a change in driving style, but stressed that the core enjoyment of Formula One remains intact. You have to drive it in a different way, and understand things differently and manage things differently. But I'll still get to drive cars and travel the world and have a lot of fun, so nothing to complain about. You have to drive. I don't expect Max isn't going to go out and not give a shit. Like, he's still going to try and win. Max is never going to not try. You're just not going to smile as much. It certainly doesn't feel as quick as the last few years, and certainly doesn't handle as perfectly. But I'm sure that if he came in and that this was his first F1 car he started driving, then he'd probably say it is amazing compared to the older cars. It doesn't feel as pretty and as beautiful to drive, but it is still pretty good. It's still early days of regulation set, which is meant to be a good amount slower. But if you fast forward to the end of the year and look at the next year, we're going to be a lot quicker by then. So anyone can make their own opinions and have their own opinions to say and decide what they want to do. No one should complain about that. Every driver has their own opinions, and he didn't like it, and I like it. Yeah, it's not as bad as some people make it out to be, but let's break this down bit by bit. So he says, a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it. If he wants to retire, he can retire. Formula One changes all the time. Sometimes it's a bit better to drive, sometimes not as good to drive. I mean, I think that's fine from Lando, to be honest. Formula One changes all the time. Yeah, sometimes it's a bit better to drive, sometimes it's not as good to drive. Yeah, he says he likes them a lot. Cool. If he wants to retire, he can retire. I mean, I think that's a fine statement. Like, if Max doesn't like the cars, Lando's saying, then just retire. I don't agree with this, though. We get paid a stupid amount of money to drive, so you can't really complain at the end of the day. I think that's a really bad way at looking at stuff, in my opinion, whether it's Formula One or life in general. Again, it's an opinion. There's no right or wrong. But personally, I think it's silly to look at anything being like, oh, well, you get paid this amount of money. Oh, well, you shouldn't be complaining because you have a better life than this person. I think you should always in your life strive to be the best and to have the best life for yourself, regardless of the situation you're in. And I think there's perspectives, right, where there's definitely times in your life where you should, be grateful for the position you're in. The amount of money you have or what you do and your day-to-day and whatever. But then I think there's things like this where it's like, well, Max will still get paid millions to drive in Nordschleife. He would still get paid millions to drive in IndyCar. He would still get paid millions to drive in Formula E if he wanted to. He'd probably still get paid millions to drive in sim racing. I think this is almost a stupid point because I think it proves that Max doesn't care about the money. And he's not just driving a car for the money. He's driving the car because he wants to enjoy driving the car. And if he was just here for the money, he would just drive and shut up. So at the end of the day, he actually wants the cars to be good because he doesn't care about the fucking money and how much he gets paid. He's not just there to earn a living and fly around the world. Yes, would 99% of people trade in the job they have now to be a Formula One driver, fly around the world and drive cars? Yeah. But Max is a driver who flies around the world and drives cars, and he wants that experience to be as best as possible for himself. Of course, everyone else would be looking and being like, we want to do this. And Lando obviously has that mindset of like, I'm just happy to be here. But Max is like, I want to be here and be enjoying it. And there's no right or wrong way to look at that. But I don't know. I don't know if you can really like criticize Max for wanting the best for himself and the best, most importantly, for the sport. But then again, Lando obviously makes a good point of like, well, I like it, so he can leave if he doesn't like it. But doesn't mean Max shouldn't voice his opinion, because what if 15 drivers don't like it and Lando's one of 5 that do like it? Any driver can go and find something else to do. It's not like he has to be here. Well, that's why he's probably going to leave. Or any driver has to be here, but it's a challenge. It's a good, fun challenge for the engineers and for the drivers. It's different. So Lando's point is kind of, well, it's different. It's new, so it's fun. And I agree. And that's one of the things I'm staying optimistic about from at least from a fan perspective, is like, I'm looking forward to seeing something new. But saying something's better, this kind of comes back to the COD analogy we had earlier. Saying something's better because it's fun and new doesn't mean that it's better. Just because you get a new COD every year and it's fun to play that new COD for 2 weeks doesn't mean that it's better than what you had before. And people will sit here and be like, oh, you get to get paid to play COD every single year. But you could be getting paid to play COD every single year and it actually be a good game. And this is the same thing where it's like, I mean, yeah, it's fun. Woo, batteries. But like, is it actually good though? Like, I don't think there's a problem with criticizing it. You have to drive in a different way and understand things differently. I still get to drive cars and travel the world and have fun. So nothing to complain about. This I also don't agree with. It certainly feels quick. It doesn't feel as quick as the last few years. It certainly doesn't handle as perfectly. But I'm sure that if he came into F1 and it was in his first F1 car he started to drive, that he'd probably say it's amazing compared to older cars. I don't know if I agree with this, to be honest, because don't be wrong. If this is his first season in Formula 1, would he be loving life being in a Formula 1 car? Yes. But that doesn't mean behind the scenes he probably wouldn't publicly say what Max has said today. He's not a 4-time champ who has a lot of power. But I still think behind the scenes, Max would be saying to his dad, saying to his friends, saying to his team, like, or maybe not his team, but like at least his, he would be thinking, man, these cars suck to drive, but I'm enjoying being here. You know what I mean? So I don't know if I agree with that. Like, personally, I think, you can still enjoy being in something, even if you don't enjoy the experience. Like, I don't know. You can still enjoy working for Apple as a company, but not be happy with the role that you've got. You know what I mean? And I don't think there's anything wrong with being like, hey, look, I don't feel comfortable in my role right now. I'd like this to be different. I'd like that to be different. No, you work for Apple and you get paid 100K a year. Shut the fuck up. That's basically what Lando's saying. Like, I don't know. It's like, I don't agree with that mindset, but other people probably live by that. And they do live by that, where they will just settle for mediocrity because they're happy to live with mediocrity, and that's fine. Racing is now... So yeah, I don't think this is a bad quote from Lando. It's more just like, I don't know, why is he talking about Max again? Or like, why is it always like Max says something, Lando responds to Max. Max says something, Lando responds to Max. Like, it's just like, what the fuck? How we don't even do the first race yet and it's happening. I just got here. What are we doing now? We're just scrolling through the Discord right now. And that's why he said he can quit if he wants to, no? Max doesn't really care about money anymore. By that logic, richer people shouldn't be allowed to vote and elect a government because they are getting paid tons of money only to ruin it for poor people. I mean, that's an analogy. I think it's completely fair to say about the retire thing when Max is implying it himself. Lando isn't the one putting it out there. Yeah, true. Racer versus employee mentality. Said the kid born into one of the top 100 wealthiest families in the UK. I just hate when money comes into these I think that's what irks me the most, is how money comes into this conversation. Like, not only am I kind of just like rolling my eyes like, okay, Lando's talking about Max again, but it's also like, money? We're really talking about money? We're talking about making the sport as best as possible, and we're talking about money? Like, oh, come on, man. What do you think about the thing with Anthony Hamilton is doing with V10s? I don't really understand it, to be honest. Platypus. As a whole, I loved this. He's rage baiting, you reckon? It's a shame Zandvoort is last time. I think it is build for a good race with these cars. In my opinion, the cars might be worse now in terms of how much the drivers have to manage it, but it means closer racing. I really don't care what the drivers think. Leave the millionaire alone, guys. New Lee listener video. I thought he got banned. You're putting words in his mouth. When I put words in his mouth, I'm just interpreting what he said the way I'm interpreting it. Norris has the talent to make himself sound like a hypocrite with every statement he has. He's got this bizarre Verstappen complex. He just rags on him out of nowhere in the most ridiculous way. What does the guy expect him to say? Everything's just perfect. To not care about the money is a privilege. What do you mean talking about Max again? They asked him. Fair. But I mean, he could just say, this is my thoughts. The most important question, does Max just not like the new regs, or has he actually got a problem adapting to the new regs? I mean, yeah, I guess we'll wait and see, right? By Lando's logic, once you're an F1 driver, you can't criticize anyone, be it the teams, the cars, or F1, which is wrong. He got unbanned. That's good. How long ago did he get unbanned? What about tracks with more straights and less braking zones? I think the problem is bigger than we think. We have to wait and see. We have to wait and see. We have to wait and see. Obviously, like, even the thing is, like, the drivers don't know. So the teams won't know, F1 won't know, we won't know, you won't know. None of us are going to know what these new regs are truly like until we watch a few races and see. Because, you know, there's a world where after 3 races, we sit here and go, man, these cars are not that fun to drive, but it's entertaining to watch. Or we could sit here and be like, damn, these cars are bad to drive and they're not fun to watch. Because at least in 2021, the cars were fun to drive. And there was a skill ceiling behind driving those cars. Or like a higher skill ceiling behind driving those cars. Whereas the last Rega cars, they were worse to drive. And, I mean, they were better to watch. But not much. So, yeah. If Piastri was asked, he would have sidestepped this question. The difference, in my opinion, if you're going to give your opinion, then accept the criticism of it. Saying Max has a problem adapting to the new regs is one of the silliest takes I've ever heard after everyone literally started adapting his driving style this weekend, Lamel. Yeah, that's true as well. I reckon Max will come around when he gets actually racing against other cars. But yeah, I mean, we'll see. But I think I don't think Max has said, I don't like artificial overtaking, or I don't like electric. He just doesn't like how he's thinking about being off the throttle to save battery and stuff like that. Like, he just wants to push full out. Like, yes, you're getting paid, but that doesn't put a muzzle on your mouth, especially for drivers of stature like Max and Lewis. Yeah. I mean, look, at the end of the day, I don't think what Lando said is that bad. I don't know why some people are making it out to be. Same with Max. I don't think what Max said was that bad either. I think it's just 2 different drivers with 2 different mentalities. And there is nothing wrong with that. And you won't believe it, but I prefer drivers with the mentality of Max Verstappen, of Fernando Alonso. Even in this case, probably of Lewis Hamilton. I'm not a fan of that Lando Norris mindset, and that's fine. And there's people out there who don't like people like Max and Lewis who speak their mind about things and are open and honest about things, and that is fine too. Live your life how you want, right? Live your life how you want. There's no right or wrong. But I personally disagree with most of what Lando said. But does that mean he's done something wrong? No, I just don't like his mindset. I think if you just come into a sport and go, fuck, I'm a millionaire and I get to drive cars around in circles, I'm just gonna drive these shit boxes and shut my mouth, sign the contract, and get paid millions, and the fans can enjoy some mediocre racing. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, but that's his opinion. You could argue that's a half glass full approach, whereas Maybe Max and Lewis have more of a half glass empty approach of, well, I want the sport to be as best as possible. I want the world to be as best as possible. But that's the thing. That's always the problem with talking about these things on stream. Is like, I will sit here and say, I don't agree with Lando on that. And then people will be like, what do you mean you don't agree? He's literally speaking his mind. I'm like, who said that he can't speak his mind? I'm more than happy for him to speak his mind. But I just don't agree with it. Like, what? I'm not gonna lie. I will say, like, I mean, I've said it before. It's a shame that Max hasn't waited until we've at least seen a race before speaking up about it, because I'm not gonna lie, the F1 community, I've like noticed a difference in chat today. Maybe it's because it's the topics we're talking about, but like in chat on Twitter, it's been way more negative. I think there's been a lot of hopefulness and a lot of like, let's see what these cars are like, can't wait. And now we've had our first like proper, like we kind of had little murmurs from like Liam and Lewis saying like how, you know, they're struggling or they're struggling or it's hard to learn or it's different or whatever. Then you got the drivers fence sitting who are like, we'll have to wait and see. And then you've got drivers like Lando who are like, I love this, yay! And I don't know, Max kind of just came out, dropped some bombs. Lance and Alonso also dropped bombs of their own on their own team. And then Lando's responded to those bombs. And it's kind of like, I don't know, now everyone's talking about the regs. Everyone's giving their 2 cents. Like, you've got millions of fans. We've got millions of fans now discussing their thoughts on the new regs after watching the cars on track for 2 hours. So yeah, I again, like, I don't mind at all Max voicing his opinion. Max is more than allowed to voice his opinion, especially complain in the position he's in. But I do wish he waited until we saw a race, because I don't know. But then again, Max doesn't really need, for what Max said, you don't really need a race to know about that. Like, he doesn't need to do a race to know that he's having to change his driving for a battery in the back of the car. We want all 20 drivers to be exactly the same in terms of responses and PR, yeah. I think it was disrespectful. Max was asked his opinion. He gave it, and Lando didn't need to say, well, I like it. He doesn't. That's actually a good way to put it, to be honest. Max was asked his opinion. Max gave his opinion, and then Lando's like, well, if he doesn't like it, he can get out. It's like, well, that's just Max's opinion. Maybe he is going to leave. I don't know. I feel like Max choosing to give his very harsh opinion, I wouldn't say harsh, but like, let's say brutal, dropping a bomb. Max choosing to drop a bomb before we've had the first race sets up a awkward position where we haven't really seen how it is and we're just talking hypotheticals a little bit. And then Lando responding to it has kind of set up this like, oh, are you on the be happy we've got something new side, or are you on the fuck these regs side? And like, I don't know. I don't know how we've already got, we're 2 testings in and we've already got like a, are these regs good or not war starting. I don't know why people have this problem with Lando's statement when Max has already admitted that he doesn't feel like the regs he'll leave. I mean, I didn't say Max won't adapt to the new regs. I just think that there's a big advantage in corner speed is a bit smaller now, since the corners are much slower. One day he did 2 race distances, so I think he knows how he has to race. I don't know. A lot of things feel like people mad because Lando's opinion is the opposite of Max's. Like, he is also entitled. No, 100%. I think it's more just like Max gives his opinion and then Lando's straight on like, well, that's wrong. You should just leave. For some reason, Max lives rent-free in Lando's head. Love Max, but every year, for one reason or another, he keeps threatening to potentially leave the sport. I mean, yeah. It also comes down to the fact attention spans have decreased so much that people can't wait for a definitive opinion of something. Yeah. Freywu, Andrew Maida, Socky, Mr. Malfas, Bitchy. I think as the follows. Maybe even not even attention spans, but I think... Like, I'll speak from a content creator standpoint, because this obviously carries over to social media engagement and journalism, right? Is Max Verstappen drops those bombs, right? As a journalist, as a content creator, I can see those quotes and be like, okay, Max is making his opinion on something. He's got a lot of information about this, but as a fan, I want to wait until the first race of the season to make my decision and talk about this. But as a journalist, as a content creator, you see these bombs and you have to report it. You have to talk about it because that's what everyone's talking about. That's the topic of the day, right? And then naturally, you then have the people who disagree with Max, people who disagree with Max. You end up talking about it. And then because all the journalists are talking about it, because all the content creators are talking about it, it becomes this big thing. And then all of a sudden, the topic of the day is do we hate the regs or do we not hate the regs? You know what I mean? When realistically, we should be waiting until at least 3 races to discuss the regs. And yeah, yeah, maybe attention span comes into it, but I think it just comes down to the end of the day of like content creators and journalists have to report on the news, and depending on what's happening, like that news just gets shoved down your throat and it becomes the biggest thing in the world. Like realistically, all Max said was a comment, and now it's like the biggest fucking talking point is Formula 1 doomed, and it's like, okay, how does Max make one comment about his opinion and it becomes is Formula 1 doomed overnight? Because I have my opinion about the regs, but I'm not gonna. I mean, we discussed them for like an hour before, but you know, I'm not going to sit here and say they're shit or good until I see 3 races. With Lando's logic about getting paid, that means he can't complain at all this season and just deal with it. It's just stupid statements from him. Lawson has done 80 laps already. My goat! My goat! I will say though, yeah, you guys make a good point in chat. Lando needs to be careful with what he says, right? Because I can sit here and go, look, I don't agree with what Lando said, but he's basically, in layman's terms, said you shouldn't complain about the sport because we're all millionaires who fly around the world, right? So Lando's already set himself up this year where if he goes out in qualifying and the ERS is fucked, he cannot now say, oh, I really don't like this new system, or this, that, and the other, because, well, he's already said, well, we shouldn't criticize the system, we should just deal with it, you know what I mean? He now needs to go into all his interviews going, yeah, my ERS didn't work today. I just need to do better at learning about it, because these are the new systems, and I need to do better, and our team need to do better. He can't blame these new systems. It's about learning about the new systems, and like, I don't know. People are just gonna rinse him no matter what. Is there no broadcast right now? No, only the last. Negative news is just so easy to profit from. Yeah, 100%. Max quotes are most of the time based on his opinion. It's always raw because it's what he thinks. only the drivers can have an opinion on the regulations. None of us have no idea. I mean, yeah, obviously this is the conversation where I feel like we're going in circles now, but like this was the conversation we're having before of you can build a sport that's solely around the drivers, but then is that a profitable sport? Is that a sport that the fans enjoy watching, right? Because there's so many sports out there, right? Let's look at what's an example? I don't know. There's so many sports out there that are so just down to the person and how good they are, right? But no one watches them because it's not entertaining to watch. And then you got sports that are so entertaining focused that they're not even like they almost compromise on the level of the sport. It's hard to find that middle ground, really. There's a solid chance we'll reach May this year and this topic would be already forgotten about. No, I don't think so. I mean, to be fair, like the 22 regs were better and you kind of got to the point where, like, Lando is right in the sense of, like, you just have to deal with it. Like, we just have to deal with this. And I said this before, like, I saw someone in chat be like, oh, F1's doomed and, like, blah, blah. It's like, not really. Like, you know, we've had shit racing for 10 years and Formula 1's still going strong. So no matter what, Formula 1's still going to be watched, still going to be big, it's still going to be popular. I think the bubble popped. I'm not going to lie. I think Formula 1 was really in a COVID Drive to Survive 2021 championship bubble in 2022, and that popped. That popped well and truly halfway through the 2022 season. And F1's hype and cultural like relevance really fell off, I think, for half of 2022 and 2023. And then in 2024, it just felt like a sport people were watching and enjoying. But 2025, it came back. Like the combination of the movie combined with the racing actually being good, the championship fight. I mean, the racing wasn't even that good in 2025, but I definitely feel like Formula 1's back. And I think now it's like the people who've always watched Formula 1 continue to always watch Formula 1. The people who stayed around after the when they got into it from Drive to Survive and COVID are still here. The people who left when the bubble popped have come back and enjoying the sport even more to new levels, and we've got new fans on top of that. So it's like, I don't know, I think like all those fans from the bubble are now like cemented as like, I'm an F1 fan. It wasn't just a hype. Like they've come back and they're staying, and like, you know, obviously, like, I use my friends as an example to know, like, the levels of Formula 1's hype. If my friends in Australia are waking up at 4 a.m., 5 a.m. to watch F1, I know that Formula 1's in a good spot. And if they're just like, oh, I'll skip the race this week, then I know Formula 1's in a not-so-hype spot. And, like, you know, the end of last season and coming to this season, I know those guys are, like, going to be waking up to watch F1. And I think that's the difference is, like, will the casual fans just be watching the highlights, or are they going to be tuning in and invested in the sport? And I think Formula 1's in a really good spot right now where everyone's talking about it. Everyone's curious to see what's happening. But regardless of how good or bad these regs are, I mean, I guess you're kind of right in that sense of like, yeah, in a few months, like no one's going to be deeply talking about the regs. We're just going to be like, this is Formula 1 now. But it doesn't mean that we're still going to have these conversations of like, well, this driver hates the regs. This driver's leaving. He already said over the last few years, whatever he didn't do good enough, that it's his job to be better and not complain. So that fully tracks. Everyone's entitled to an opinion, but Lando doesn't because he is rich. Okay. Lando, I feel like because of what he says, has said some shit in the past. Everyone will just dissect what he says. Now that he says he likes these regs, I don't want to hear in post-race interviews these regs are difficult. To be fair, Lando blames himself the most for any issues, so it's not like he's going to complain about anything else. Yeah, that's true. 2024 is good racing. It's just story arcs people care about. Oh, no, the story arcs in 2024 were fucking amazing. All those new winners, so good. Check media and Discord. All right, I've seen that spammed in chat 14 times. If this was worth posting in chat 14 times for me to check, it better be. It better be. Was that worth it, Ricky? Was that worth it to show my headset is bending my hair? Because you wouldn't believe it. When you put a headset on, the hair goes down. The hair goes down. Thank you, Ricky. Thank you, Ricky. Thank you. Please, man. I saw your message in chat the first time, and the second time, and the third time. I didn't need to see it 14 times, okay? Whether it was worth it or not. Trust me, guys. I said this the other day on stream. Trust me, I'm pretty good at reading chat, I think. Like, to be fair, the streams this year have been fucking insane. I can't read every single message like I used to. But, like, trust me, I'm pretty good at grazing through chat. And I see messages, and I would say 90%, maybe it's too high. 70% of the time, if I don't see a message, either I chose not to read it, or I've already answered it, so I just spoke about it. So it's like, why do I need to speak about it again? So trust me, you don't need to put it 14 times. People really going, Lando can't complain now, and I'm like, yeah, have you ever seen him blame the regs when he lost? I mean, yeah, true. Yo, Sayed's at the track today. He said he was going to post some clips in the Discord for us. Yo!
Let's go, subbing back after a long time.
Hell yeah, Deep Nap, thank you so much for the sub, dude. Really do appreciate you coming in with the tier 1 for the second time. Thank you, man. Really do appreciate you supporting. Good to see you subbing back again. Sandcastle, Alivis, Elves, Makeda, Frey, thank you guys all for the follows. Aren't our humans needs of repetition words? Wait, what? Fort, what does that do? Thank you for the follow as well. That's cool they're letting fans into testing. Wait. They've got it on the broadcast at the track! Huh? Just broadcast this feed to us, man. What's the point? All right, let's go back to scrolling Discord. Oh, by the way, it's lunch break. We've been yapping for 2.5 hours, didn't even realize. The teams are now on lunch break. So the first half of the session, the morning session, is done. This is how the standings look. So Russell at the top, 133.9. They've got Hamilton, Verstappen, Behrman, Piastri, Colapinto, Sainz, Lawson, Bortoletto, Stroll, and Bottas. Now, we've got 78 laps for Russell, 69 laps for Hamilton, 61 laps for Verstappen, 70 laps for Behrman, 73 laps for Piastri, 64 laps for Colapinto, 68 laps for Sainz, 84 laps for Liam, 60 laps for Audi, 44 laps for Stroll, and 37 laps for Cadillac. How are Aston, Audi, and Cadillac constantly getting the slowest lap times and the lowest lap counts? What is happening? Bottom three in time and bottom 3 in lap count. Damn. What is happening, bro? What is happening to those guys? Alright, continue scrolling through. Wrap up. Honda engine ran at full power today. Max speed, 327 kilometers per hour. That's 15 kilometers slower than Mercedes, Ferrari, and Red Bull cars are managed. Bro is not happy. He made a statement so trash, even his gang clowned on him. Okay. Max Verstappen warned the FIA/F1 back in 2023 about the disaster waiting to happen with the new regs plus the engine war. Max tested the 2026 cars on the sim. FIA did not listen to him. I mean, look, I'll be honest. The FIA don't need to listen to Max. To a degree. I think it's important to listen to the drivers because they're the ones driving the cars. I think it's important to listen to the teams. They're the ones making the cars. But at some point, Formula 1 do need to just go, this is what we're doing. This is what we think is right for the sport. and you deal with it. And that's kind of what Lando was kind of alluding to, of like, if Max doesn't like it, get out. If this driver doesn't like it, get out. Because the second you start, but we need to make the cars like this for Max. We need to make the cars like this for Lando. We need to make the cars like this for the fans. We need to make the cars like this for FIA. It's just dumb. It's just dumb. You just need to pick a direction and do it. Does that mean Max needs to agree with that direction? No. But yeah.
Christian Horner, he talked a lot about the 2026 regulations this weekend, and he fears that if the engine regulations stay as they are now, that on the chassis side, a lot has to change with active aerodynamics, maybe even downshifting on the straights because, you know, the drag has to be reduced so much. He thinks that's not the way forward for Formula One. What's your opinion on that?
I mean, I've seen the data and already on the simulator as well. It to me, it looks pretty terrible. I mean, if you go flat out on the straight in Monza and like, I don't know what it is, like 400 or 500s before 400s before the end of the straight, you have to downshift flat out because that's faster. I think that's not the way forward. That's the worst, one of the worst tracks. But for me, yeah, the problem is it looks like it's going to be an ice competition. Like, so whoever has the strongest engine will have a big benefit. But I don't think that should be the intention of Formula One, because then you will start a massive development war again, and it will become quite expensive to find probably a few horsepower here and there. I think it actually should be the opposite. Plus, the cars probably have a lot less drag, so it will be even harder to overtake on the straight. And then I think, yeah, you have the active aerodynamics, which you can't control. They control it. Well, it will be, I don't know, the system will control it for you, which then I think makes it very awkward to drive, because I prefer to control it myself. Of course, when you're behind someone, maybe you need more front or more rear, you know, these kind of things. If the system starts to control that for you, I don't think that's the right way forward. Plus, the weight is going up again. So we have to seriously look at this, because, I mean, the 26 is not that far away. And at the moment, to me, it looks very bad from all the numbers and what I see from the data already. So it's not something I'm very excited about at the moment.
I mean, there's obviously honest, constructive criticism, which has now become accurate. I don't get what he means by... The only thing I didn't understand was how he was talking about how he'd rather manually activate and deactivate active aero, but if it's on the straight, you don't need downforce on the straight, so why would you want that more downforce? But yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with what Max said here, right? He's just giving his constructive criticism. And now, I think because Max has said this all along, he's now like, I told you so. But I think this is where the argument is at the moment, right? At the end of the day, is we don't know if lifting on the straight or downshifting on the straight to get more battery back is going to be good or bad for the sport. If it's bad for the sport, then yes, we got to look back and be like, well, you've got a driver telling you this is stupid. Why would you want to drive a car where you're downshifting on a straight? That's unnatural. That doesn't make sense. But if it ends up being a little compromise, which is like doing something a little bit gimmicky, a little bit stupid to make the sport better, then that's okay. But we're just going to have to wait and see, I guess. But you can imagine how frustrating it is for any driver, but specifically a driver like Max, who's such a driving driver that, like, you're downshifting on a straight or you're lifting on a straight to get more battery back. Like, it must just feel so weird. It must just be weird. And like, yeah, Lando's right. You've got to adapt to the new regs. But I feel that there's some principles of racing that is just like, I don't know. I think we can all agree, like, you shouldn't be downshifting on a straight. Like I think everyone can agree on that. And that's not, oh, you should adapt. You should adapt to you should adapt to downshifting on a straight. Like, I don't know, I just don't think you should have to downshift on a straight. I don't even know if that's an opinion. I feel like that's just like something that shouldn't happen in the sport. What do you have for halftime show today? Yesterday, read this out. I think we're just going to keep scrolling through Discord because we've been chatting so much. Addy, and the chats have been good today for the most part. I didn't go for a lap time, and I think they could have done more laps, but spend a decent amount changing and trying different things. Probably so spend also a decent amount of time because of it in the pits. Imagine we change regs in 2020 to make Hamilton more comfortable. Can they make the car go fast for me and not the others? I want to win the World Drivers' Championship. One-time World Drivers' Championship time, four-time World Championship to drive is something a World Drivers' Championship wouldn't say. I think he means that he would want it to either be open the DRS only or the front wing only. I think he meant he used to change brake bias. Now it's going to do it on its own. Brake bar? No, you can still change your brake bars. Also, F1 is also an engineering sport. Engineers need more time to marinate with these new regs. These new regs will hopefully lead to new tech that would not only be good for racing, but also driving as a whole. Yeah. End of the day, an organization like Formula One really need kneel to max the way NLS did for... Won't really kneel to max the way that NLS did for Nürburgring, yeah. I hope that's something that will be developed throughout the regs. I feel like it needs a good while for everyone to really get to know these regs. Oh, for sure. All right, what else we got? Yeah, VK, I'll look at media. Sorry, we'll just watch chat the other livery soon. Morning, Brooklyn. How's it going? Jared D Gamer. Leave the follow. Look at his face. It's so over, gentlemen. I am extremely angry. Wait, why would he hop in the front seat? That low-key weird, bro. Hop in the back seat. Nah, to be fair, he always looks like that. Going 30 kilometers per hour is boring. Lando quote. I know your engineers are clever, but how can you know you're not quick enough? When you do a race run, you're full fuel, so you can't really hide that much. Wait, what? We don't know Mercedes could be running with a load of lead in their car, wanting to sandbag. No, don't overcomplicate Formula 1. Sometimes people aren't that smart. What about barge boards? Those stick out. You're overcomplicating stuff. F1 for dummies. The driving part is... Anyway, the rest of it's for smart people. The dummy... Wait. This quote makes no sense. I need to listen to this, otherwise my brain's hurting.
How can you... I mean, I know your engineers are clever and everything, but how can you know you're not quick enough, given the extent of so much has changed? Is it just by looking at GPS traces and fuel loads, and if people are doing long runs?
I mean, when
and stuff
you do a
like
race
that?
run, you're full fuel, so
yeah, but
can't really hide that much then.
You could, I mean, you could be running. They could be running light. We don't know. Mercedes could be running with a load of lead in their car, wanting to sandbag. We don't know. You know.
No.
No. Okay.
No.
Well, that's interesting.
Don't
that you say
overcomplicate Formula One. You know,
hey, listen.
sometimes,
as far as I know,
sometimes people aren't that smart.
As far as I'm telling, it's as complicated. Is the racing going to be really complicated this year? And what about the barge boards? Are you going to have to watch wheel to wheel? Those barge boards stick out quite a lot if you get knocked off.
Nah, you're overcomplicating stuff. F1's for dummies. It's not for the driving part is anyway. There's stuff. The rest of it's for smart people. The dummies drive. So I don't know. I've not got that close to people. I'm sure when you get to Australia Turn 1, you might see some flying by then.
How can you?
I mean, Lando's spitting facts, right? That's I feel the exact same way about sandbagging. I'm so sick of specifically not journalists. I'm sick of the commentators talking about it because they're the one who like,
I don't know if it's been mentioned before, but having looked at Stroll's telemetry this morning, he never exceeds 11,000 RPM, even on the straights. It's sod. I'm not sure if it's an issue with the Honda engine, but if I were a betting man, I'd put money on that thing blowing up over the course of the Australian GP weekend.
Yeah, Mr. Hobby, I don't know if you've seen, but Aston Martin have come out and said they are 4 seconds slower than every other team. So it is definitely an issue with their engine that is causing them problems. So they're fucked. But thank you for the 110 bits, Mr. Hobby. Yeah, they're stuck at like 12k RPM. It's ridiculous. But yeah, what I was saying about Lando was I agree with him on the sandbagging thing. And it's specifically people like Ted and Crofty and Alex Brundle and, Alex Jacks and all those guys on the commentary who always bring up sandbagging and shit during testing. just shut up. I'm sorry, just shut up. Like, I've always felt this about Formula One. Why would you purposely make yourself slower? What? Oh shit! What does making yourself look slower achieve? Like, is Red Bull gonna see Mercedes going 2 seconds quicker than them and be like, oh no, we must try harder? No. Are they gonna look at you and be like, oh, they're quick, we're gonna steal those parts on your car? No, they were gonna do that anyway. What does sandbagging actually do? The only time I actually think sandbagging is relevant is this test with the Mercedes engine-powered cars, because they want to make themselves look slightly worse, aka not dominant, specifically in straight line speed and stuff like that, so they don't get the engines banned before Australia. Other than that, just shut up. I'm sorry. Like, it's just commentate and talk about what's happening, and then if for some reason the team comes out of nowhere, you could discuss it. But like, everyone's on different runs. I don't know. It just makes it too complicated sometimes to the fans, to the point where you'll have a team go top of timings and it's like, wow, well done, this team. And people are like, yeah, but the other teams are sandbagging. What's the point? What's the point of watching testing then? But yeah, what's the other thing he said? The barge boards. Yeah, the barge boards are going to be interesting. If there's any contact and stuff like that. Sandbag is basically not unlocking full potential, which will always happen in testing. Yeah, exactly. I think the team to watch for the battery power and recharge would be Audi, as they have the most experience with battery technology. Yeah, Audi seem decently strong. They're just a bit unreliable at the moment. Drama gets views. Aston Martin also missed most of the first Barca test too, right? They missed 1 day and then didn't really do much running on 2 days. Teams like to ban others' teams, and sandbagging has happened a lot of times before, so it's historical. The downside was when they went all in, they got porpoising. Sure, but why would you steal parts on the car that's doing poorly? Not saying it's necessarily the case, but you can't possibly look at other cars and go, oh yeah, that part is actually great. They're just sandbagging. I mean, yeah. I never forget that one time when, before IBW 205, a journalist asked Lando, Oscar, and Max who would win the championship. I've never seen a worse question than that. Lando Norris, when he hears Eddie Max interview, add a comment. Cupra, sorry, one of the Formula E teams posted this on socials. Wanted 4-time world champion. Is if suffering identity crisis, step into the future properly. Come give Formula E a go. Same intensity, closer racing, no steroids required. That post is a video. Go back. What, this one? Cool video. We're learning so much. All the shit you learn in media school. Composition. Wait, this is a video, okay. This makes zero sense. Report, tweet, report, post, report, false information, downvote, downvote, downvote. You're literally making things up. Reply. No way you just called composition bullshit. "30 years ago, Niki Lauda told us, take a monkey and place him into the cockpit." Laps completed after yesterday. Obviously, this is now outdated as per morning session, but still. Oh, we've got Barcelona in there now. So 707 laps for Ferrari, 636 laps for Haas, 643 for Mercedes, 549 for McLaren, 526 for Red Bull, 525 for Racing Bulls, 521 for Alpine, 478 for Audi, 380 for Cadillac, 276 for Williams, 200 for Aston Martin. So Mercedes has the most engine, Ferrari 172.3, Red Bull 1000, Audi 478, Honda 200. So kilometers per team, the most is Ferrari and then Red Bull. Wow. And then Mercedes and Audi. So Audi's actually doing pretty good for how much, for only having one engine. But obviously, only having one engine is rough. 2026 liveries. Yep. Facts. That's bang on. Wrigley's Boomer Bubblegum. Those set reviews today, I did them all yesterday, Elon Musk, so either go through the VOD to find yours, or I'll be uploading it to the YouTube, second channel on YouTube. The face of a man who just rage baited thousands of people. Did he rage bait, or did he just say something that people don't agree with? Like what? I actually hate the word rage bait. Fuck off. Both bulls will drive today. Max in the morning session. Isaac after lunch. This headline is killing me. Lando Norris tells grumpy Max Verstappen to quit Formula One after Red Bull star launched brutal attack on new regulations on the eve of the new season.
But the NFL
Sebastian Vettel attending Harvard Business School.
Limited control over the quality, because that sits with ESPN, with whoever broadcasts or whoever is showing the game. I'm generally quite open, so I thought I'd come here and see whether I manage to succeed and whether I'm smart enough to understand what's going on. But the classes are really fun, they're very dynamic, and not like I remember the last time I was in the classroom, so I really enjoy it and makes me think, yeah, whether I want some more of that. But the NFL has limited control.
Fucking Seb, bro. Fucking Seb. We just wanted to join in, not the hash brown. Classic Daily Mail. Kindest Daily Mail headline. You say something crazy and people reply with common sense and they'll just say they rage baited you? Yeah. Unfortunately, we missed Max's rival today. Fortunately, we recreated the moment for you. Damn. Alex Albon about Lando doing race runs behind him. How long is this? I need to be careful with the videos I watch.
No.
Too long. It should be okay.
How is the way you race going to change with these new cars and the demands of recharging batteries and stuff like that?
I think more selective, more strategic in terms of, we sometimes have them in like DRS zones where, you know, when it's a double DRS zone,
yeah,
you pass the driver in one corner and then they get you straight back.
Yeah,
need to be mindful of them kind of things.
Okay.
But for the most part, I mean, the quicker car will always overtake. Lando did a race run behind me today,
yeah,
and I mean that guy could overtake me in any corner, any place on track he wanted to. So.
But do you know that he was on a balanced neutral
I know he was.
setting?
Well, I know he was on the very. I know he has the same engine as me, so I know his D rates and his clips are at a very similar point to me.
Okay.
So I know when he's using overtaken.
Right.
And whatnot.
So a good car will still be able to drive away.
Yes, and long story short, the quicker the car, the more minimum speed they can carry.
Did we think these regs were gonna solve the discrepancy between the field? No. We're trying to make cars that can race better, but the fastest car's still gonna win.
The less they need to get back on throttle because they've carried minimum speed.
Just make a spec series at this
They
point.
are actually generally more efficient than the slower cars.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Do you know when other drivers are using the boost button that gives you that amazing boost?
When they get past you, you realise it, yeah. So yes, you do, yeah.
I've found the solution to Formula One, guys, right? Every team develops their car. No testing, no testing, no testing. You show up to the first race, you drive. Whoever finishes last in the race can work on their car for a week. Next week, you show up, you do it again. No testing, just show up, you race. Whoever's last in the standings gets to work on their car for the week. And you only get to work on your car for 1 week if you're last in the championship.
And on that note, how is the way...
Problem solved. You're welcome. I actually think that's a banger idea, to be honest. So that way, it's still an engineering sport, but it would be entertaining. Yeah, I've actually solved the problem. Still an engineering sport. Entertaining as fuck because there's no testing. Everyone would just show up and drive. There'd be breakdowns. Everyone would be learning the cars on the spot. And then we solve the problem of one team dominating because only the team last in the championship or bottom 5 would be allowed to work on their car for the next week. I was thinking Vettel will work in the FIA in future. I hope so. Who would have thought that the fastest car wins the race? Yeah, I don't know what that question was from Ted. Like, what do you expect the answer to be? No, actually, the third best team now wins. I guess what he meant was like, is the fastest car still going to be easily the strongest car, or can third and fourth kind of keep up? Wouldn't work because teams outside the points would be fighting for last place. Hell yeah, competitive throw. BOP with extra steps. So let's say I work on Red Bull and we lose in Singapore. So should I get to work 1 week and get paid for the whole year? Yeah. Can you say Nico Hulkenberg for an edit? Nico Hulkenberg! Yeah, that was cringe, sorry. Might as well just not make new cars every season then. Driver lineups for today. We got Piastri all day. Russell morning, Anthony night. Verstappen morning, Hadjar night. Hamilton all day. Sainz morning, Albon night. Lawson all day. Stroll all day. Behrman morning, Ocon night. Bordelotto morning, Hulkenberg night. Colapinto all day. Bottas morning, Perez night. The last time Barcelona went to halftime losing 4-0 and Argentine driver won the next Formula 1 title. Today, Barcelona went to halftime. Shut up. McLaren started the morning session for the pit lane. No idea whether this is some kind of start race procedure simulation or something else. Okay. There are whispers in the paddock that Adrian Newey has been too extreme with the AMR 26. Honda were given little margin for error to accommodate his aggressive design. Okay, bro. The feeling is that if the Honda engine exceeds 11,000 RPM, it will blow up. The weather's nice, but better than the UK. The livery looks nice. It's so over. It is so over. George Russell just set the fastest lap of the week with a time of 1:34.0. Wait, did I miss that? Wait, I'm not gonna lie. My brain thought we were at 32.4s this whole time. Russell's had and Leclerc, and Hamilton have had fast times. I didn't even realize. My brain thought we were at 32.4s. No. Wow. Okay, so we've beaten today the best time by 3/10. Damn, we're getting quicker. We're getting quicker. And Hamilton also a really good lap as well. Yeah, timers were out for a little bit this morning. What is this? Maybe I'm getting too old. Maybe I'm getting too old, but I feel like all the social media teams' quality is just like going down and down and down. Like I can just imagine like, yeah, I'm 25 and I'm just like, or 24 and I'm just like, okay. I can just imagine like a 40-year-old looking at that going, what the fuck is this? What is this? Charles goes fastest on day 2. Jump aboard the Charles Leclerc. I can't watch this on stream. Nah, no. In a Ferrari, I can hear the energy recovery system straight from whack. Wait, what? Wait, so they're saying they've taken the system straight from work. I mean, maybe. The systems just sound similar because they're both batteries harvesting energy. Or do you actually think they've taken it from work? Merc admin is on. Sunny future of F1 Max is not stay in this cringe spot for longer. You're the same age as my stepson. Damn. I'm getting unk, man. I'm getting unk. Jesse, thank you for the follow. V-Cub cooked with the Liam video from last year though. The one in the stairs. Wait, the one in the stairs? Can't remember that one. How much do you agree with Alonso's opinion on the unlimited testing for rookies? Should there be it's necessary for rookies to adapt? No, they should have to adapt as much as anyone. We shouldn't be babying the rookies. The rookies should come in because rookies like Leclerc, Max, Lewis have shown what you can do in your first year in Formula One. Had you last year. Landon Ross about the 2022 cars. I hate driving the cars compared to last year. They're a different challenge. I wouldn't say they're as enjoyable as previous year's cars, just in terms of how comfortable they are and how much you can play around with hitting the curbs and lines and stuff like that. You're a bit more limited now. I mean, yeah, of course people are bringing up the fucking old quotes from Lando already. I mean, it's different to what Max said. Max said he hates the cars. He won't be around much longer. And Formula E, it's Formula E. It's a bit more of an aggressive quote. This is more just like Lando saying he doesn't like driving them. He never said they should change and stuff like that. He's just saying he dislikes them. So I don't know. I think it's two different things, really. Hadja, the only difference is that there's a lot less aerodynamic downforce, so it will always be easier to follow, and that's good for racing. But you click on the overtake, you pass the car in front, and then you spend 5 laps having to recover your energy. It's going to be interesting in the race. Ooh, Australia's going to be good. Norris continue. At the moment, we're not very close to Ferrari. We're not bad, but we're not fast enough. However, we are still in the testing phase, and we know that there are many things. It's interesting how Merc was the best team in Barcelona shakedown. Whoop! 2 weeks later in Bahrain, and it's, damn, Merc and McLaren are chasing Red Bull and Ferrari. Like, oh man, I don't know. Like, again, I don't like the word sandbag, but I really feel like they're underplaying themselves and limiting themselves because they know if as long as they get to Australia and the engine's allowed, they're not just going to randomly discontinue the engine during the season. It has to be, the decision has to be made before the season. Jamie the Jester, for any of the follow. Was there any red flags this morning? Was this Bottas this morning? So after 2 years of testing in Bahrain, we've had the extra passes now. So after 2 years of testing in Bahrain, we've had the 2 most decorated champions on the grid criticize the new regs and cars. Lewis Hamilton called them ridiculously complex that fans won't understand. Look, I still don't understand how people are saying Lewis isn't complaining about the cars. Like, don't be wrong, he's not pulling a Max and being like, I hate them, this is anti-racing. But he's also not doing a Lando and saying he loves them. I think he's in the middle where he's just like, he prefers them better than last year, so he's not going to complain heavily about them. But he also understands from a viewer standpoint / a sports standpoint that the cars are probably too complex. And I guess you can say, like, I am maybe reading into Lewis a little bit too much, and he's given his opinion about the cars being complex, and I'm twisting that to be like, oh, I just think it's too much for Unk to handle. But I still think that a little bit. Like, I think it is a little bit too complex for a driver like Lewis to handle just because he's so used to his other cars. But I do think Lewis is really looking out for the fans, which, you know, everything I criticized Lando about with what he said, which is, I think it's silly to have a mentality of, well, I'm a millionaire, so why should I complain? But it's like, do you not want to make the sport better for fans? Do you not want to make sport better for the future generation? Do you not want to make the sport better? Because the better the sport does, the more millions you make, the more millions your fucking team makes, the more fans get to enjoy the experience. Like, I don't know, I just think it's a really poor take to be like, hey, I'm a millionaire, who cares? Well, you should care about everyone else. So yeah, regardless of if Lewis would be good or not, I respect that he's saying, like, this needs to be simplified. But it is a shame that people like me, lol, are then taking that and being like, he sucks. Well, no, I'm not saying Lewis sucks, but you know what I mean? Like, I'm using that as a way to be like, he doesn't understand these cars, which might not be the case. I just think it will be. My prediction, it will be the case. Why does the caddy have no chrome on it? Wait. True! They scammed us. They had chrome. Maybe the weight. Yeah, true. They had chrome on the halo and chrome on this part, but now it's not there. Maybe just because it's testing and the parts aren't finalized, they don't want to put all that work into doing it. Maybe. Max Up says says Mercedes are hiding their true pace. Let me tell you something. Wait for Melbourne and see suddenly how much power they have. Yeah, I cannot wait. I cannot wait for Mercedes to go Barcelona, Bahrain, FIA deemed their engine illegal. Australia. They're going to be so back in Australia, man. They're going to be so back. The whole feeling of the car is just not fun. Not even Formula 1 worthy, if you ask me. They would be driving slower through a corner to save more energy so you can faster on the straight. It makes absolutely no sense. Formula 1 should be about being as fast as possible. Add a 0 to the end. Even more than that. But I understand what they're trying to do. They're drawing attention to us. Just wait for Melbourne and see how fast they are on the straights. What is this music, by the way, today? I've just realized. The music's been going off its nut today. I haven't really minded it though. Pierre Gasly says, eat your hash browns. What are these admins with this hash brown shit, bro? What is happening? Isaac Hedger believes that RB22 can deliver him his first Grand Prix word. Let's go! Before and after being called a good birthday boy. Okay. Sergio Perez has agreed with Max Verstappen's comments that the new 2026 drivers drive new 2026 cars feels like driving Formula E. All right, so Checo agreeing as well. I like how none of these guys have driven Formula E, but they're just like, it feels like driving Formula E. Lewis Hamilton just experienced a slide but recovered the car without spinning. Dude, is Lewis the only driver getting his slides reported? Like, what the fuck? The Aston Martin gearbox is also causing a lot of problems and makes the car undrivable. Really? History is literally repeating itself, Lamel. This is what McLaren did to Honda in 2015 with their zero size rear. So you have to ask if the Honda leadership is too weak with their customers. Formula E cars Gen 4.5 and 5 will be way faster than the current F1 cars. You can come and drive the fastest cars on the planet in a few years. Lucas Degrassi, is Formula E really going to make their cars that much quicker? Isn't Formula E slower than F2 right now? How are you going to find that pace, bro? The Honda engine is running. Okay, more Honda engine. More Honda engine. Aston Martin, whole team found dead. I prefer to drive with not too many systems interacting with your driving style or with your approach to the corners. Fernando Alonso at the Aston Martin launch. Sky Sports F1's Ted Kravitz turn 10 at Bahrain really sums up the needs of the new Formula 1. The needs of the new Formula 1 for this year with the new rules. What you are doing is effectively charging the battery by slowing the car down. You are running a generator off the engine, which slows the rear wheels down. There is a little bit of brake pressure off the fronts as well, but the better and more efficiently you can slow the car down and charge the battery, the quicker you'll be on the exit of the corner and more electric power boost you can get. Red Bull have been good around here. The S26 seems to hold up well in the corners, and above all, Lewis Hamilton is showing aggression under braking, which was very rare last year. Good. Joe helmet. This is gonna look so good on the bench. No, seriously though, I like the helmet. I like the purple. I like the white. It has the Cadillac feel to it. The Cadillac logo in the middle. I like it. The beauty about F1 was how fast they were in the corners. Well, now they're not as fast in the corners anymore. Yeah, I do think we'll get that back though, because I think the teams will run higher downforce because now the flaps go up and down on every straight. And I think we're already pretty close to last year's time. So I think we are going to get them back. But yeah, at the moment, definitely does kind of look like you're looking at an F2 car going through a corner. But if you go watch the first lap ever in the 2022 cars, remember how boaty and shit they were? F1 2022 onboard preseason testing. Why am I here, bro? So preseason testing 2022. I'm fairly sure they were pretty boaty as well. Thank God the mud flaps are gone. Yeah. I don't know. I think we'll come back. I think we'll come back. Now we're gonna have Americans saying IndyCar about fun. People already say that, but yeah, we're gonna get even more. No Way Bro's ringtone is the Succession theme. Yeah, it is. Every morning I wake up to the Succession theme song. It is a banger. I'm not gonna lie. Every alarm I've ever had in my life, I get sick of. Whether it's a normal alarm or a song. No, it's not. No. Hear me out. Every alarm I've ever woken up to in my life, I always get. Wait, what? Oh my god. Stop lying to me. Every alarm I've ever woken up to, I get sick of. Whether it's a normal alarm, like it just like becomes jarring. Or a song, I get so sick of the song. Anyways, Succession theme. I was like, this theme song is so banging. And when I wake up in the morning, I feel like a billionaire. You know what I mean? Like it's, I'm ready for the day. But I love how like the alarm starts, right? With like a, it just wakes me up. Like it wakes me up. But like, I've never gotten sick of it. I don't like love it, obviously, but I've just never gotten sick of it. Anyways, that alarm was to remind me I need to buy Baby Keem tickets in 10 minutes. Yeah. So I'm gonna take a quick break in like 10. Sinister R alarm. That's actually low-key the point. That's low-key the point. It forces me to wake up and shut it off. What? Because it's shit. No, but I want to wake up in the morning and be like, yay, not ah. That would make me hate it. Well, that's the thing. I thought I'd hate it after a little bit, but nope. Lando Norris is the most annoying F1 driver in history. It's not even close. Okay. I thought it was just going to be an uncut video. I don't need text on the screen, but thank you, though. Cadillac Formula 1 livery reveal behind the scenes of the launch. Oh, we might watch this at some point. Oh, the mural's done. That was quick. Lovely. Russell's doing a race simulation. He's doing 41 laps in a row, stopping the pits to change tires and keeps going. Alonso fans watching him say no to Honda in 2008, it became Braun. Red Bull in 2008, Mercedes in 11, 12, 13, going to McLaren in 2015. I can't have spoilers for this movie. I haven't watched it yet. Having that as your alarm is honestly diabolical. What? Well, who gets out of bed to stream at 5 a.m. in the morning? Me. So it clearly works, doesn't it? Alpine says that Mercedes rivals should put some skin in the game and lodge a protest in Australia if they're unhappy about it. They have. Oh, in Australia. Okay. Oh, lodge an actual protest, not just voice their opinion. They probably will. They probably will, buddy. They probably will. The 2022 faster. The 2022 faster than the 2026 cars so far, sadly. Well, yeah, that was always going to be the case. The 2026 cars were always going to be 3 seconds, 4 seconds slower. But they will get better. I just realized something. Newey build decent is a good car with bad engines every 12 years. 1990 Leighton House, McLaren 2002, Red Bull 2014, 2026 Aston Martin. It feels more like an F2 car in some ways. I don't like that. On the F1 cars. When did he say this? Is this real? There's no way. There's no way he said that. Did he say that today? Did he say this today? Did he actually say this today? There's no way he said this today, man. It's fake. It better fucking be. Honda popping. Mercedes power unit, no pops. Popping. There is no way. There is no way. That's how bad it fucking sounds. Popping. It's literally fluttering. It's literally fucking fluttering. Holy shit, that sounds garbo. That sounds garbo. It's actually over. It's actually over fast then. And it's not even started. It's actually over. Ferrari blocked F1 from making changes to its race start procedure for 2026. Wait, what?
Ferrari blocked Formula 1 from making changes to its race start procedure for 2026. Safety concerns over race starts in 2026 have grown now that drivers have started completing practice starts in testing. It's essentially taking drivers 10 seconds to spin up the turbo of their brand new, highly complex power units to minimize turbo lag while also avoiding overcharging the battery. It's a complicated process, and one driver suggested you get it wrong 1 in 20 times, meaning it's more likely drivers will be left in a dangerous position if they're slow off the line. And if you're at the back of the grid, it's particularly perilous, because once you line up on the grid, you don't have long before the start sequence initiates. F1 already tried to help resolve this with a proposal to revise the start light sequence to give drivers longer on the grid, but Ferrari blocked that proposal last year. Now there's fresh talks planned for the next F1 Commission meeting at the start of the second Bahrain test.
Why?
But will Ferrari accept these?
Why did Ferrari block it? Why did Ferrari block it? That makes no sense. Can't Aston Martin fighting for the 19th, 20th spot? Yeah. If Cadillac actually beats anyone, that's crazy. I guess because they don't struggle as much as the others, right? Yeah, true. But wouldn't Haas and shit say the same though? And Cadillac say the same, so they could potentially have an advantage off the line. Yeah, right. Again, another reason why decisions should be made based off of how good it is for the sport and the safety and sustainability, rather than taking the teams who have biases into account. Formula E CEO Dolph speaks with Soy Boter about Max Verstappen's comments. I've invited him. In fact, I sent him a message last night because Jeddah isn't far from Bahrain. If he shows up around here, we'll get him in our car and see what he thinks of it. If Max hops in it, imagine Max replaces Willany in the Formula E Evo sessions. Max should actually do Formula E Evo sessions, bro. In Sunday, hop in a Formula E car for the vibes. That would slap. And then he gets beaten by fucking Chippo. The only drivers who have gotten into the 134s: Lewis Hamilton, Lando Norris, Charles Leclerc, Max Verstappen. Ferrari have used the same engine since Barcelona shakedown. They're the only engine manufacturer to accomplish this. Ted Kravitz on Max's comments: his racing is his energy. Okay, wait. Oh, I'm going to listen to this in a bit. It's a quote. His racing is his energy. His life is his energy. Being starved of it is the worst possible thing. He's not saying he can't do it. Yes, he can. He's also not saying he's not good at it, because he's good at driving around cars and making them quick. He can go fast. He understands how to do these new rules, but he's just saying it's not fun and I don't like it. Wow, Ted Kravitz defending Max. That's rare. That's rare. All right, guys. I have to go toilet, and I also need to buy these Baby Keem tickets that are going on sale in 7 minutes. So, I'm still going to be here. I'm just not going to be reading chat too much / half AFK for a little bit. So give me a minute. Baby Keem London. Two phone Baby Keem. Wait, there's different blocks? Wait, there's different blocks? What is this shit? Rare circle standing. So it's, okay, so this is all, it's a mosh pit only venue. Wait, stalls? Stage there. Stalls, circle, rare circle standing. What are stalls? A chair, you donut. Well, why the fuck would the chairs be the closest to the stage and the standing be far away from the stage? That makes no sense. O2 Academy Brixton. Oh, it's standing. Oh, I see. So it's okay. So you're either standing at the front or standing. Ah, I see. Okay. All right. We're going block 2, baby. All right. So any in the blue. Any in the blue is what we're doing. Any in the blue. I mean, that would still be a vibe up there, but okay. They could have worded that better than saying stalls. Just do standing area. Oh, wrong screen. All right. Let me sign in and do this shit. My Ticketmaster account's so fucked. I don't even think I'm going to be able to get tickets. I got an email a while back saying, your account has been deemed sus. And then I did my, like, wait, what the fuck? Oh no. I should have done this earlier. I'm not logged in. To keep your account secure, we require you to reset your password. Okay. Reset my password? Oh no, I didn't leave it last time. Give me my email. But yeah, I got a fucking what do you call it? I got a oh, your account has been deemed suspicious, and then I proved to them that it's me, and then they're like, nah, we can't prove it, bro. Okay, password reset. Done. Just sign me in for fuck's sakes. Okay, we're in. Okay, I gotta go through Live Nation, I think. Baby Keem, London, Live Nation. Live Nation. Wait, what the fuck? Why isn't London popping up? General sale in 2 minutes. Wait. Priority and Promoter sale have already been on sale? It was yesterday? Oh, well, there's gonna be no fucking tickets left. What? I literally was on live. I was literally on Live Nation yesterday, and it was like tickets were on sale tomorrow. There was no priority from O2. Okay, no, that has to be like fake. That has to be broken. I better get these. Use a view from my seat to check. That's actually a good idea. Wait, what do you mean hop on a call with T-Mac? The engine clips like crazy, dude. Dude, you see Lee Lister's new video? The car freaking has super clips now. Wait, is someone linked Lee Lister's new video in Discord? Because I will have a look at that. I'll give you 50 seconds, guys. They're available on O2 priority for 1 more min. But I don't have O2 priority. But it says promoter pre-sale and priority from O2. But I have Live Nation, and it said Live Nation tickets on sale Friday. Anyways, let me see if I can get tickets. Otherwise, I guess I'll just have to buy a fucking resale. They probably thought your real name was Ponden. Sus name. True. Apparently on Monza and Baku, it might start clipping halfway down the straight. Yeah. That info's been around, gone around for a while now. Storm in 22, the price difference is crazy. Wait, what is the price? Here we go. Not stalls. Yeah, stalls. Wait, how much are these? Oh my god, they're going quick. Actually, no, there's heaps available. Wow, people not fucking with Baby King. Wait. It's cheaper to be in the mosh? Full price ticket. 2. Add to basket. Get tickets. Please fucking work. Otherwise, can someone else buy them for me and I'll pay you back? because my Ticketmaster account's fucked. E-ticket. Do the mosh. Oh, one of the best experiences of my life was Kendrick Baby Keem mosh pit back in 22. 22? 23? I need to add my card. One sec. Add new card. Should I leak my card details on the stream? Let's just make sure we're on the right screen before I leak everything. Add new cards. Verified. Protect your ticket. No, I'm not a pussy. I have agreed. No, I don't want to get emails. £65 each for a Baby Keem ticket. Bro. £65 each. How is every concert now like 60, 70 pounds minimum? Should be like 20, 30 pounds, bro. They're rorting us. They're rorting us. Service fee, handling fee, venue facility fee. We got them. Woo! Blake, you're going to Baby Keem. Friday the 18th of September. Let me just send this to the bro. All right, 2 Baby Keem tickets secured. Like, that's a load of bullshit, bruh. £7 service fee, £8. Wait. Wait, I fucked up. Wait. I fucked up. I bought 3 tickets. How did I even do that? How did I even do that? I was too busy rushing to do this shit. Oh my god. Oh my god. I thought I bought it for the wrong. I thought I bought it for Birmingham as well. No, I was London. Yeah, I bought London. Wait, no, it literally added a random ticket. Look. This is what I did, right? I was sitting here on these. This is what I did. I literally went stalls, 2 tickets, add to basket. And then I clicked get tickets. Oh, I did that. I didn't even realize I did that, bro. Okay, I'm getting that refunded. I get that refunded. Bro, I just added a random fucking seat ticket. Which one did I even add? +1. I think I need that one. Bro. So I've got 2 tickets down here, then 1 up here. How did... Oh, fuck. I was like, wait. £60 plus £60? Yeah, we've got tickets, but I accidentally bought one of the fucking stands because I accidentally clicked on it. But yeah, we got 2 tickets down here at least. Fuck's sakes. I was like, wait, £60 plus £60. How does that equal £200? I hate Ticketmaster as well. Ticketmaster support is the worst. 100% they're going to tell me, well, that's your fault. That's your fault, bro. That's your fault. You've already bought it. You should have checked before you fucking clicked that. Anyone want a random seat? Anyone want a random seat? Fuck's sakes. Bro, I'm sorry. I thought you meant 12 my time. Oh, no. Yeah, we got tickets. To be honest, we already missed O2 pre-sale, but they were barely gone. Wait, let me tell you the total so you can send me the money. Three mobile tickets. How did I accidentally buy that one, bro? Full price ticket. Wait, I'm so confused. 65. And the seat cost more as well. Oh my god, the fucking charges on this shit. 55 plus. So it's 55 plus 7.45 plus 2.95. 65. Yeah, if you can send me 65. Why do the seats cost more than the mosh pit, bruh? That makes no sense, but I'll take it as a mosh pit enjoyer. Alright. Well, guys, tickets secured. One ticket too many. Heard I'm coming to London that day. Well, you can have it. You can have it. Took me a year to get a refund for a concert delayed. I'm not even lying. I lost $400, so £200 on Kendrick Lamar tickets back in the day because basically, long story short, was going to New Zealand, bought tickets for Kendrick Lamar. Kendrick Lamar cancelled the second show. Got our money back for those tickets. Then then we tried to get resale tickets for the first day of the show. And we bought 2 sets of tickets. We bought seats and we bought standing. It's complicated, but we then needed to get rid of the seated tickets because we basically had 2 groups of people and we not fucked up, but it just got logistically impossible last minute trying to get tickets. Wanted to get rid of the seat tickets. Ticketmaster said, yeah, we'll refund you, blah, 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 blah. Then didn't refund us. And then after the concert was like, well, the concert's done now. Like, you did this too late. And it was like, no, you told us you were going to refund us. And then I never got my money back. I just gave up. So fuck Ticketmaster. We know Ponden bought that extra ticket as an accident to cover up. He's a scalper, but can't prove it. No. Bro's been scattered this week. How did I even do that? Bro's ranting about it being 60 quid and bought a random one. Well, that's the thing. I was like, wait, why have I got 3 service charges? And there's like, wait, £200? Fuck's sakes. Don't forget to subscribe to Ponden to go into the giveaway for this ticket. Yep. We're giving away 1 Baby Keem ticket, guys. 1 Baby Keem ticket. This is going to be so sick, though. This venue looks so good. For an artist like Keem, who's like a big artist and like a smallish venue like that, it's gonna be sick. It's a non-Grand Prix day as well. Hilmy, thank you for the follow. Bro needs to take up fiber and meditation. All right, anyways, the morning session the afternoon session has began. We're gonna start seeing some drivers out on track. Guys, I'm gonna quickly go to the toilet. I'll be back in a minute. And then we'll get on into the second part of today. BRB. Fuck's sakes, I can't believe it. Fucking Ticketmaster! I just can't be asked. Oh, TikTok. Need to verify I'm a real human. Yay! TikTok! My favorite platform. Heal me, name of the follow. That one zucchini was I dope. T-Max subbing. Yeah, T-Max should have subbed in for me. All right. Straight smooth brain the ticket instructions. Lucky this goat got me. Yeah, I literally said, yo, 12 UK time, 13 hours from now. Bro still got it wrong. But no, it's fine. I was worried though when I got there and I saw the priority queue thing. Yeah. Fabby got banned till Monday because he was playing LMU and couldn't verify on TikTok. Banned till Monday. Really? Got the ban for that long? Fucking we love TikTok. All right, what we got? We got. The gearbox and cooling due to the compact design are the main problems for Honda and Aston Martin. It said that Lawrence Stroll already reprimanded the team yesterday. What does that mean? Took away their fucking pay? What does that mean? I drew this in preparation for the season ahead. Building something big. Partnering with the Middle East's largest private real estate developer. Welcome, Mac official. Darmac official. Oh wow. On the other side of the polo. Interesting. So, if you've never been to Dubai before or the Middle East, basically every building in Dubai is owned by two companies. One of them is Darmac. The other one is, I can't remember what the other one is. But literally everywhere you go, it's just Darmac logo, this logo, Darmac logo, this logo. They own so much property in the Middle East. But yeah, fun little story actually. I was actually meant to be in Dubai today for this event, for this announcement. Basically, there's a sim rig at the Darmac event, like announcing this, and they needed someone to man the rig, and no one from the sim racing team was available to do it. So they asked if I want to fly out there and do it, but I said it just wasn't possible with me with testing and stuff like that. Unfortunately, I was looking at maybe doing a Thursday night flight, so I could have gone last night and then arrived this morning to do the event today. But yeah, it just didn't align with my content and stuff like that. And it literally would have been fly there, stand next to a rig all day, fly home. But yeah, it'd be cool to see if there's any like content coming out of this announcement. But yeah, when I heard that Darmac's becoming a sponsor of the team, I was wondering where it was going to be placed. So it's being placed on the other side of the polo. Okay. That doesn't sound worth it. Well, I mean, obviously it's you know, one of my things with the team. Like I have to do events. Oh well, not have to, but like, you know, do events like that for the team when they need sim racing wise. But I think there would have been some like pay on top. But yeah, in terms of like my content, I would have missed a whole day of testing, and then would have missed tomorrow's stream, and then would have had to, you know, put all that time and energy into traveling just to do one day. Like I would have loved to have done it. I absolutely love manning the rigs when I do them at events. Like I've done Goodwood with the team. I did a Zoom event, an event for Zoom, and I did an event for Rocked. And yeah, just to, you know, get paid to stand next to a rig and help people in and out. It's so fun actually, like just talking to people and people who like don't know anything about F1 or like F1 but have never done sim racing before. I really enjoy it. But yeah, this one just didn't work out, unfortunately, because it clashed with testing. But anyways, that aside, what are Darmac doing? Darmac team partner. Oracle Rebel Racing partners with Darmac Properties. Darmac Properties becomes Oracle Rebel Racing exclusive real estate development partner in a long-term deal. Oracle Rebel Racing today announced a long-term global partner, Darmac. Partnership brings together two ambitious organizations, the pinnacle of global performance and luxury. Lauren Becker, CEO, partnering with Darmac Properties is an exciting moment for Oracle Rebel Racing. Their ambition and commitment to excellence mirrors the values that drive our team. We believe that the partnership will open avenues for stronger global engagement and create meaningful impact for both organizations. I mean, yeah, Ema is the other company. Ema and Darmac is all you see on every building in Dubai. The Ema is the other one. Yep. It's everywhere, man. Burj Khalifa owned by one of them. Yeah, I think Burj Khalifa is owned by. Is Burj Khalifa owned by Ema or Darmac? I think it's Ema. Ema. You sick? I was sick, and now I've streamed 2 days in a row, so my voice is gone. So or is going. Numbers after the morning sessions on day 3. We'll look at that properly at the end of the day. I dropped Max a message yesterday. Oh, that's the form of the ECO. We saw that.
Morning.
I'm 11.
Okay. For those who are curious, Cadillac confirmed that Belgian broadcast experienced a cooling issue and therefore broke down on the track. Oh, so that photo of the Cadillac broken down was at the start of the day. I see. Gabrielle, they were the follow. Every 2026 F1 cars practice start. Ooh, this will be a good vid. Okay, wait. Why is it such low quality? Alright, let's see how these all sound. Hello? Hello? What has happened? Wait. Yo? Are we still live? What the fuck? TikTok just dropped for a second, but nothing else dropped. That is weird. Usually when TikTok drops, that's my signal to know that everything broke. Alright. Let's watch these again. We'll try this again. How is every car sounding in 2026? It sounds like a little bit of a lawnmower, but another Mercedes-powered car. Fry sounds so damp, doesn't it? I love the way it sneezes. Apparently the Audi's so loud. Apparently the Audi is so loud, and whenever someone walks past it, they take a double look. It does sound like a lawnmower though. What's up, Black Wall Dino?
I'm starting fresh with a new channel, and there's a lot more coming.
That wasn't every team.
Ever...
Where's Redborn V-Car, bro? Good vid though, good vid. Rear suspension comparison between the Aston Martin, very different. The Red Bull, the McLaren, and the Mercedes. Wow, yeah, they're all very different. Arvid, about the new regs. There's something new. It's very different to what we're used to. All of us are trying to... Us. We're used to. Buddy, it's your first year at F1, all right? You can't be saying we just yet. All of us are trying to figure out our own ways of how we can get the best out of the package. So we're all trying to be innovative and creative on that side. But obviously, when you were doing that, you look at the others and see what we can learn from them. Especially for us, we have the same power unit as Red Bull. So seeing what works for them is more than useful for us. Yeah, we just listened to it before, Avi. It sounds so bad. How Russell's race simulation is going. Sky Sports' Nigel Chew. I've been keeping a close eye on George Russell in the last hour, who has not exactly been setting impressive lap times on his race simulations. Full race simulation gives you the best indicator of the pecking order. Because you can make comparisons by eradicating any fuel differences. Since you need to start off with nearly a full tank of fuel to do 56 laps or more around the Bahrain International Circuit. Russell's first stint was on the softs, where he started in the 139s but dropped quite quickly into the 140s and even the 141s by the end of the 15-lap stint. He put it for a set of mediums and started in the 138s, but is now lapping in the 140s after he's not even into the double digits in terms of laps in this stint. Compare this to Charles Leclerc and Max Verstappen for the last 2 days, who were able to do stints of over a dozen laps consistently in the 137s, which dipped onto only into the low 138s in the case of Verstappen. Russell isn't producing great numbers here. The one significant caveat is Russell is doing this race simulation at the hottest time of the day, but that doesn't account for all of the time deficit. Here's compared to what Leclerc and Verstappen have done in his first test. Early sign of tire wear problems for Mercedes. Remember, they loved the cooler conditions with the previous generation of cars. That'd be interesting if they have that problem again. 69. Died 2014, born 2026. Best rivalries in F1. Yup. Too good, man. What is this? Alonso. I fear no man, but that thing, Honda engine, that scares me. Poor Alonso, man. Poor Alonso. Tikurila, they were the follow. Do you think the performance of the Mercedes has been authentic this time around testing due to the whole new fuel regulations? Not sure if you remember, but in Barca, shakedown teams were not forced to use the new synthetic fuels. I wonder if now the teams are testing the new fuels. Good point. It could be that, or it could be that they're sandbagging a little bit because it's, you know, judgment time on their engine. EST waking up. Anything interesting happened? No, not really anything interesting happened. We got a we got a good video of how bad the Aston Martin engine sounds. Bottas had a little breakdown this morning. Other than that, nothing too crazy. I'm good, Alan. Alan, how are you? Do I ask about to have the same packaging issue as the 2015 car? Yeah, it seems like it's a packaging issue, apparently. Just a theory I've been thinking of. Yeah, true. I was thinking about like how the fuels would play into this. Because you got to start testing the fuels now. You can't do it. The testing before the Grand Prix. That'd be ridiculous. Because when you put the fuel in, it sucks. But then again, you can obviously test the fuel with the engine. When it's stationary. Yeah, Lawson's popping off with the laps. I've got 2.5 hours until we get broadcast for the day. Is my dream for Ferrari will go in dustbin again. Ferrari looking decent. Definitely top 4. Definitely top 4. Way. Get back yesterday. Young right now. Young right now. Oh, you think Williams will top the mid teams this year? I think so. I think they're just going to have a little bit of a slow start because of missing Barcelona's shakedown. That's 24 hours running, essentially 6 Grand Prix they've missed. So yeah, it's going to take them a little bit of time to get up to speed. What do you think would be the best midfield car? I think it would be Haas or V Carb or Alpine to begin with, but then yeah, Williams will kind of take over them. So best do. Can I have a McLaren badge? You gotta get enough bits to get it. It's gonna be a long night for us Aussies. Lock in. All right, let's have a look at some of these other Bathurst liveries that VK's been chucking in there. We were having a look at these Bathurst liveries yesterday. World's loudest billboard. So NASCAR was doing something pretty cool. They broke the world record for the world's loudest billboard. So they put an engine in a billboard. Hell yeah. What are we watching along to? Is the transmission? No, we're just watching along to the timings. The broadcast would be the last hour of today. All right, some other deliveries we've got. That's kind of nice, kind of plain, but it's giving Lotus vibes. I like that. I like that. That is a bit fucky. New look inspired by a new movie, introducing our Disney and Pixar Hoppers delivery, celebrating the film's release in theaters March 6th. Like, how is that going to promote the movie, bro? Like, what? Who's going to see that and go, what? Oh, bro, I don't get marketing sometimes. That's kind of nice. I like that blue. The blue and the yellow is so clean. James Hinchcliffe is set to make his NASCAR debut as he drives for Spy Motorsports in the Truck Series on the St. Petersburg Street Circuit. Interesting. Things Alpine did in WEC Hypercar. Welcome to the world. Alpine A424 wins the 100th FIA WEC race, leaves 2026. Yeah, I don't know. I don't get Alpine, man, as a brand. How are they so poo? That is right now. James Racing, that's kind of dead. That black and yellow is nice. Hard to see the liveries. Oh, some of these are repeats we've already seen. I see. It's just like them on track. I see. I see. Oh, the Penrite is so nice, man. Damn, Bathurst is such a good track, man. Bathurst is such a good track. Wait. Oh, he did the press conference first? Wait, is this from yesterday or today?
That's the main thing. Max told us that, you know, it's like Formula E on steroids. What's your opinion?
No comment.
Thank you.
That's the main thing.
Oh,
Max.
Well, if this was today, then he's decided to not comment on it now. I transferred for you for I transferred you for keep. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I needed that after fucking buying an extra ticket on accident. Oh. That's right, I can't sit in my chair anymore. It's impossible. Yeah, I reacted to the new Drive to Survive trailer yesterday. That's up on Instagram and TikTok. Only the last hour, F1 never ceases to amaze me. Isn't Alpine partly owned by Renault, but they don't trust their engine in F1? Yeah. They've moved to Merc engines now. What's behind the scenes of the Cadillac review? Yeah, we'll shortly. When is it? Fuck, I forgot. August. No, is it August? September. September 18th. Baby Kim. This music is too chill. We're not here to chill. We're here to vibe. When's it start? It's already started, Hazy. The broadcast starts in 2 hours, though. Not sure about Mercedes, but I at least get the idea that McLaren aren't sandbagging. Yeah. I'd love to see Hockenheim, Malaysia, Turkey, Magny Cause, and Kailami on the calendar. Hockenheim, Malaysia, Turkey, I agree with. Kailami, I don't really care for, but as a country, I wouldn't mind going to South Africa. Magny Cause. I want France to be back on the calendar, but I'm not sure about Magny Cause as a track. Other tracks I'd like to see is India. I'd like to see Buddha Circuit. Other than that, you basically covered them all. Yeah, Magny Cause is really tight. Is Haas really doing better than the other teams, or are they sandbagging? They're looking good. Put it that way, they're looking good. Did Viking, Korea? Korea's a good shout. I'd like to watch, it'd be good to watch a video of Korea on stream right now, but I don't want to get banned. Yo, Tom's doing a classic car career. Wait, Brownie just uploaded a Formula E training video. We're gonna watch that at some point. It's Formula E qualifying on right now. Oh, you can't watch it live in this country. What was I gonna do? I was gonna do something. FE quality now, right? Brownie OP. We don't like the words rage baiting and sampling is just, it's just dumb. Like, just watch testing. If a team does well, acknowledge them. If a team does bad, acknowledge it. And then go into Australia with a rough idea and an open mind. If we sit here going, well, that Haas time doesn't matter because the other teams are sandbagging, or, actually, Aston Martin aren't doing that good because they're set, then what's the fucking point in watching testing? Everyone knows that it's not 100% accurate. Any F1 gamblers in chat? F1 gamblers? Like, well, like actual gambling? Did anything interesting happen today? No, we just gotta look at the, or listen into the Aston engine sound, which sounds horrible. And the kayak broke down at the start, that was it. What about Buddha? Yeah, I'd like to see Buddha. Buddha for sure. Buddha for sure. Buddha International Circuit should be added back. It's a great chat. Well, it looks like it's on its way back. A lot of talk about Buddha in the last few days. Oh my god, excuse me. Samming is just one of those buzzwords everyone's throwing around why everyone is trying to figure out their car can work in different conditions or not. Yeah. Play some Saint Motel. What's Saint Motel? Sorry, no, in total I've given 8,825 bits. You've been popping off with the bits lately, Mr. Hoppy. I appreciate it a lot. What badge would you want, by the way? If you could have any badge, what badge would you want? F1 team should put solar panel in place of engine covers so they can recharge the battery faster. I am a smart boy. If solar panels regenerated that fast, then you are smart, but I don't think they regenerate that fast. All right, let's have a look at this caddy video. Behind the scenes of their livery launch.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things. Not because they are easy, but because they are hard.
This is the biggest underdog story you could imagine.
And action!
This is the first livery for the Cadillac Formula One team. We wanted to bring it to the biggest stage. We're showing the livery in a way that's never been done before.
I wanted the film to feel quite future-facing, something that felt really quite iconic, timeless, but also like that this was a real moment, whilst also taking viewers on this journey of the blood, sweat, and tears that have gone into getting Cadillac to the starting line.
I'm not gonna lie, it was too artsy, it wasn't impactful enough.
Great visual effects always start with something in camera. We need to make sure that this film speaks to those F1 fans and gets everything accurate because it's such a detail-oriented sport.
Fuck?
For action. That challenge is one that we're willing to accept, one we are unwilling to postpone, and one we intend to win.
I'm not gonna lie, I thought this was all
The
CGI.
JFK sample really ties in, really plays well. It's so iconic. It's sort of steeped in history, and I think the whole tone of it is to try and lean into that and I'm gonna feel it as momentous of an occasion.
One of the details I'm most proud of is probably the asymmetry of the car.
The juxtaposition of the black and the white and the layers that fall within it through the details really are a representation of like the journey we've been on. The black really does bring the attitude. It really delivers an intensity. Now the white, it's the inspiration. It's our guiding light moving forward. It's everything we want to be. When you see that car head on, you see why we did it.
A lot of thought went into this livery to make it unique, to really show both sides of the coin of what Cadillac F1 is about. And the Super Bowl just starts to tell that story.
I hope people feel a real sense of excitement and anticipation for Cadillac joining F1. I want them to be like, bam, I'm gonna watch that one, see what happens, see how they do. And ultimately, I guess, give Americans a bit of a sense of pride that like they're now in the F1 scene.
Being the American Formula One team and then showing up on Super Bowl Sunday, it's an awesome way for Cadillac Formula One to get to represent our home country, but then also show them who we are, what we mean, and invite them to be along the ride with us.
2, 1. All liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Like, that was a cool video. But don't be wrong, it was very well put together advert. It was a very nice advert. It was very artsy. It was very cinematic. But as an ad, it needs to stand out. And it just, I don't know. I just don't feel like it really had any oomph behind it. It didn't get me hyped to support Cadillac. It didn't get me like, I don't know. I think a lot of the middle part of the, like this part definitely felt CGI to me. But yeah, it was good. It was good. It was just felt like it would just blend in with any other ad. It didn't like really stand out. Didn't get me hyped. Isaac Hadron just crashed in Barcelona. When I crashed, I thought about Pierre Gasly directly. So I went to Twitter and read everything. And I was like, I'm screwed for the whole season. Is that actually what he said? No way he said that. When I crashed, I thought about Pierre Gasly. So I went on Twitter and read everything. And I was like, I'm screwed for the whole season. Wait, screwed in the whole season for what? In terms of social media ridiculing him? Or screwed as in terms of the cars not suiting him? That's a crazy quote. What the fuck? Cat drivers are dumb on the road, not gonna lie. Yeah, I know you showed it earlier. You rats. What's your opinion about that? What Lando said? We spoke about it for like an hour and a half about that whole issue, but it's just Lando's opinion at the end of the day. I disagree with it, but it's Lando's opinion. Ponden will partner with Polymark in 2027. Predicting it now. Okay. Okay. Singapore won't happen, you reckon? Why? Fuji or Road America could also have good shouts. Yeah. Indianapolis, I like Indianapolis. One team should make their entire car chrome, no balls. I hate they scammed us with the chrome. Yeah, maybe we'll come back. But also, McLaren did that at F175. Remember, they had chrome on their front wing slightly, and then it just wasn't there. Empire Charisma, they with the follow. Isn't Haas the first American F1 team? Yeah. But they want to be a proper American F1 team because Haas doesn't do a good enough job. Did you get the Gasly edit? True, because Gasly test crash hindered their season. Oh. Wait, when did Gasly crash in test? I don't remember that. When I crashed, I thought about Pierre directly, so I went on Twitter and read everything, and I was like, I'm screwed for the whole season. Oh, Pierre Wash, not Pierre Gasly. Oh, yeah. That makes more sense. Still, weird quote, but he's talking about Pierre Wash, yeah. That makes more sense. Okay. Give me a reason to go off the deep end. Bro, I haven't been to the gym in 5 days. The longest. I haven't not gone for more than 3 days since I got into it. But yeah, I was sick Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Yeah. No. Yeah, sick Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. And then Wednesday I couldn't go because I had 10-hour stream into Red Bull stream. And then yesterday I could have gone, but I was like, no, I'm going to get this Drive to Survive video out. So I got that out. So I'm going to go today. Go off the deep end. Me a reason. Go off the deep end. GP2 engine needs oxygen. Engine needs air, not oxygen. Yui's arrow is so good, the engine forgot it needs oxygen to work. Apparently the reason why Alpine is leaving WEC is the EV market hasn't grown as much as they thought, and they want to focus on Formula 1 instead. Fair. So what's the rumor of Alonso having a hissy fit over the car being shit? Well, the car's 4 seconds slower and sounds like shit. So that's it. Ponden, can we get Potate Bot in this chat? Yeah, we might have to soon. 11 teams racing for a new era. That's cool. Yo, that livery is fire. That livery slaps. Okay, the Max fans need to calm down now. Why are you making Formula 1 and Formula E? See, none of these comments existed before Max said it. That would be cool if they made a special show car with all the liveries combined on them. Someone sent gifts on TikTok. Thank you for the rose. Thank you for the roses, guys. I appreciate it. Thank you, Kaden. Official, Takayuki, Just Love Cars, Ganga. Appreciate it, guys. Yeah, it's hard to keep up with TikTok gifts because they're literally like... TikTok's not my main priority stream that I look at. But also, a rose is only 1 cent. So if I just start thanking every 1 cent, I'm going to be sitting here the whole stream going, thank you for the rose, 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 thank you for the rose. Oh, wrong screen, yeah. But I do appreciate it, though. You read my 1 bits. Occasionally, but that's also Twitch chat, and I see it on my screen. We are the race. What is up? What is up, guys? GG's, GG. Poor Aston, man. Poor Aston. That Aston is in the mud. Was Russell's time done on hards? No, it was done on softs. He's just on the hard tire right now. He's doing a race run. How's Hadger looking right now? 4 seconds off max, but he needs to get some more time in. Liam up to 99 laps. That's what we'd love to see. Welcome to Aston. They're just shit. They're 4 seconds off the pace. Paces, they're the bit. Was Russell's time done on... wait, that. You thoughts on Max's comments? We literally spent an hour and a half at the start of today's stream talking about it. In short, Max's opinion is Max's opinion. It would have been nice if you waited until we saw some racing, because now everyone's agenda is just to hate on these regs now. Today's been way more chill day. Way chiller day today. I'm kind of glad I went live a little bit later. At least acceleration is good though. What were these regs of cars? I mean, yeah. NPC stream error. Where's Miles Morales guy gone? What's his name? You know the guy, the Spider-Man TikTok gift live guy who did cast in that stream? Where's that man? I haven't seen that man in forever. Top speed of the sesh was 316 kilometers per hour. Max has already left Bahrain. Oh yeah, true, he's not racing. Oh no, he was on track this morning. Wait, has he actually left? No way his private jet's been caught. Imagine they changed the electrical system before Melbourne. Yeah, they wouldn't do that. I feel Lewis also said the same thing as Max, that these cars are not F1 like. Yeah. Although I keep seeing people saying like Max says it and it's fine. Lewis says it and he gets called wash. But I think the difference was Max didn't say like, I can't drive these cars. I don't like it. Max kind of worded it in like a, this is not good for Formula One. It feels anti-racing. Kind of gave some reasons behind it. Whereas like Lewis, I do agree like Lewis got too much criticism for his comments. But like Lewis said, like, I'm struggling or I don't like it. And I think when, at the time, Lewis was the only driver kind of voicing this, you are naturally going to be like, okay, well, no one else is complaining, Lewis. Whereas Max has now said it, but also Max said it in like a, this is not good for the sport. This is like Formula E. I don't know, it's just kind of the way you word it, right? Why F1 merch costs so much? Like, it's cost 10,000 INR, which is very expensive in India, and it still looks gas station worker. Yeah, I mean, merch is getting more and more expensive, no matter what sport you're in. Remember when McLaren was quickest in Barcelona test for the new regs in 22, how it turned out to be lol, dead at last in first race? Yeah. Can you change the timings to the telemetry page and not see the top speeds and gears that the drivers are using? I got like a custom thing, so I can't change it. It's also complicated for the fans, yeah. Maybe voice concerns so FIA listens. Lewis been spending all his time goofing around with the Kardashians. Meanwhile, Max been locked and grinding in the sim. Look, what a driver does outside the sport shouldn't reflect them in the sport. Like, if Lewis has one night off a week and he spends it with the Kardashians versus Max having 3 days off a week and he's playing Call of Duty, why does it matter? You know what I mean? One driver's having 3 days off, one's having 1 day off. Who cares what they're doing on that day off? I do agree on the simulator stuff though. Lewis has always been very vocal about like, I don't do track walks. I don't really do much simulator time. And it's like, all right, we need to lock back in, Lewis. We need to lock back in. But yeah, criticizing drivers for what they do in their free time is weird. But I do find it funny though, because Lewis not criticized, but kind of made fun of other drivers, or like, maybe not made fun. What's the right word here? I don't know what word to use, but Lewis, in the last few years was making comments about like, I don't understand how these drivers have girlfriends, how they have time to have girlfriends. I don't have time to have a girlfriend. If I had a girlfriend, I wouldn't be able to put all my time into Formula One. Meanwhile, he's getting outperformed by drivers who have girlfriends. So clearly it's not a girlfriend thing. And then literally within months of him making that comment, he is now with Kim Kardashian in a relationship, it seems, publicly. Blah, blah, blah. And it's like, why say that then? I don't know. But yeah, I've always believed like it's not about what you're doing off track. It's about doing it outside of the sport. It's like the focus, you know what I mean? And I don't know. I do personally think Lewis, I found it funny when Lewis made that comment about the whole like, oh, I don't know how drivers have time to have girlfriends. Because again, what he said isn't inherently bad, but it is kind of being like, it's almost like popping a shot at the drivers being like, they're not fully focused on F1 like I am. But when I look at Lewis, I don't feel like he's fully focused on F1 because he does all these other initiatives and he has so much other marketing commitments, and he's got like the Met Gala, and he's got this, he's got that brand deal, and he's doing this thing, and it's like, I don't know. I don't think any driver is more or less focused on F1. They're just more or less focused in different ways. But I do want to see Lewis back in the sim, or hear that he's in the sim more. Lewis isn't respected enough. That's a sad fact. Every driver is a girl. Why would you not? How many hours do F1 drivers actually work per day? Well, that's the thing, you know, like you could sit, like, you know, George Russell gives me the type of vibe that he goes home and he watches the highlights on his laptop when he goes home because he wants to study everything before the race and get everything dialed in. Whereas Lewis and even Charles now give me the vibe of like, as soon as they leave the track, they're just like clocked off for the day. Nothing really notable happened today yet, Reaps. That's a very bad interpretation of what he said. What do you think he said then? I mean, Lewis has earned the right to do other stuff. Oh, absolutely. I'm not saying he can't. But when you're known to be the driver who's like putting the least amount of time into the sim, and then you're underperforming, I think it's like, okay, we need to lock in now. Can you change the timings? Yeah, I answered that before. I cannot show the timings. This is the telemetries. This is a custom timings. Howdy, what's up, Cassava, right? Anyone else following Formula E quali? I'm not watching it right now. I was hoping we could watch Formula E this weekend on the stream again like we did, but unfortunately we haven't got permission again. We will be watching the Evo Sessions race though. I don't think it was a jab at others. Maybe the woman he date takes up a lot of time and energy. Yeah, no, don't be wrong. I don't think Lewis was inherently trying to take a jab at other drivers. But I think sometimes you have to be careful with your comments of the way it can be interpreted. So, like, I don't think Lewis was trying to have a dig at other drivers. But when you say something like, oh, I don't know how drivers have time for their girlfriends, that can be interpreted, and to me the way it came across is like, look at me, I don't have a girlfriend, so I'm fully focused on F1, and you know what I mean, like so yeah, so I think you just have to be careful with stuff like that when you compare yourself to other drivers, other yeah. But it also doesn't make sense because like most of the grid have girlfriends and they find time and they're doing well. It's one of those things where if he was the best driver in the sport right now without a girlfriend, then it'd be fine because it's like, well, he's at the top and that's what makes the difference. But maybe some better lap times for Piastri now. Yeah, hopefully he's on the softs. Fresh lap on the softs as well. Fresh softs as well. Do you think YouTube will follow Twitch's footsteps and making rewinding a stream for members only? Maybe if they want more money, but I think YouTube's always been we're an ad-focused platform first. We're going to make the platform as best as possible.
Where are you watching now?
And we'll get money from ads because the more people who watch, and if that feature behind a paywall, less people will watch, and then less ads, and yeah, so I don't think so. Eric, thank you so much for the 18-month resub, dude. Really do appreciate it, man. Where are you watching now? We're not watching. There's no broadcast. We're going to wait another 2 hours for the broadcast to start. We're just chilling on the timings and chatting. I just don't get the impression Lewis is hungry for wins. I agree with you. Like again, it's all vibe. It's all vibe, right? Like, and there's nothing wrong with having that opinion. Like, some people look at Max Verstappen and see a aggressive, you know, driver who, like, just does anything to win and puts other people in danger.
Just realized that I was not subbed. LOL. Also, Buddha was born in Nepal, not India. Long live Dalai Lama.
Best dude, thank you so much for the 19-month resub with Prime. Really do appreciate you subbing for 19 months. Thank you, dude. Thank you. Appreciate you using that free Prime Gaming sub. Wait, Buddha was not... Oh, Buddha was born in Nepal, really? Damn, I would have thought India as well. Yeah, what was I saying? Oh, yeah, people have that perception of Max because that's the vibe he gives off. I get a different perception. Other people get this vibe of Lewis of... He's this cool, calm, suave dude, which he is. And like, he's like one with himself, and he's like, you know, he's committed to Formula One. Whereas I kind of see him as like, he's kind of gotten so big that he's trying to juggle so many things now that Formula One isn't the priority like it used to be. And I just don't think he's got that hunger there like he used to. And that's fine. Once you win 7 championships, you're not going to have the same hunger as a young fucking driver. Who do you think is more hungry to win? Lewis or Arvid? Oh, let's be real here. What I think is, as Lewis has over the years has evolved more into other stuff, he has started caring less. And I don't mean in a bad way. Yeah, no, 100%. No, 100%. Right? I mean, like, I can refer it to myself as a content creator, right? Where, like, when I wasn't streaming, when I first started streaming, all I wanted to do was to be a streamer. That's all that motivated me every single day was, I want to be a streamer. I want to get... Like, I want this to be my job, right? And then when, after COVID hit, I said to my parents, I like, give me 1 year, please, and let's see what can happen. And I was so hungry that year, streaming 24/7, boom, 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 boom. And then, you know, I streamed for many, many years. I'd be a streamer for many, many years. I joined a team like Red Bull. I, you know, see certain viewership. I see certain money, whatever. And then it gets to the point where, like, you're sitting here and, you know, I wake up in the morning and it's like, okay, do I feel like going live and doing open lobbies for 4 hours today? Like, I don't enjoy that. You know what I mean? Old me would be like, fuck yeah, like, I want to stream today. I want to do this because I want to do this. Whereas now I look at it and I'm like, do I enjoy it? What do I achieve from doing this? Do you know what I mean? And it's like your mindset just changes. And it doesn't mean I don't care about streaming at all. I still fucking love streaming. I'm still so passionate about what I do. But I just look at it differently because I've achieved what I wanted, which was to do content full time and blah, blah, blah. And I mean, if you relate that to, say, Lewis, for instance, right? Where all he ever wanted to was win a world championship. Every single morning he'd wake up, go to the gym, eat perfectly, no girls, no nothing, just boom, 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 F1. Once you win 4 championships, or now 7 championships, do you think he's waking up in the morning eating perfectly? I mean, he's vegan and he seems very good about his diet, so maybe. But do you think he's going in the simulator to be like, I want to win this world championship? No, like, he still cares about F1. He's still trying, but he's not giving that 110% like he used to because, well, like, at some point, you just get so... He's been in the sport for 20 years, man. He's been in the sport for 20 years. Like, at some point, you are going to burn yourself out. You know what I mean? And, yeah. Lewis is like F1 Academy advert. What? How's the Audi been since early morning? Well, they got 13 laps in, which isn't a lot. Oh, yeah, Merc, no laps since lunch, all right. We showed the last hour. I can't show it, but we're doing a watch along for it. Catch you later, best dude. Lawson spun. That ain't too bad. That ain't too bad. Just a little spin. Just a little spin. It seems as though some teams are trying a new strategy this morning with a new soft potato compound hash tire. It'll be interesting to see how they perform. Okay. Pierre Wache says Red Bull is the 4th fastest team. They're all just underplaying themselves. According to our analysis, Ferrari, Mercedes, and McLaren currently appear to be ahead of us, with us right behind them. Of course, we could be wrong as we don't know the fuel load or engine modes of the other teams. One team that deserves to be mentioned this preseason is Haas. It looks like once again Komatsu has the team in very good shape. Yeah, they look reliable. That Ferrari engine, they look good on aero-wise as well. Mercedes points to Red Bull as the best team, and Red Bull do the same with Mercedes. They're definitely the team to beat. Wait for Melbourne, and you'll suddenly see them have so much pace. I think Red Bull is the best team right now, right? I think Red Bull is the best team right now. But I think by Melbourne, Mercedes are going to be able to turn their engine up a lot more, because I do think they're underplaying themselves a little bit for this engine decision. He's always a mood. Yo, his hair kind of long, though. Even our Jesus himself is taking on the AMR 26. Adrian Newey, bro, on his hands and knees. Bro, I saw you weren't active on the furry femboy roleplay Discord server. Is everything okay? Oh yeah, man. I've just been too busy. First time without Yuki. Yeah. We'll see Max retire early after this contract is up because of the new regulations. I think it'll be before, but H Collins, see you with the follow. Luke Motorsport, what does that do? So are you the one who's on the account, huh? Yeah, Ponden, I get that vibe. Wait, sorry, I keep forgetting. I always focus so much on Twitch chat, I forget YouTube chat even exists sometimes. I'm glad you're still streaming and enjoying it, Ponden. Appreciate it, Mouse. Dad, I absolutely love streaming this year. By the way, what I said before, like, hopefully that didn't get interpreted as like, oh, you don't care, you don't try as much as you used to. No, I think it's just one of those things where when you're young, when you're hungry, you will put your 110% into anything you do. And like, it's not like Lewis Hamilton's lost his hunger. It's not like I've lost my hunger, but like it gets to a point where like you do look at things because you have that experience now where you can look at things and be like, I don't need to do that. I need to do that. For some reason, Lewis thinks he doesn't need to do simulator work. But like for me, I look at things and I'm like, okay, I don't have the hunger and the enjoyment to do open lobbies every single day. Would that probably help me in my channel? Probably. But I'd rather put that time and energy into other things because that will help me here. And like, it's just like balancing it, you know what I mean? Whereas when you're young, you just go 110% flat out and burn yourself out to get to the top. And like, obviously at some point, you either get to the top or you burn yourself out. But you can't go 110% all the time. Because at some point, you'll overflow. I'm not sure about that. Max only set the quickest time and highest speed on day one, but after that, we did not see anything that looks like the benchmark. Yeah, but it's like the way that they're deploying the energy seems to be the other teams can't like replicate that at the moment. Maybe. Oh yeah, I was wondering who was on the account. I assumed it might have been you. I was gonna ask Hannah. I asked Hannah to ask in the office. I don't know if she did. Rebels the new backmarkers. Believe me, guys. Hulk is the new GOAT. How old are you? I'm 24. Didn't Lewis post a picture in the simulator a week ago? I think he did, yeah. But Lewis has been very vocal about how he doesn't like the simulators in the past, and how he doesn't like the simulators in the past, and how he prefers to
Hey Ponden.
do it on track.
Loving the shows. Can't wait for OzGP, as I am going to 4 days pass in Osterstand as well. Just finished my shift for Virgin Australia. Amazing day at work.
Hell yeah. And thank you so much for the 100 bits. OzGP is going to be sick. Again, is your first time OzGP or not? Either way, Oscar Stan, that's going to be sick, especially for someone like you. And yeah, I hope you had a good day at work. Seeing all the planes flying in. But thank you so much for the 100 bits, and I really do appreciate it. But yeah, back to what you were saying, Fabio. Yeah, I mean, obviously Lewis still does sim work, but I think Lewis has been very vocal about how he doesn't, like, believe in it, I think is, don't quote me, but, like, I feel like I could be so careful talking about Lewis and Lando sometimes, because sometimes when I talk, I just go off with the vibe I get, and then people are like, no, but, like, I'm fairly sure Lewis is, like, being pretty vocal about how he just doesn't, care for the simulator as much as, say, like a driver like Max or the younger drivers, which is fair because he's an older dude, he's an experienced dude. He doesn't feel like he needs to put the simulator work in to learn the tracks as much anymore. He probably just does the work to kind of learn the car and help set up the car. But, like, again, you could be in the simulator 9 hours a day and you could get the max out of driving the car in the simulator. Yeah, like I asked Sebi, for instance, Sebastian Job, esports driver for Oracle Rebel Sim Racing. Like, I asked him, I was like, how much do you practice? Do you just practice all day? Oh no, it was Cooper. Sorry, I asked Cooper Webster. I was like, how much do you practice? And he was like, I have like a fine limit. Like, I practice for like 2 to 4 hours a day. If I do more than that, I feel like I get worse. I get too used to what I'm doing. I need to just stay in like my 2 to 4 hour range every single day, and you know, I combine that with fitness in real life, and it's really, really good for me. So saying, oh, Lewis only does 2 hours of sim work a day and Max does 8, it's like, well, it's all relative to the person. But again, like, the vibe I get from Lewis is like, I don't need to do that because I've been in the sport for 20 years. I don't need to do that because I've been in the sport for 20 years. And it's like, I don't know. Sometimes I'm like, maybe those little things will make the difference. I feel like he only does the amount of days in the sim that he's contractually obligated to do. Yeah. I mean, after 22-0 pod, I can understand it. I don't think any team likes simulator. Proof of it was Red Bull did by dismissing everything the sim drivers told them. Yeah, I mean, that whole problem where, like, the sim, I mean, Mercedes especially, the sim not correlating to the car in real life. Landers then don't realize they create more hate by constantly crying over dumb shit. Lewis and other older drivers are used to hours of track testing. They don't feel the feedback from the simulators. No hate to Lewis, but he is getting old and he is into a lot of things, and it'll be hard to focus on everything. Yeah, but I mean, like, not Max isn't old, but he doesn't, I would say Max doesn't care as much as the younger drivers as well. Max is just so passionate about racing. And Alonso, same thing. I mean, Alonso doesn't have much going off track as say like a Lewis or a Max, but he's old. And he probably does less things than the other young drivers. But I don't know. I guess my point is like, if you're doing well, you can, if you want to, I mean, depends on what type of person you are, you can lift off the gas a little bit and put your time elsewhere. But I don't know. Like, Lewis clearly isn't in a great spot the last few years, so it's not time to lift off the gas now. But who's to say he is lifting off the gas? He probably isn't. But I don't know. I haven't seen like a re-energized Lewis. Like, do you know what Lewis is giving me at the moment? Lewis, the last few years, is giving me like Daniel vibes. Like, it feels like he's giving his all emotionally and on the weekends, but like, it's just like hitting a brick wall. I'm Mercedes keeping Antonelli in again. Poor lad, only did 30 laps this week. Wait, yeah, Antonelli's really not had much time in these cars, has he? Good point. All his energy is sucked by Kim. Guys, who knows how long he's been with Kim? He's probably been with Kim for like 2 years and we haven't known. He needs to go on a ayahuasca retreat like Aaron Rodgers did. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What is this? Honored to be joining David Beckham and Ian Sabalenkas as a global ambassador of I Am 8 Health and shareholder of Nasdaq listed Prentix. Huh? I don't know what that is, but new sponsor. What is that? Nutrition redefined. Science you trust, results you feel. Be more, live more. Bro's put in his 250K paycheck into investing in this company.
When I went into a pharmacy or a supermarket, there were so many options that it was quite confusing. I just wanted something that gave me everything in just one product.
Our Daily Ultimate Essentials gives you dosages of ingredients that you would have to take 16 different supplements in order to obtain.
That's why we wanted to create IMA.
You know, nutraceuticals support the body, and this is really important nowadays because there's a lot of nutrient gaps in our nutrition. Multivitamins can improve many metrics of health.
I've always looked after myself. I've always tried to eat the right things, drink the right things, and I believe we've created something that is simple, but more importantly, if I can get away from taking 15 tablets a day and take 1 or 2 tablets a day or a powder that does exactly the same thing but even better on a higher level, then, you know, I prefer that. I felt...
I'm sold. I don't know. I don't know, because I'm getting into my health now, and I find it really hard to, like... okay, what's my body missing? What do I need? Like, oh, I need this. I gotta get this tablet. Oh, I need this. I need to buy this. I need to buy that. So I kind of like the idea of it, like it kind of something all mixed into a powder and then like you drink it compared to just taking a fuck ton of tablets. But I don't know. I feel like these companies always sometimes like sell you on the like, you need this when, you know, if you're fucking fat sitting on the couch eating chips, like I think you need more than just a fucking fucking vitamin drink. You know what I mean? So this is more for like high level people who are doing so much with their body already that they, you know, you need those extra things to kind of like help supplement you. But also like this doesn't replace eating. You're not meant to drink this and not eat. You're still meant to eat. It's just meant to, again, it's a supplement. I don't know, that seems cool, I guess. Congrats, Ollie, on the big signing. Oh fuck, I keep clicking the wrong thing. Where was I up to in chat? I don't know, I feel like you guys are extremely harsh on those. No champ has ever gotten this amount of criticism. Button, Raikkonen, and even Vettel. Maybe I'm biased and I just noticed a lot more. Yeah, I mean, look, don't get me wrong. I am obviously critical of Lewis, and I can see why people think I'm a hater if you just hear me out of context or you have an opinion of me, or think because I like Max means equals I hate Lewis. And I definitely think I'm critical on Lewis. Like, I don't deny that I'm critical on Lewis, but I'm also critical on Lando. I'm also critical on every driver on the grid. Like, I like to think I hate on everyone equally. Or hate's not the right word, but I like to think I like criticize everyone equally. In terms of Lewis getting the more criticism than any other driver, I I mean, I haven't been around for so long, but as far as I'm aware, Schumacher was getting booed when he was in the sport. When he was dominating the sport. Vettel was getting, when I first joined the sport, I was never a fan of Vettel, and I'm not gonna lie, I probably fell into the propaganda from everyone clowning on Vettel in 2018, 19, and 20 when he was just like throwing at Ferrari. And then Max was getting booed for like 3 seasons, and then obviously now he's quite loved because of what he did last year. And I think Lewis is just going through that phase of like a top tier talent who won for years. He's very respected by the people in the sport, but at the time, people just don't want to watch someone winning constantly. And now he's kind of in his, you know, struggling era, and naturally those haters come out of the woodwork and are louder. But, you know, like, I think it's just like, it blends into one. Like, you've got myself and pundits who are criticizing Lewis, as it's fair to do because he's underperforming. And then that gets tied in with the haters who are saying he doesn't deserve to be a 7-time champ. And it's like, well, I'm not sitting here saying I don't think he's good or he's not one of the greatest of all time in the sport like those guys. I just think he's underperforming. So yeah, it's tough. Like you said, you can definitely notice it more. Like me as a Liam fan, like I'm like, bro, why is everyone hating on Liam? Like, why go hate on these guys? But like, I just see it more because I am a Liam fan. Rich people shit is so off-putting. Gross. The classic ad music. Why is everyone hopping on roids? Okay. What in the Herbalife? Sugar Bear hair vibes. Bro, I promise you, use a VPN on Sky Sports and watch Sky Sports Italy right now. They show the track. I can't do that, Rick. It is copyrighted to fuck. Wow, multivitamin. What an innovation. Well, that's what I would never understand with companies like that. With companies like this. Is like, this is a cool product, don't get me wrong. But other than the fact that it's endorsed by David Beckham, how do you pronounce her name? Sablanka and Ollie Behrman. What does it do? You know what I mean? Like, what makes this so good? It's just another multivitamin at the end of the day, just backed by rich people. By influential by cool people. There's a load of shit. There's no regulation of supplements and they just chuck shit in buzzwords. Notice Beckham never drinks it, just puts a liquid in his mouth. Will all the hours of second week of testing be broadcasted? Yeah, all day. Beckham has the access to the best doctors, personal trainers in the world. I truly don't get why a single company can't make an actual good supplement. There's always something stupid. The issue is the issue is this absolutely already exists and it's just branding. Yeah, that's what I mean. So with these companies, it's always surprising. Like, what's different about you? In saying that, Kobe Bryant made vitamin water or backed vitamin water. Water's always existed. He just made it better. And he fucking sold that company for however many, or he brought that company up to however much it was worth. Was it body armor or was it vitamin water? One of the two. And sometimes it does just take like a powerful, influential person. No, smart water, fuck, whatever one it was. Kobe did something with some water company. And it's like 50 Cent did vitamin water. Okay, it was body armor then. Body armor. Yeah, body armor. Like, okay, it's just another hydration drink. You've got Powerade, you've got Gatorade, you've got literal water. And then Kobe put his brand behind body armor. Boom. Blew up. Sometimes it does just take a powerful person like that to get these companies off the ground. It's marketing at the end of the day, right? I'm not attacking you or anything, just talking Joe and I, fair. Well, no, I thought, well, when I see like you comment in chat or like on a YouTube, no, what was the video? You commented somewhere like, this year you'll work harder on not hating on Lewis. And I'm like, do you actually think I'm a Lewis hater? Vettel Spinala memes were peak. No, they were not peak. Vettel Spinala memes made me always quit the sport. They were that bad. People hated Lewis, but he was dominating, me included as a Vettel fan. But that's continued past the point. He's been dominant, which is the difference. I went for lunch, came back, and now he's still talking about Hamilton. Yeah, we've circled back. People obviously will expect a lot more from 7-time world champion than any other driver. Yeah. Some people say the most random shit and get counted, then they say they're rage baiting. True. They're acting like they created some potion of enhancement. Well, it is marketing, right, guys? It is marketing. It's how rich people transfer money from low and middle class. Don't get sucked in. Marketing beats content most of the time. What app or website do you use for the times? That's Multiviewer. Multiviewer. It's easy for celebrity-backed companies to go big in the US, I feel. Don't forget to use your My Only Driver mini helmet is Helmet's car. True! Yeah, guys, my only mini helmet is Lewis Hamilton, guys. Don't forget that. We know deep down Ponden isn't a hater, but which driver do you like the least or not have any interest in? The driver I like the least on the grid is Lance Stroll. I think he embodies everything I don't like in a person, and in a sports person, which is he doesn't show care for the sport that he competes in. He doesn't show care in the way he presents himself. His personality just comes across very boring and uninteresting to me. He doesn't come across to me as an underdog because obviously he was, you know, he obviously had his dad back him into the sport. Yeah, this is nothing about Stroll that I like. Do I think he's a bad person? No. Do I think he's a bad driver? I also don't think he's a terrible driver. I don't think he's Latifi. I don't think he's Mazepin status. He's just not good enough to be in the sport for as long as he has been. In terms of drivers I don't care about, Ocon. I've never really liked Ocon. I've never really rated him as a good driver. I think he's just kind of there, and I don't like drivers who are just there. I'd way rather a young driver have a chance in the sport than have a driver like Ocon on the grid. Ocon seems like a lovely guy, but his personality just doesn't, I don't know, like, Ocon doesn't come across to me as a driver that I want to support, that I, like, you know, feel like backing. Other than them two, there's no other drivers that I really just, like, don't have interest in. Someone like Colapinto right now is probably in that group just because he's been absolutely PR fucking muzzled by Alpine for some reason. He is underperforming, so I think he also doesn't have that confidence right now. But when he was at Williams, I thought he was kind of fun. I thought he was kind of funny. And I think he does have the talent there potentially. And who else on the grid? I think that's it, really. Just them three. Honestly, everyone else in the sport I really like, and I think have a spot in the sport, if that makes sense. Like I like when there's like a I don't know. I like when there's like a story behind that driver, and like, you know, every driver has like a story behind them. Whereas like Ocon, it's like, what's the story now? Like, you're getting beaten by a rookie. Like what's the story there? Like, you're never gonna be world champ. Like, I don't get it. Stroll's story is he's just there. Colapinto's story, I guess, is like doing it for the Argentinian fan base, but like, I don't know. Everyone else on the grid has like a reason to be there, I feel. Then you got drivers like Bottas who are like teetering on like, okay, they've had their time. But yeah. Piastri improving his times right now. All right, where was I back up to in chat? I think we forget the social media effect. We just hear more of the hate now. Yeah, I mean, it's the loud minority, right? I use this example a lot, but if, let's say you've got 100 people and 1% of those people are haters, that's one person. And if you're in a room of 100 people and there's one person killing the vibe, you know what it's like being in a room with someone who kills the vibe. That one person can really bring down the room. But if the 99 of you like are just good vibes, that one person just becomes irrelevant. But if you're in a room with 1,000 people and there's 100 people who are hating, that 100 becomes way more obvious. And then when you multiply that to the millions and millions and millions of F1 fans, you just get more fucking idiots. You just get more idiots. And not everyone's smart these days. There's a lot of stupid people out there. Do you need F1 TV to use multi-viewer? Yeah. I'm sure Lance cares. He just doesn't show it in interviews. I guess he doesn't like doing media much. But who does? Yeah. But that's where I'm like, you need to put that effort in. You know what I mean? Like, he needs to go rally. He would be good there. Lance is surprisingly one of the best drivers in the race. Well, Stroll wants to play tennis as much as I've heard, but wants to make his dad happy, so he races. Jay Gonza, thank you so much for the sub, dude. Appreciate you coming with the 10-month resub, man. Thank you for supporting for 10 months. Sorry, I missed it. Well, I didn't miss it. I was just chatting. But thank you, dude. Ocon came from square zero, so I like him. Yeah, no, Ocon's done so well for himself and him and his family. I feel like Ocon is warming up to the sport now in the past 2 to 3 years. Yeah, true. But he also did get beaten by Bamman last year. Colapinto also gets unnecessary hate due to vocal Argentinian fans. I mean, yeah, you can get hate depending on your fans. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I think a lot of us could agree as well. We like proving people wrong. So, like, what I mean by that is, like, if I open up Twitter and I see LH44 fan base being fucking stupid, deep down, you're like, oh, I hope Lewis does bad. You know what I mean? I hope they get proven wrong. You know what I mean? Or if Lando fans are being dumb, or Max fans are being dumb. Well, obviously, I don't feel that for Max fans because I'm a Max fan. But, like, deep down, when you do see people being stupid, you do naturally just want them to be proven wrong. Like if I'm being honest, like my I mean, this is just how I feel, but like if I go on a YouTube video and I make a prediction, hey, I think Leclerc is going to beat Lewis convincingly in the head-to-head, and I get comments, you're fucking stupid, you're a hater, you're racist, this. Naturally, I am going to spend most of the year going, not cheering on Lewis doing bad, but like openly being like, well, look, what did I say? What did I predict? You know what I mean? And I think it does come back to the fans sometimes. Like, if those fans are hating on you, well, in my case, the content creator, like, if I have to deal with Lewis's fans hating on me for having an opinion, and then my opinion ends up becoming right, naturally, like, I don't know, naturally, it does, you know what I mean? Like, it does kind of cause that, like, yeah. People just like to antagonize each other, you know what I mean? It's like, you go on Twitter, like, someone says something, and then something happens in the race, and they go back, it's like, look at this, and then arguments start. It's like, oh my God, grow up. Is there anyone who you think, wait, I read that. Oh, is there anyone who you think doesn't deserve to be in the sport, and anyone who you think absolutely deserves to be in F1, but isn't? Doesn't deserve anymore is probably Stroll. Like, he's had his time. And I'm not saying Ocon doesn't deserve to be in the sport, but I think he's had his time as well. And I think Bottas has had his time as well. I think probably them three are like, they've had their time. Who deserves to be in the sport, but isn't? Fornaroli absolutely dominated F2 and F3. Should be in F1. I think Portier should have had a shot. I think Portier should have had a spot. Does Colapinto deserve F1? Actually, yeah, Colapinto now as well. Colapinto had his year. He didn't really do well last year. See you later. And he crashed a lot. Dragovic. I wouldn't say Dragovic majorly deserves to be in the sport. I think Dragovic deserved to have any F2 driver deserved to have a shot in F1. But I mean, he did take like 3 seasons to win F2, so I don't think like he deserves it like the other guys. Yuki, there's an argument for Yuki because Yuki took 5 years. He took 2 years. He had a really terrible rookie year. Second year wasn't great. Took him 5 years to kind of get up to a level that was worth being in Formula 1 for, and then he got dropped. So it's kind of like, does he deserve to be in Formula 1 right now? Yes. But at the same time, like, does he really deserve to be there? I mean, it took him 5 years to get to Formula 1 level. Yeah. Does Lawson deserve to be in F1? I mean, obviously I'm biased, but I think he does. Like, obviously he proved in feeder series how great of a driver he is, like, talent-wise, winning on debut in every single feeder series he competed in, basically winning the DTM championship against all those amazing guys. You know, his rookie stint, his debut to replace Ricciardo was amazing. He was doing really well against Yuki in those 6 races that he did do. And then his stint at the end of the year against Yuki as well was decent. Did he deserve to get promoted to Red Bull that early? No, but I saw the vision in him getting promoted to Red Bull. We all know that those 2 races Liam got was not only unfair, but also, you know, it's not he did bad, because Yuki also did bad, Perez did bad, Gasly did bad, Albon did bad, so it's not a reflection of him. The only thing Liam didn't do well was those first 6, 7, 8 races after he went back to VCARB. He was getting dicked on by Hadja, who was a rookie. And I think that really ruined Liam's rep. Because I think if Liam went back to VCARB and did what he did in the second half of the season, Liam's rep would have been amazing. But I think that, like, those 6, 7, 8 races, he was already getting hate at Red Bull, and then he gets dropped to VCARB and he wasn't doing well. And then he did really well at the second half of the season, kind of showed that typical Liam race pace form, still lacked in the qualifying pace a little bit. So yeah, I do think he deserves to be in the sport, because to be honest, Liam should have been in the sport in 2023. He should have never have gotten undercut by Nick DeVries, and he should have never have gotten undercut by Daniel Ricciardo. Liam was next in line and he got undercut. He then had to wait all those years. He finally gets to the sport and then gets fast tracked to Red Bull, the second seat, the cursed seat. So it's going to be good to see Liam in his first full season at a team with testing and everything like that, against a young driver like Lindblad. If he gets matched by Lindblad, then yeah, you could maybe say like he doesn't deserve to be in the sport anymore. But like, he's never really had like he's been thrown in a car halfway through a season, thrown into the Red Bull, demoted down to VCARB, lost his confidence up against a driver who's doing very well. Like he just needs a normal season to see, like, is he truly F1 worthy? Because I think he's truly F1 worthy, but you know, is he going to be a world champ one day? I mean, you know, he doesn't give me the same vibes as, say, like a Kimi Antonelli or, you know, young Max Verstappen to Charles Leclerc, but I think he still deserves to be in the sport. Yeah, what was the other thing I was going to say about Liam? Oh, Liam's rep just got ruined, unfortunately, by his silly mistake of pulling the finger to Perez, but also replacing 2 of the most loved drivers on the grid. He replaced Daniel Ricciardo, one of the most loved drivers ever, and then Sergio Perez, a driver with so many fans. Naturally, dumb people are just going to, or naturally, you know, just like I was saying before about how, like, proving Lewis Hamilton fans wrong who come in my chat and talk shit. Naturally, even though you know Liam wasn't the reason why Daniel Ricciardo and Perez are out of the sport, deep down as a Daniel and Perez fan, you want Liam to do bad, because then you can be like, sucked in Red Bull, you did the wrong decision. So that's kind of where like the hate for Liam came from, really. And then yeah, pulling the finger at Perez, I mean, he's apologized for that. Like, he shouldn't have done that, and that caused him a lot of problems. But thank the VCARB admins for bringing his PR back with the TikToks and his love for Lightning McQueen. Is there wait, read that. For me, drivers I like: Hulkenberg, Leclerc, Piastri, Behrman, Bortoletta, and the ones I don't really like is Stroll, and the others I'm neutral. This is peak Lance Stroll. What is this? Wait, where is that? Oh my god, I'm that far. I was that far up in chat.
Emotions right now. Yeah. Emotions right now. Yeah. Okay. Sorry for the language there. What is not clicking for you behind the wheel at the moment?
I don't know.
Okay. And how does this change your mindset for the weekend? Is it now a test session? Are you going to go for it in the sprint?
keep driving.
Thank you.
That is not peak. That is not peak. That is low. That is lowest Stroll moments. Oh my god, bro. You missed Danny. Hulk is a consistent driver with tons of experience. Lawson got beaten by a rookie. Company is a good racer, but I won't say very good. You know my ex-wife. I do not know your ex-wife, Sam Corbin. I do not. Do you buy the idea that Stroll fans put that Stroll is being pressured by his dad? Do I buy the idea that Stroll fans put the Stroll as being pressured by his dad? Being pressured by his dad? I mean, what, to race in the sport? I mean, that's pretty scary, right? If you've got a dad who's pressuring you to race in the sport. As Young, Andre, thank you guys for the follows. I wonder if Bottas will keep doing the podcast as often now. The podcasts? Personally, I think Stroll gets too much hate. He's not that bad of a driver. Yeah, I mean, he's not terrible. Again, he's not a terrible driver. It's just his attitude. Don't forget people classify everything as hate speech nowadays. For anyone who doesn't want to pay for F1 TV, I'd recommend F1. Okay. Why is Max documentary not getting a lot of attention? Because it's only going to be on Viaplay and in Netherlands, as far as I'm aware. Same with the last one. I really want to watch it, but yeah. Finally, Kimmy is on track. Let's go. Kimmy getting some laps, and finally, he doesn't do media and puts effort because he knows he will stay in the sport as long as his dad is there. Yeah, exactly. It's the lack of attitude for me. This may be Twitter brain, but I pretty much only don't like some drivers due to their fans. Ocon just got done dirty by the sport and bad timing, I feel. He had Toto backing him during his time at Merck. It's hard not to associate. Like, the awful behavior of Max fans at some GPs over the years made me recall from Red Bull. Oh, yeah. Oh, like, casual F1 fans, like, when I say, okay, not even casual, F1 fans who are aware of Red Bull and Max do not like, I would say majority of people I've met, anytime I meet someone who, like, okay, there's diehard fans, right? There's like us who are the diehard fans. Then there's fans of the sport, right? Who, they tune in every week, they follow the sport, they follow F1 on socials, those guys. Then there's casual fans. Casual fans are people who I am a casual football fan, meaning like, I know football, I know Man United, I keep up to date slightly with what's happening, but I put it on when it's on, like I casually watch it, right? I'm talking about the people who are aware of Formula One and like don't watch it, but like, you know, they know Lewis Hamilton, they know Max, they know, you know, like I would say like I'm a casual fan. That's me with basketball. Like, I know LeBron, I know the Lakers, I know how basketball works. I know like the vague sphere of the NBA world, but I don't follow NBA. Those people for Formula One, every single one of them I've met hate Red Bull and Max. And I go, why? Oh, I hate Christian. Why? Oh, because he did that thing. What thing? Oh, he did that thing, didn't he? Yeah, what? I hate Max. Oh, why do you hate Max? Oh, because he tries to kill. Yeah, but okay, when? Oh, in 2021? Okay, have you watched since? Yeah, he just dominates the sport. It's boring. Why does he dominate sport? Oh, because he's got the fastest car. It's the same thing every single time. But when you meet people who actually watch the sport, it's, I have a lot of respect for Max, but I don't like him. It's very different. You know what I mean? It's very different. And yeah, so I think it is one of those things where like, you can just get like a distaste for someone from like one instance or one moment. I personally find, I mean, it's hard, right? But it's the UK, right? I find talking to any casual / below casual F1 viewer painful to watch from England because of like their love for Lewis and their hate for Max, where you can't even have a conversation with them about anything because it's just like, oh my god. I still remember Christmas time after Abu Dhabi 2021, having to endure those conversations. You think Lindblad earned his seat? Earned? It depends what your definition of earned is. I mean, he didn't really have a good F2 season, but his feeder series journey and F3 and his attitude and the way he presented himself definitely earned him a seat. Right place, right time. Put it that way. Right place, right time. Doesn't not deserve it, but he was at the right place, right time. I think it would be interesting to see Fornaroli because he did so good without being in any academy. Yeah. I think there were more deserving drivers than Lindblad, Bam, and Antonelli based on the F2 results, but they deserved their seat through networking and the team behind the scenes. Well, they earned it through their feeder series. I think a lot of teams are now looking at the feeder series results a lot more, which is good. Genuinely scared for Hadja. I think VCarb could separate itself from Red Bull and be completely independent from them. I mean, that happens if you have 0 preseason testing. I think Lawson needs to prove himself that he is good and that this is his chance. Oh, yeah, this is Liam Lewis. Liam Lewis, Ocon, Colapinto, and Bottas are the 4 drivers who have their back against the wall. We spoke about this already. I think it was day 1 of testing. Antonelli goes up to P3 on his 8th lap. Every other driver, I think, can have a poor season and they would still get re-signed or still be in the sport. Whereas Lewis, if he has a bad season, Ferrari will probably look at not re-signing him, and then he won't want to go to a backmarket team. Liam, if he gets beaten / matched by Lindblad, that will be his 4th season of F1. He'll probably get dropped. Colapinto, if he has a bad season, Alpine will probably look elsewhere. And Bottas, if he has a bad season, I mean, they've already got Perez, then they can just sign someone else. Whereas everyone else, like, if Russell has a bad season, what they're going to do? Is he just going to drop out of the sport? No. Like, no other driver, every other driver would have another chance. Maybe you could argue, like, Bortoletto, but, like, even then, I still think you would have another chance elsewhere. Oh, the seasons are so long now. Like, if Bortoletto just sucked for 24 races, would he get re-signed by a team? Probably not, you know what I mean? But it's just, in my brain, it's like unlikely that Bortoletto would suck. I'm optimistic for Hadja if he can do well in the car, given the new regs kind of reset the even field. Yeah, that's what I mean. He's coming at a good time. If there's a time for a second Red Bull seat driver to do well, it's now. Also, that's the other thing. If Max does decide to leave the sport or move to Mercedes, that's going to help Hadja and Liam's cases even more. What do you think of Joshua Dirksen? He's had some good results, but he's just like a okay F2 driver. Yeah, the watch on screen will be updated between 2 drivers. I just haven't had a chance yet. What are your thoughts on Fornaroli? I think he deserves a shot. I love Fornaroli. I love drivers who are underrated, and you know there was all this Behrman, Antonelli, even Lindblad, Paul Aaron. After Leclerc somehow. All this talk about all these drivers. Meanwhile, Fornaroli is fucking boom, boom, boom. And no one was talking about him. More people are talking about Dunn than Fornaroli. I feel like Liam has changed so much to 24, but in a good way. It's funny how F1 feels like the most diverse fan base across each driver and team more than NFL or soccer. What's up, Lando Norris? Apparently, ERS issue for Aston. The day is over. Aston's day is done. Oh my god. What do you think? That. What the fuck did I just read? Yo, Lars Minja, thank you so much for the gifted sub to Nixie and Snag Dog. 2 separate gift subs. Thank you, dude. Sorry, I was so locked in these chats. I'm enjoying just like reading chat and scrolling down as I go. I'm so far back up, but I like just reading through everything. Thank you so much for the 2 gifted sub, Lars Minja. Really do appreciate that. Stroll's not a bad driver, but how he drives, there are other drivers who could have done better. Yeah. You're in the UK and the US, they freaking love Max. The Rebel Drivers program didn't have proper drivers at the time Lindblad came up. I think it's more of a cultural thing because the casual fans in India love Max and Red Bull while hating Lewis. I can see Behrman getting the seat if the Hamilton leaves, such not getting re-signed. Do you truly believe Ferrari will sack him? Well, that's what I mean. It's gonna be interesting. If Ferrari, if Lewis continues like this, and Ferrari re-sign him, like why? Have you seen the Drive to Survive try? I did. I'm really looking forward to it. How can I join your Discord? Linked in chat. There you go. What would be your favorite driver lineup that you would love to see of any team? Like my favorite? My favorite driver lineup would be Max and Liam. Yo, Sam Corbin. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships on YouTube. I think you might be the first or second person to ever gift subs or gift memberships. I think second person to ever gift memberships on YouTube. Thank you, dude. I appreciate that. When did YouTube add gifted subs? Yeah, thank you so much for the 5 gifted members on YouTube, Sam Corbin. Really do appreciate that, dude. Who got one in chat? Johnny Drizzle, Kangmar, Yurik, Casey. Have you seen how much Lewis is on? 100% sackable performance. No hate to Lewis, but I think he needs to retire in a few years. But no hate. I respect him. We'll have to see how it goes, right? I mean, the thing is, Lewis could go to a back market team, but he wouldn't want to do that for his brand and image. Alonso's quote in 2026 year's cars. The driver's role is dying. YouTube said gifted memberships for years. Really? You already have 2 test sessions under your belt. What can you tell us about the new Formula One? Because yesterday we spoke with Max. Oh my god.
You have 2 test sessions under your belt now.
Hai già 2 sessioni di test all'attivo ora, quindi cosa puoi dirci di questa nuova Formula 1?
The fuck is happening? Well, it feels like a Formula 1 car. The Mercedes is a Formula 1 car. Shut up, TikTok, you stupid. I love you, TikTok. What? Select 2 objects that are the same. Well, it feels like a Formula 1 car. The Mercedes is a Formula 1 car. It's a nicer car to drive, in my opinion, because it's smaller and lighter. You see everyone sliding a bit more and struggling a bit more with the car, which is more fun. I'd never driven such a small car before, and I like that. The power unit is definitely very complicated, though, and for our engineers, it's really challenging to work with this power unit. For our driving style, it has to be a little different, but we're on the 4th day of the new regulation. That's going to run for 3 years, so I don't think it's worth talking about it so soon, in my view. Valid. See? He didn't say anything about Max. He just said his opinion. And that's it. I don't get this part, though. Well, it feels like a Formula 1 car. The Mercedes is a Formula 1 car. More of Alonso in these current cars. Last year, we were taking turn 12 in Bahrain at the limit. We were going through at full speed at 280. Today, we go through 50 kilometers an hour faster, but much slower because we need electricity for the straight. Today, in turn 12, you can drive the... you can drive the car yourself. The chef could do it. Fernando Alonso about the 2026 car. The driver's role is dying. Damn. So it's Max, Lewis, Alonso, and what seems like Lawson as well. I know I keep throwing Lawson in there, but like Lawson's like the only... I don't listen to obviously everyone's driver interviews. Versus Russell and Norris. And then everyone else is fence sitting at the moment. Well, again, Liam and Lewis didn't necessarily say they hate the cars. They just said it's a struggle at the moment. And they are worried about it from a fan perspective as well. Alonso is going all in. I mean, he knows that he banked on Aston Martin 2026. Brian, thank you so much for the what do you even call it? Sub membership? Yeah, the membership on YouTube. Thank you. Really do appreciate that. Look, gifted me one to myself. Wait, I was wondering if how that happened. That is kind of funny. But thank you, Sam Corbin. How's Fry doing today? They're doing good. They are in P2 with a really good time. Liam, there are 120 laps today. Wow, just one bad year and everyone wants to sack Lewis. It's not been one bad year, though. It's been since 2022 he's been underperforming. And it's not about sacking him because of his performances, necessarily. It's because is he worth 60 million euros a year? No. With the performance he's having right now. And then if they offer him what he's worth, then you don't want that. So it's just tough. It's a balance. It'll be interesting to see what Ferrari do at the end of this year. If Lewis's form does continue like this, it will be interesting to see what Ferrari do. Because I feel like Ferrari is probably one of the only teams that would be like, we'll keep you, Lewis, because you're Lewis Hamilton. How much does 100 bits cost? 100 bits is $1. Sub is $2.50. Yeah, that's in USD. Oh, I get $2.50 of that. Yeah, 22 and 23, he wasn't underperforming. It just wasn't the same Lewis we've seen his entire career. But last 2 years have been underperforming. Air's problems according to Soy Motor. Lance Stroll had to jump out of the car in the pit lane. It is reported that the car suffered an electrical issue. Testing is most likely prematurely finished for Aston Martin. Yikes. It's a bit strange to drive the 2026 car, but I find motivation in finding a solution to the problems I never saw in my career before. On track, I have to be honest, it's a little weird. Off track, it's super interesting. I feel like Leclerc's got this mindset, and this is a fine mindset to have. I mean, every mindset's fine to have. It's just your opinion. Leclerc's mindset is like, he loves Formula 1. He loves being in Formula 1. He loves the idea of Formula 1, the paddock, the sport, everything that comes with Formula 1. He's not a driver's driver like Max and Alonso and drivers like that. You know, like he's not a driver's driver. He just likes being in Formula 1. He likes Formula 1. I found it really surprising when Leclerc was like, I want to go to work. No, you don't. No, you don't. And like stuff like this makes me think that, because it's like he's happy to be in Formula 1. Like he's admitted the cars suck. Oh, well, the cars feel strange to drive. It is weird, but he likes learning something new. Like he kind of is like, all right, this is what Formula 1's going to be like. I'm willing to learn it. You know what I mean? Whereas Max and Alonso kind of have that mindset of like, well, this doesn't feel like I'm driving a car, so why would I want to drive it? Whereas a few drivers, like, it seems like Leclerc and Lando are like, this is the way Formula 1's going to be, so I'm going to learn it. Which is a fine, it was a great mindset to have. There's no wrong mindset. But I think if you end up having a grid of 20 Landos and Leclercs, you end up just having a worse sport because everyone's just not saying what the problems are because they'd rather just deal with the problems. You should make a podcast with all the other streamers on the Chris chart. Yeah, I feel like the F1 space is really lacking podcasts at the moment. No, but seriously though, I would love, part of me is like, I would love to have a podcast, but at the same time, a stream is basically a podcast. You go live, you yap, you say what you want. The only difference is I'm yapping to a screen / to you guys, not yapping with someone else. I feel like if I had a podcast, I would just be saying what I'm already saying, just in a more formatted conversational form. And I'm like, that doesn't achieve anything for me. I already feel like I say what I want to say on my stream. I don't need like a podcast to express that. I don't think a podcast. I don't think I would be able to bring a podcast, anything new or interesting to the podcast world, the F1 world. So there's literally no point. Crash Happy is a fun podcast. Yeah, that's good though. But that's the thing though. The people on Crash Happy, if I'm not mistaken, none of them stream or have podcasts already. Like they're 4 YouTubers who are like let's do a podcast again. That's fun because they are able to express their F1 opinions and stuff through a podcast. You know what I mean? Like, let's use Tomo for example, right? Tomo's videos are very analytical. Like, he talks about Formula One in depth. He also has his live streams where he live streams pre-race and post-race. And then he was doing, on top of that, the Last Lap podcast. And I mean, that ended up stopping. That was just poor timing. But like, I can imagine for him, he was probably repeating stuff so much. And like, you know, maybe from an outsider perspective, it's like, okay, I've already got Tomo's videos. Why do I want to then listen to him say the same stuff on another podcast? You know what I mean? Whereas like what he's doing now with the Red Bull podcast is so good because it's like he's taken his skills that he's got from podcasting, but it's like not just him talking. Yeah. There are a ton of F1 podcasts already. Yeah, there's too many. But then again, like if you enjoy doing it, you enjoy doing it. Hair products could sponsor you. I would love that. You'd be a great guest for Tomo or Matt and Tommy. I'd love that. I mean, I've been on Tomo's Big Fat Quiz before. But yeah, I'd be down. But I think as well, like the way I talk about things, like I obviously talk about things analytically, but like I'm really, I don't know. I think I struggle to have on-screen conversations with people. Like the way I speak is very casual. Like I just say like a lot, I a lot, but most importantly, like I don't know, the way I talk is very casual, and I just think in a podcast format or say hopping on Matt and Tommy's thing to be a guest or something like that, as much as I'd love to do it, like I'm just very conversational. And when I try to talk in like a proper format, I'm just not good at that. It's not what I do. Yeah. Quick question. Will next week's testing also be the last hour? No, it'll be all day unless they decide to change their mind again. Free Spotify is good for podcasts because I don't know that if you listen to albums with free Spotify, it gives you songs like the ones in the album to like. Wait, really? We already know all your takes on everything. Yeah. If you watch my stream, that is. But that's the thing, right? Like, my mindset is skewed, probably. But, like, some people will tune into my stream for, like, an hour every day or maybe even an hour a week. And you guys know me on a surface. Those people know me on a surface level. Well, actually, no, an hour a day is pretty good. Let's say the people who watch me an hour a week, like, you tune in, you have a little bit of entertainment from me. Cool, that's it. Right, you know some of my takes on certain things. The people who watch me maybe like an hour a day will know a lot of things about me. And then the people who watch every day will know like everything about me. And like as the streamer, think about this. I am like every day for however many. Let's say a Grand Prix weekend, right? Every single day. Whoa, Kimmy up to the top. Fastest time of the test, 13 laps. 33.9. Kimmy, they told you to slow down. They told you to not make the engine look good. Why are you doing this? That's really good lap for someone who's not really had much running in the car. Yeah, 33.9. I mean, it's 18 milliseconds better than Russell. The sandbags are off. The sandbags are off. But what I was saying was, like, I have to listen to myself speak essentially every day. So let's say 6 hours a day, 5 days a week, 4 days a week. I have to listen to myself speak. And like, I get sick of saying the same shit over and over again. And you can be like, oh, well, just don't repeat yourself then. But like, then those people who come into your stream occasionally then just don't hear things. And you do have to kind of repeat yourself. So then to hop on a podcast and just say the same shit, it just doesn't interest me. I already have a place to express myself, and that's streaming. Oscar, I need 100% grip to drive Astri 6/10 off when Norris was setting purples. I know who the best two drivers are. Okay. music's been so shit today. Louis V. Sandals. Okay. 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 Oh my god, the follow age, watch time, spam. Alright, I'm gonna go make myself some lunch, so while I go cook some food, feel free to spam chat with follow age and watch time, but when I'm back, stop, so I can actually read chat.
Good day, Ponden. I put Max to win the WDC and put Mercedes to win the WCC.
Fred again is fire. I was expecting to come back and hear some, what the fuck is this song? It is a bit goofy, but the guy in the background with that voice is so funny. Yeah, these tests are flying by. Banana Josh, thank you so much for the 16-month resub, dude. Really do appreciate you support it. G'day, Potter. I put Max to win the World Drivers' Championship, Mercedes to win World Constructors. That's a good guess. I'd say it's a good prediction. I'd say it's a good prediction. But thank you so much for the 16-month resub. What I miss? Is Antonelli gone faster? He is not. Yeah, no more follow age and watch time. I hope you got it all out of your systems. Why would I use a spoon for tuna and rice, bro? That's weird. Apologies for eating, but man's got to eat. All right, what video should we watch while I eat?
Not fun, not very.
Watch this, the race video. Oh my god.
F1 like and anti-racing. Max Verstappen's thrown a grenade on F1's new 2026 rules in the middle of testing. John Noble, you were there. Why does Max hate these cars?
It was a fascinating press conference today, just 24 hours after Mercedes boss Toto Wolff labelled Red Bull the benchmark. Basically said Max Verstappen looks, game on for the championship. The Red Bull energy deployment is great. So you thought, well, we'll go to a press conference and Max is surely going to say, actually, yeah, these rules are quite good, I'm quite enjoying it. Complete opposite. I've not witnessed someone be so critical of a regulation set like this in his position. As you said...
Okay, question actually, we haven't discussed this yet. What are the odds Max wins the championship and retires? And leaves us what? Nico Rosberg ends on the high because he hates them that much.
Anti-racing, not a lot of fun, to be honest, he said. It feels like FE on steroids. The racing's less pure. It's not F1. He says maybe it's just better to drive in Formula E. It's just not fun. So this was about energy deployment, basically. He doesn't like the fact...
Because Max says he doesn't care about accolades. He obviously wants a good car. But if he doesn't enjoy driving it, do you think he could just quit no matter what?
They're having to lift and coast. Doesn't like the fact they're having to manage energy. Doesn't feel like proper racing. He just wants to drive a normal racing car as traditionally he has done in Formula 1.
It's the closest we've come so far to the situation we had when the turbo hybrids first came in 2014, and Sebastian Vettel, the reigning world champion, dominant, very critical about different aspects of it, the competitiveness of the new formula, the noise of the new formula, and so on and so forth. Hasn't quite reached sort of widespread critical mass in the way that was, but it's a sort of move in that direction. We're going to come on to a bit more on that in a moment. But Max obviously tying this, interestingly, to his own future too. Now, this is a topic that won't really disappear, and he's mentioned a few times he's unhappy with various elements about Formula One, including the rules direction, and he was asked about that, wasn't he, in the media session, and made it pretty clear where he stands.
Yeah, we've had this message from a lot of drivers saying, I don't particularly like these 2026 regulations, but any driver that's winning is going to love them. Lance Stroll told us on Monday, if George Russell wins the Australian Grand Prix by 30 seconds, he's going to say these rules are great. So you would expect Max to say, yeah, actually, they're fine. But not at all. There's the lack of fun. And he said even to him...
I'm sorry, I disagree with that. Did we really think Max was going to say the cars were good if he was winning? Bro literally dominated the sport, 22 out of 23 wins, and said he doesn't like the cars.
A winning car's not enough. It's got to be fun. And he was asked a question about, well, what does this mean for your future? You've made clear you'll only continue to stay in Formula One if it is fun. And he said, well, it's obvious I'm considering other options outside of Formula One where I can have some fun, one of which could be the Nordschleife 24 hours, for example. So he's clearly unhappy with things. And it was quite interesting. He said, look, I understand my team's made a lot of effort. We've put a lot of work into Red Bull powertrains. I know I'm going to make some people unhappy making these criticisms, but he says he has the right to be critical if he's not happy, and he's not happy.
Well, let's get into a little bit more detail about that stuff that makes him unhappy, because you're right, it's all about the way that the engines work within this, and this has been a talking point for so long with these rules, the need to make the cars and the sporting regulations sort of twisted around these 50-50 or nearly 50-50 engines between internal combustion engine and electric power. So you've got this massive emphasis on recharging, whether that is the lift and coast, the weird downshifting, high revving, other tactics that teams and engine manufacturers have been working out. And drivers basically have to drive a certain way to do that. And basically, like, he has a pretty good chance of being fast in these rule sets because he's Max Verstappen, and also because it looks like Red Bull's done a good job, but he clearly doesn't like the way that the being fast is done in these cars. But how much of a point does he have? Are these rules terrible? Are they doomed from the outset?
I think there are two issues, or two kind of conflicting thoughts with these cars. On the one hand, there's a ton of power. We've got 1,000 horsepower, which is what F1 cars should be, and a lot of acceleration. We've seen the cars sliding a lot, coming out of corners, which is good. The problem is, and this has been an issue we've known for years, they're energy starved. There isn't enough energy to run that maximum power out of corners. And I think what's hit home, not only to Max, but a couple of other drivers, is just the tactics that are needed to be quick. So it's no longer a case, as it's been in Formula One for decades, that the driver that can effectively brake later into a corner, take that corner faster than another driver, get on the throttle earlier and come out quicker is the best. Now, you can be...
Kimi went faster? Damn. 3/10 quicker. Kimi is pushing now. He's doing some quality laps for sure. Let's hope he keeps us up when the broadcast starts. Big Sean, thank you for the follow. Some of you back me up.
Quicker by lifting off and lift and coasting for an extra 200 metres, which gives you more battery power. It's a completely different way of racing. And for drivers like Max, it's not fun.
The one thing that is probably worth stressing is that a track like this, there are massive opportunities to to charge the battery, so it doesn't surprise me that teams are trying to do that and exploit that as much as possible with the long straights and then the big braking zones. But also those long straights mean you are then deploying a lot more than you would on a conventional track, let's say, or certainly a track like Monaco. But the problem is that it's not the first driver to sort of rank a little bit from the kind of veneer of the excitement and new 2026 rules. Lewis Hamilton's talked about it as well, so it's interesting that some cracks are starting to show.
Yeah, we had the first hints of that last week. Obviously the Barcelona test was closed, everything was very controlled by Formula One, all the interviews effectively were done by Formula One people, the questions weren't very probing on the regulations, what was good, what was bad. But since then, we've spoken to some drivers. Esteban Ocon talks about following not being so easy. We got the first hints of this kind of lift and coast thing being a bit strange. And then you spoke to Lewis Hamilton yesterday. You were at his press conference. He was equally not so delighted, despite Barcelona having appeared to be quite positive.
Yeah, and he stands by that in terms of the cars being sort of more fun to drive. They move around a bit more. Max doesn't seem to like the fact that they're less grip, but a lot of other drivers are actually quite positive about that. They are smaller. Smaller always looks better and faster on track. So I think all of that stuff is valid. It's the engine side of things. Lewis stands by his comments that the cars are more fun, but he doesn't like the fact that he's saying they're doing like 600 metres of lift and coast around a qualifying lap. He said that that's not racing.
I'll be back in 1 sec, guys. If you're watching on TikTok right now, come join us on Twitch. Twitch.tv. Oh, fuck. Twitch.tv/Ponden. Be sure to follow if you... What the fuck? Be sure to follow if you haven't already. But I'm going to restart the stream, so we'll be back in a sec. Oi. Excuse me.
He said none of the fans will understand it because it's ridiculously complex and you need a degree to understand it all. We've obviously been digging into various details about that, including, for example, the race starts and all the stuff going on there. It is fair to say it's a very complicated rule set once you start digging into the details.
Yeah, we found out lots more about these regulations. And race starts, for example, used to be you just needed to balance the revs at the right point, put your clutch in, find the bite point, bang, go. Now, you need to spool the turbo up for 10 seconds so the turbo's running at the right speed. You need to balance that against battery demands, so the battery power will increase, but you can't hit peak power because that's detrimental to performance. You need to get the right revs as well then for the getaway, but you can't use your battery until you hit 50 kilometers an hour. It's now triggered a safety debate about these starts are maybe too difficult, maybe there's going to be too many slow starts, which opens the risk of crashes off the grid. So there's lots of complexity coming in, there's lots of debate happening, and I think the reason the cracks are appearing now is that drivers are starting to push the performance. They're realising where things are going. Barcelona was about mileage, about understanding, how's it going, pounding the laps. Now you're trying to find out where are these temps coming from. And even Max said, as you saw him yesterday, write that great piece about, dropping down into first gear, a different gear change, trying to find benefits. He's still finding performance, they're still seeking performance. But at the end of the day, I think that the unique thing with Max is he can be quick, he could potentially be winning races and gunning for the championship, but he's not going to be happy about the way it's being done.
It would be such a shame, having watched these cars a lot trackside so far this week, and they do look better, in my opinion. They do look better on track than their Grand Effect predecessors. And a few drivers have backed that up. It would be such a shame if that potential is lost because of everything else that sort of it's crammed around, or the way that the engines actually operate, the way they have to be operated, whatever sporting situation we end up with twisting the start procedure to make that work, it might just get a little bit over the top. But is this going to come to a head? Because we know that the management of the messaging around 2026 is something that F1's a bit sensitive towards. Max is the most outspoken we've heard so far. Might other drivers follow his lead? And is this all going to come to a head when we get to Australia and the cars are actually unleashed for real, such that unleashing the 2026 cars will be?
Potentially it could get worse in Melbourne. Melbourne's going to be one of the most difficult tracks for energy management. There's not many braking places, there's a lot of places you can deploy. So I think they're going to be even more energy starved than they are here when it comes to that lap. And it could well trigger. There's a lot of...
Where you're going to get 50%, this is like 50% braking, like you brake, but you're kind of like trying to carry speed. That's pretty heavy. Slow corner. Again, 50-50. Again, 50-50. You kind of brake, but you're kind of carrying the speed. Heavy braking. I'd say like a 70% braking. And then heavy. 50%. Yeah, it's wow. Australia's gonna be interesting, man.
Places you can deploy. So I think they're going to be even more energy starved than they are here when it comes to that lap. And it could well trigger that if the racing isn't very good, if we have a qualifying that's decided by who lifted and coasted for the longest distance.
That's what I was saying earlier today. Like, you could be the fastest driver on track and look at your lap time and be like, I hit every apex, I did everything right. I mean, this was obviously always the case in a non-spec series, but like, and then you just go, well, I just didn't have the car to do it. Except now it's going to be like, oh, well, I deployed my battery in the wrong area. It's just like, that's dumb.
Into turn one, is that Formula One? Are the fans going to like it? And if the drivers don't like it, they're going to be speaking out a lot.
Fuck, this is so exciting, man. Like, from 21 to 22 regs, it was, how are these cars going to race each other? Now it's, how are these cars going to race each other? How the battery is going to be deployed? Like, how's the smaller cars going to... There's so much to look at. Oh my God, Australia's going to be good. Australia's going to be good. Shout out the race for that video, by the way. I said he's not gone quicker, but still he is at the top, 33.6. The China straight going to be weird. Yeah, very long straight. For Mangua, Big Sean, thank you guys for the follows. By the way, if you're watching on YouTube today and you haven't already, come join us on Twitch. And if you're watching on Twitch and you haven't followed already, be sure to do so. We're at 43,800 followers. Can we hit 44K by the end of the day? No. Not looking forward to driving that in the F1 game. I don't know how EA are going to... Like, you're telling me EA are going to put all this new stuff into an old game. I'm not even lying, guys. I'm going to take a bet right now. I reckon EA are going to announce, hey guys, as we're fully focused on F1 27, we will not be adding any new features or systems into F1 25. We will be just adding the new liveries to the game. So you'll be driving F1 26 cars, F1 2025 F1 cars with 2026 liveries. Take it or leave it. Because they've told us already they are not going to put much development time into this year's game. They're not going to add new features or anything like that. How are they going to do that with these cars? That's basically what they do every year anyway. True. What's up, Laura? How's it going? I'll tell you about it between the Merc this year. Russell versus Kimmy. Russell, who's arguably one of the best, versus Kimmy, who Toto has branded as the max. Melbourne and Spa are among the worst cars in the aspect, I think. Just think about it now. Well, no, Spa has a lot of slow corners. You like that it sounds like it's going to be challenging for the you like that it sounds like it's going to be challenging for the drivers? Yeah, I also am looking forward to seeing how it plays out, but like, yeah, I don't know, man. Billion, trillion, quadrillion dollar company. They're going to have the cars per rule of the contract. That's what I mean. I don't get it. They should have made 25 a DLC. No, I know. They should have, like, let's think ahead here. They should have made 25 a DLC for 24, even though 24 was ass. And then we would have got a whole brand new game for 26. But I'll tell you, this was probably EA's logic. EA's logic was probably, oh, but if we can't put all our time into 26 because we haven't seen the 2026 regs yet, and it's going to take us to, so let's compromise 26 and then we can make 27 good. But then they didn't think about how you're going to fucking implement 2026 cars in the 2025 game. That makes no sense. But it does mean 27 should be banging. But this 26 crap is going to be so poo. Oh, got up to P8. The amount of lift and coast at Vegas would be crazy. Well, it's not lift and coast. The straight they're going to clip. But when are they going to clip? Because Vegas has a lot of braking in the sectors 1 and 2. F1 27 should be the next gen console, right? Fucking hope so. I must say though, normally I start to hear like murmurs about the new F1 games, but I've heard nothing this year. So I don't know if that's a good sign or a bad sign, but like, yeah. Like I obviously saw a bunch of the F1 content creators go to the Birmingham offices a couple weeks ago, a couple months ago. And usually like you just hear things trickle down the vine, you know what I mean? Like whether it's through Red Bull Sim Racing or through content creator friends or something, I hear like I've heard fucking nothing this year. And I don't know, maybe I've just been exiled. No, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe that's a good thing. Maybe that's a bad thing. Like that could be a good thing because it's something so big and it's good and they're keeping it like everyone's keeping it a secret because they don't want to spoil it. Or maybe it's just bad and it's like there's nothing to talk about. Message Yano. I'm gonna take a I'm gonna take a 99% guess that Yano probably knows things just because again he's so deep in the F1 game. He again hears things trickle down the vine. But I'm 99% sure Yano and all the other esports drivers cannot touch any early building the F1 game because it gives them an unfair advantage.
My concern isn't Monza or Vegas. My concern is Baku. 3 long straights in a row, braking zones not that heavy. Clipping and derating for day, I guarantee it.
Mr. Hobby, thank you for the 100 bits. See, Baku's one I'm not worrying about, actually, to be honest. I'm worrying about the clipping down the long straight, but the first straight, there's a heavy braking zone, so they're going to reharvest their energy back. At the end of the long, the starting straight, or the big straight in Baku, there's a heavy braking, so they'll harvest that back in those 2 corners before getting onto the next straight. I think Baku should be okay. Only stuff we know is that DLC comes out late April, early May. Do we know that? And it won't include Madring, basically. So Madring's going to be a post-update? Or we're not getting Madring until 27? Because if I'm Madring, I'm pissed. If I'm Madring, I'm selling to iRacing. We haven't even heard about the esports, so why would we hear about F1 26 DLT? True. Yeah, no comment. But let's hope we fucking get it soon. My concern is about overtaking around corner with this heavy downshifting and lifting coast where we'll get to see any overtakes in corners, yeah. From what I've heard, Madring isn't coming at all to the DLC. Hell yeah. That'd be so good. September, October update for the track, like in 21 could be likely. Yeah, I love those. Remember that? Remember that? I loved going live for Saudi and all those tracks that came out. It was so fun. You guys need to relax. All right, see, look, this is what I'm saying, right? When I say things on stream sometimes, because I've got insider info, you got to believe me. And Fabio's got insider info, and he's telling us to relax. So, I mean, he might be glazing. He might be glazing, but he's got the info. He's got the early access to the game, and he's saying for us to relax. So, he's giving me hope right now. He's giving me hope right now. I'm so glad we're not gonna be bombarded with all the F175 bullshit this year, and the F1 movie stuff. Karodi for Mangua. Thank you for the guys that follows. I'm a clan sandbagging. Why are they so far off? I think Piastri just sucks, to be honest. Do you know the location of esports on land already this year? Yeah. Well, Again, it's not confirmed, but... Thursday, I thought you... No, league up. I'm not even going to say if it's good or bad. Put it this way, right? I think I can say this. For the last 3 years since being with Red Bull Sim Racing, obviously you get to hear things a bit early when it comes to like the F1 game and F1 esports. The last 3 years has literally just been like, oh, by the way, F1 esports is starting in September. September comes around. Oh, by the way, F1 esports is starting in October. October comes around. F1 esports starting in November. F1 esports starting in December. F1 esports starting in January. F1 esports is starting in Feb. F1 esports is starting in March. Oh, here's the calendar. Oh, by the way, they removed this track off the calendar. Oh, this is the calendar now. Actually, we're not hosting the event in Sweden. We're hosting it in what was it that year? It was Jokonping, and then they changed it to fucking Stockholm. Like, literally got. I think it was 23. Everything got confirmed 2 weeks before it happened. I don't know how that's possible because that fucking studio in Stockholm was a banging setup. I don't know how they got that cooked up in 2 weeks. I guess they just took everything from Jokonping. I don't know. Has CP come out yet? Bro, needs to stop with the CP talk. Chrissa, Triumph, say yes to the follows. Yeah, for people who don't know what we're talking about right now, F1 game, the F1 26 will not exist. For the first time, they will be bringing the 2026 update to the F1 25 game. I wonder if they'll pull the Counter-Strike and rename the game to F1 26 on Steam. Or if it's just going to be called F1 25. That would just be fucking dumb. Even if this year's esports is public, we'll know about it 1 to 2 weeks before it starts. Oh yeah, maybe they'll do what they did last year and announce it the week of. That'd be pretty good. We got 23 minutes till the broadcast starts, guys. It'll be renamed. If they don't, they'll dump. EA did that with FIFA 15 Mobile. Great video idea. I bought the F1 25 game disc for F1 26 DLC. Is it paid? It'll be a paid DLC. But they said it'll be cheaper, right? What's my thoughts on F1 26 as DLC? I think EA needed to do this at some point. They've been making the same stale game with the same problems since F1 2018, basically. They needed to do this. I think the thing that just frustrates me is you've got a billion-dollar company. Multi-billion-dollar company that just got bought out by Saudi Arabia, by the way. And you're telling me you need to have a year off developing the game to develop the game better? Why not hire more people? You've got a billion-dollar company. Like, I'm 99% sure F1 pay EA to make the game, right? Or did EA pay? No, EA pay for the license. I actually don't even know anymore. No, EA pay for the license, don't they? Either way, you're not gonna lose money. Surely you aren't gonna lose money. Like, you're EA. Like, I don't know. Maybe they do lose money. I don't know. All this Red Bull hype just for Merc to go 1-2. They were sandbagging. They aren't rewriting the engine every year. It should only be DLC every year until the new engine, you reckon? Have you not seen how many of these game devs are being laid off after work on a game? What would be the point? Yeah. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know the gaming industry that well, but maybe companies need to look at doing more freelance dev work where, like, you know, you hire someone for just a year to work on that game and then lay them off. Like, not laying them off, but like, you know what I mean? Like, rather than sitting at work on the same game, like, it's so hard though because you got to learn all the processes and shit. Yeah, like contract work. Like, I don't know. I know it's not an easy fix at all, but like in my mind, it's like you keep the core Codemasters dev team working on F1, but then you just hire a bunch of contractors who work on making, like, they could have just hired a bunch of contractors, work on making F126 a releasable shitty game, like basically like the last 5 years. And then you put all your best devs and more devs on work on F127, new engine, bang it out, boom, boom, boom. That way you still get F126 and you get F127. But no, like, $1 billion company is taking a year off? FIFA is coming out with a game this summer, is what they said. I mean, FIFA will come out every... FC, sorry, will come out every single year until we hit the grave. The problem is, F1 game would also come out every year if they figured out a way they could monetize it. Wait, you're saying FIFA won't come out during the World Cup? That would be the best time to release FIFA. Would it not? Guys, how do you get protein powder to mix in with your fucking milk and water? My shit just is all clumpy. Actually, that sorted it out. That question was directed towards Fabio, by the way. I don't want any of you weaklings answering my question. I want the guy with the biggest muscles in the world to answer me. Shaking that like juice in day one. You remember to shut the lid this time, though. Yeah, one of those thingies that the milk frothy. Would that work? Pretty sure they make more money with FC and Battlefield. Well, FC, yeah, because of in-game FIFA points. Battlefield, yeah, because it's a bi-yearly release or few yearly release and everyone buys it, whereas some people skip F1 games. Dry scoop it. Oh my god, I can never do that. Hello? Oh my god, my fucking prompter just turned off. I thought I died. Ponden rates viewer gym routines. Can I rate? Okay, that sounds fucked. I was gonna jokingly say, like, I'll rate everyone's muscles. All right, guys, we got 17 mins until the broadcast session. I'm gonna quickly go toilet. I'll be back. BRB. Press it on you. Why is there a big Vodafone? But no, wait, that's a emphatic emote. Oh, is that because his internet keeps dying? That's funny. I cannot believe that the same company that does EAFC career modes do the F1 game career modes. There's no way. CS7 boys underwear competition. Wait, that might be the best tweet of all time. Ronaldo saying, "Tweet me a photo of you wearing my underwear." That's a banger, to be fair. That is a banger strat. I imagine February's nightmares is just giant Vodafone humanoid figure with arms like chasing it through the forest. All right, we got 13 minutes to the broadcast. Let's have a scroll through Discord. Say, baby, baby. Charles Leclerc on the current pecking order. Red Bull looks good, but Mercedes is right there too. They're still holding back quite a bit. F1 teams when they're asked to name the fastest team. Okay. George Russell has just been in the TV pen. There'll be a few new bits on the car next week, but nothing major. Lance Bretto, I'm told Ferrari ran new parts on the car earlier this week as part of their planned upgrade program to build on their launch spec car that broke cover in Barcelona. They're aiming to bring more new parts next week too for the second and final preseason test. Shaw's in the Aston Martin hospitality right now. He's only completed 8 laps in the afternoon session. This car is fucking ass! '26 grid helmet off. Who wins? Lando wins. This is dead mid versus mid right now. Lewis wins. Max wins. Charles wins. Ooh, this is GOAT versus GOAT. Sainz wins. Perez wins. Colapinto wins. Hulkenberg wins. Honestly, I think Ocon wins. Alonso wins. Liam wins. Low-key, no one's helmet has blown me away this year. Like normal. Maybe drivers are saving their helmets for the first race. But like, low-key, I think Liam's got the best helmet of the season right now. No bias. Revelation. Top helmets this year. Lando, Liam. Alonso's new helmet looks really good. Max. Sainz, Albon. That's it. Bro said no bias. Because there isn't bias. I'm just factually... If you told me that was Lewis's helmet, that's still S tier. The pink with the pattern, with the silver fern on top, it's beautiful. And the Red Bull logo, ooh. Lewis's is so dead. Lewis's is so, I don't know how Lewis keeps getting glazed for his helmet. It's literally a yellow nothing. It's yellow. Yeah, actually, Hulk's is cool. Yeah, Hulk's is cool. Lewis Hamilton will win this year. Fernando updated his profile picture. A smile might be good. Nothing to smile about in my life. Someone putting this tiny Leo toy in the Ferrari hospitality. That is so cute. Would you be disappointed if some engine-related rules changed before Melbourne? I'd be pretty happy if they reduced Red Bull's power, honestly. It would make me smile. But all these rumors about the power unit, I repeat, are just noise coming from the media and from people talking in the media. Wait, I didn't listen to this. Or is this Sky Italy?
I'll be disappointed.
Fuck off with this triple language like overlay. It's impossible to know if there's a power advantage or how much of a power advantage there is. The truth is that right now, we're not the team to beat. And we're not the power unit to beat. It's Red Bull. Oh my God. Max Verstappen's 1v6 clutch. No way. Max Verstappen 1v6 clutch in Black Ops 7. He started playing yesterday.
6.
He's geeked out. He's geeked out. Number 1 Bahrain COD player right here.
One more.
Oh my God.
I showed that to Max last night, and he hit the hoop first time.
Oh my God.
1v3. Sorry, 3.
Run away from me.
Run.
Oh my God.
Run as fast as you can.
Oh, in the water.
Catch me, because I'm a gingerbread
Oh
man.
my God.
45 seconds.
You gotta go get the bomb.
Be careful.
Where's it? Fuck, I'm far, right?
It's far. Yeah, it's far. You gotta go fast. Oh.
What the hell? Single fire? Oh no!
Why is it a single fire? No!
Almost.
Why is it a single fire, for fuck's sake? Oh my God! Oh! I would have had him!
You actually would have.
My God.
That would have been
Oh
a
my
1-1.
God, mate.
You almost had him on single fire.
Mate, that is the shittest thing I've ever added to this game.
Mate, this is unbelievable. What is this for shit show, man?
And that was on 100 ping in Bahrain, by the way. On 100 ping in Bahrain. Crazy, man. He's just geeked out like that. You think Lewis's helmet looks amazing? See, that's crazy to me. Everyone has different tastes, right? But I'm just like, all I see is just a plain yellow helmet. But I think it's more as well just because I love Lewis's all his other helmets. And then this one and last year's one I just don't like at all. I've never really liked Lewis's white helmets. Sometimes it's scary how little he blinks while playing. Well, have you seen Max blink over a course of an F1 lap? He blinks like 3 times a lap. More pissed on COD than he is about the championship. Imagine getting killed by Max in COD. What's his name in game? It's not Jos Verstappen, is it? Well, that's his iRacing name. What's his name in game? He's got a funky name in game. I literally joined that Team Redline versus match. Everyone didn't have their proper name. I think Borderletter was called B-Boy. Yano was called fucking Bobber. Crane was called Rusty Hook. What the fuck is happening? I was the only one with my actual name in the game. His name is Fred, so is it actually? Have you seen Joe's helmet? Yeah, I like it. I like it. It won't be seen, right? It won't be seen, though. Keep out till it's the new fastest lap time. Fernando Alonso in 2023, McLaren was getting lapped in Bahrain, but then they won races. F1 is a complex sport. Sometimes a single setup change can make you 8/10 faster or slower. It's not about finding 0.2 seconds. When we get everything optimized, we can find seconds. I hope we see a clear picture next week. We're realistic. We won't be the fastest Melbourne. We started from behind and slow, but it's hard to gauge. Well, it's good that he's staying positive. It's good that he's staying positive. Cypher's at the track as well. Damn. I'll give Liam some kiwi juice. Yeah, go for it. Go for it. Only 5 more minutes till the broadcast starts, guys. That's way better than the livery. What the fuck? Shell said that he's expecting chaos during the first races. I expect more chaos. As I said, overtake will be a big challenge. There's still many question marks. Nothing can simulate the unpredictable situation you're in at the start of a race you can't control. I asked Gemini to improve the McLaren livery. That's way better. What the fuck? George Russell agrees with Lando. As with anything in life, you can't tick every single box, and there's more at stake. When there's when these regulations come into play, there was obviously a huge push on EVs from the EU, and that was a big part of why the likes of Audi come in. So that's got to be a consideration, and I think nobody can argue that Formula 1 is in an amazing place currently. Of course, we want the best cars, the fastest cars, the best racing, but I don't know how you please everybody. As Lando said, we're privileged to be in that position. And in all honesty, I was liking this so much until that line. In all honesty, I just want to win. I guess for a driver who's won a bit recently, you do want to have the best car and the most fun cars to drive. So yeah, Verstappen is welcome to go to Nordschleife, I guess. He was doing so well until that, about like the whole privileged position. Like, just because you're in a privileged position doesn't mean you can't say you don't like these cars. Like, what? But everything else he said is right. Like, it's hard to juggle that balance, and where you're going to put the balance, right? But to say Max is only saying that because he's won a lot, like, Max has been saying he's not happy with the sport for the most part for years, even before he won his first championship. Yeah. Anyways. Look at that. Look how banging that is. It's a bit plain up here, though. He's missing a sponsor. Fred, about no team mentioning Ferrari being the fastest. What is mega good is that nobody is speaking about us. Last, I like this situation. We can be focused on ourselves. No, it's because no one believes in you, bro. It's because no one believes in you. Question, what do you think of the new regs? GP2, FE on steroids, driver role dying, loads of money. Why does he kind of look like Liam there? All right, F1 TV, F1 broadcast is about to start. If you don't know, the last hour of every day is being broadcasted. So let's get into watching it. Let's pause the music. Now, I cannot show the broadcast live as it is obviously copyrighted. So find a place where you can watch it to sync on up with us and having a good time. And watching the session together. And if you're leaving because you prefer to listen to the professional team app instead of me, thank you guys all for joining today. I really do appreciate it. That is it for this week of testing. We'll be doing it all again next week of testing, though, where we'll be mixing in more watch along, where we watch the footage in with talking about all the news and stuff. I don't know, like, these streams have not felt like 8-hour, 9-hour streams. I don't know how. It's just been so much Today's been a lot of like repeat talk and stuff like that, especially about the fucking Max quote and the Lando quote and but for the most part it's been really, really good. We can hear the car noise. Yeah, it's just like fake noise they do when the broadcast is starting. Like this is what I'm looking at right now. Watching the car right now, going to the Toronto Auto Show. Enjoy, dude. Enjoy. You're gonna broadcast the testing for us. I cannot show the broadcast. It is copyrighted. This should be Liam's main helmet in terms of color scheme, at least. Woo! That would be a vibe. Is that his? Actually, that might be better than his base helmet because the Red Bull logo blends in with the rest of the design. That's so clean. That was his helmet from Miami, right? Can you describe bits when something important is happening? Yeah, I can do. You see Arvid Lindblad creates vlogs. Yeah, he's following the footsteps of Lando. We need to watch that vlog at some point. I saw the one where he's making food with his grandma. Oh! Woo! We're live.
Hello, everyone, and welcome
Hi, Alex
back
Jakes.
to Formula One in 2026.
All right, audio muted. Sorry, guys. I think Max's helmet would be even more kind of the base design was one of the orange ones. Yeah. All right, we're live. The final hour we get to see of this week of testing. We've got McLaren on track. We've got Haas. Ooh, we're seeing Ford. And someone's coming in the pits. These cars just look so much quicker in a straight line. And they definitely look smaller, which is great. Oh, highlights from today. So Bottas broke down very earlier on. You got banned for ranking into his chat. Should I ban you as well? And then Albon had a problem in the pit lane. All right, time is up. Sync, 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 sync. Listen to how ass that engine is. What, you permanently banned him? What do you do? Oh, he was the guy that dropped that yesterday in chat. Yeah, I gave him a timeout. Hey, maybe he learned his lesson, all right? He didn't do anything wrong today, but he's on his final warning. Oh, that car just has no turn. Williams going off track there. That Aston sounds like it's struggling for air. That Aston sounds like it's struggling to fucking to live. Who's on track right now? Hadja on track. Damn, these cars can like a lot better. I actually love how much smaller these cars are. I want to know so much more about the dirty. Is it hard or is it less effective? Yeah. God, the Rebel just looks so good. No lap from Norris. No, Piastri's driving all day today. The Red Bull is just perfect. The Rebel, Haas, and Aston are going to be top 3 best looking cars. I think top 3, we're going to do our livery rankings tomorrow, guys. But I think top 3 is Red Bull, Aston, and Alpine for me. Do you say Alpine? Yeah, the Alpine looks so good on track. Isaac, more like Elsac. Do you see Alonso's statement about the new regs? I did. We were just talking about that before. Socky, by the way, welcome to the stream, dude. Oh, fuck. At the moment, I think pecking order is Merc, McLaren, Red Bull, Ferrari, Haas, Alpine, car, Williams, Audi, Cadillac, Aston. Yeah, I agree. I think I agree with all of that. I would probably still put Aston above Cadillac, surprisingly. It's hard to tell just because Aston's engine looks terrible, but Cadillac are just so far off on pace. Hacker, Crateness, Pixel Perfect. There you guys are the follows. I feel like Aston could genuinely be lapped by the entire grid in Bahrain, potentially. So could Cadillac. I don't know. Cadillac just haven't been put up like good times at all. I get one more. You get one chance. You've already had. Well, you had your chance yesterday, Joshua. Also, I wouldn't be dropping bad words in Twitch chat and then coming over YouTube chat with your real name. But behave. Smaller cars are always better, though, for sure. I mean, looks-wise, driving-wise, it just feels a lot better. Is Antonelli doing race pace now? Ooh, overtake. Is Antonelli doing race pace now? These cars just look so much more stable than those fucking fat boats. I'm surprised that people are roasting these cars mid-corner because they don't look slow to me mid-corner. The 2022 cars look slow. These cars don't look slow. To be fair, I haven't watched an onboard yet. A full onboard yet. Here we go. Watch this overtake from the McLaren. No, it's following. Boom. I mean, obviously, this is just testing, but we want to see overtakes like that. And Franco, huge lock up into turn 1. Just joined the chat. Who looks best on track today? Mercedes. They've set the fastest lap time the entire test, 36.6. And Antonelli's doing some race runs now, it seems. Alright, problems they have to take quarters like turn 12 really slow to save battery for the straight. Haas seems there again, so Def seem see them being such fighting more for better for the mid-pack. Imagine 2022 Spain type DRS glitch. Well, where it gets stuck open. Or stuck, not opening. That Audi red looks so similar to Ferrari on the leaderboard. Yeah, they need to fucking fix that. It's pissing me off. Oh, it's that time of the day when my eyes just start dying. I'm still in my chair watching stream from last night. Can I please leave to go to the bathroom this time? Yes, you can. You can go wee now, but only wee, no poo. Ponden kind of strict. Yeah, viewers can only go toilet once per stream. What do cars look like Formula 2 cars? I don't know what it is. I guess it is just they're slightly smaller, right? But this is what I find so far. I'm not saying you specifically, but I'm seeing a lot of people referring to these cars as F2 cars, and it's like, isn't that what we wanted? Like, we wanted smaller cars. Now they're smaller, and everyone's like, F2! We want better racing, which in turn, we had to make the cars a little bit slower, and now everyone's like, F2! It's like, what the fuck do you want? Ponden, do you like these new graphics or older graphics last year for timing screen? These are the same as last year, right? Basically the same. I like these years a lot better than 22, 23, 24 sucked. 25, 26 good. 2021, 2020 were the best. Nothing will beat them. They were so simple, but these look cooler. But 2021, I think, were more functional and easier to look at. Who do you think has the upper edge this session? Well, I mean, McLaren's at the top, so it's going to be McLaren, right? Any McLaren fans in chat? I think there's a lot. I think probably my channel lacks McLaren fans more than others just because I'm a Red Bull fan and people think Red Bull equals Max, and obviously I'm quite critical Lando, which the McLaren fans don't like. But there's still a lot of McLaren fans in the stream. Oh, I need to do an updated spreadsheet. I need to do an updated Google form where I want to do like a Ponden survey where I ask you guys for your favorite drivers, rank the drivers, and we figure out who's the most loved and the most hated in my community. Who is the best, who people think is the best, who people think is the worst, and just some other questions. But I also want to use that data because I have a bunch of content ideas I want to do, and I would need to gather information on people. Okay, that sounds sus. I need to gather, I need to get information on people, so, if I need a Lance Stroll fan for a video, I can just open up the Google form and go, oh, they're a Lance Stroll fan. Guys, get your credit card numbers ready. Yeah, I need to know where you live, address, everything. Have you seen Ollie's interview with F1? He seems pretty happy with F1. No, I haven't yet. We'll probably see it on the post-testing show. By the way, guys, stick around after testing. We'll be watching the post-testing show on the stream. I swear, I can't sit in my chair anymore. I think it's because my chat is up, so I have to, look up, and it hurts my neck. I think my dream is to see Roman Grosjean, Nico Hulkenberg, and Kevin Magnussen team up in an endurance race. That'd be pretty cool. Do you see that Lewis Hamilton ignored one of the Sky Sports reporters and didn't give them an answer? No, I didn't see that. Who was it? Was it Ted? Ponden, okay. Honestly, I used to hate Lance, but then I saw him Mazepin, and I'm like, okay, this guy's absolutely horrible. And Lance, I'm sorry. Yeah, he can crash your big mistakes, but he knows as bad as this guy. That's what I mean. Lance isn't that bad. He's not Latifi. He's not Mazepin's status. He's just not worthy of F1 anymore. Others was asked about Haas bring an upgrade, and he danced around the question, smiling a lot, which means possible interesting upgrade. Okay. Can't wait for Australia. You're going to it, or it's going to be good. OzGP is going to be an insane weekend. How are the Red Bulls this year? Are they still competitive? Yeah, they're definitely in the top 4. McLaren and Mercedes saying they're the best team. But I watched F1 for 30 years. The last great season was 2012. It's been downhill ever since. You know, you wouldn't put 2021 as a great season? Everyone looks so stressed in the Aston garage. Yeah. Watch them about to come out on a high engine run mode and it's about to blow up. I'm calling it right now. They're like, fuck it. This is the last day of testing. Let's turn our engine up to the max and it's just going to fucking blow up. I researched how much the DLC is going to be and it's going to cost £29 to £39. What makes you think that? I think didn't they put out a rough price already? Yo, why Fabio got a McLaren race suit on though? Why Fabio got a McLaren race suit on though?
IndyCar might be officially faster than Formula One. Now we're gonna have a hard time, you know, arguing against the Americans that say, nice of McLaren to lend you a race suit. It literally says Mercedes. It literally says Mercedes. Literally. It literally has the number 44 in the back. See that? 44. What the hell? Like literally. This is Lewis merch. This is not McLaren. What the hell? We can see that. So basically McLaren. You can see now. See? Mercedes. It's orange though, but it's Lewis merch.
Wait, why is Lewis's merch orange?
Lewis merch. You guys probably didn't see the 44 because, you know, it's too bright, but Rear wing looks like 2021 regs.
Hey. 2021 was not bad. Yeah, I love 2021. 2021 was the best season I've watched. The best season F1's had since, 2012. It's just, we didn't really get much racing, did we? You gonna watch IndyCar? Yeah, so there's an IndyCar race the weekend when there's no F1 on before. Yeah, not next week, the week after IndyCar season starts. I'm gonna do a watch along. Yeah, I'm going to do a watch along for that. Basically what we did for the Indy 500 where we have the onboards on the screen. I put it on my second monitor. I watch IndyCar. And yeah, we'll see how that goes. Big lockup. These guys, as soon as they lock up, the car's fucked. Why is Alonso not out yet? He's not driving today. It's Lance Stroll all day today. When you're doing F1 26 predictions, the weekend after next weekend, so after testing. When does the new Drive to Survive come out? The trailer came out yesterday. It comes out February 27th, so next weekend. Lando going for a little overtake there. Sorry, Piastri going for an overtake there. Fabio's asked you, oh, what do you say? What do you say? I left. Do you wear other team merches off stream? I don't own any other F1 team merch anymore. He asked Rolls question? Rolls. But yeah, before I joined Red Bull, I had Ferrari merch, Mercedes merch, McLaren merch. Alfa Romeo merch. The merch question? Wait, what? Where did they go? Well, they're old and I sold them. OGs know you're a Leclerc fan in disguise. I was a Leclerc fan. I still like Leclerc, obviously. He's still like one of my favorite drivers, but he became too loved. Can't be having that. Do you watch any other motorsports? I know F1 and IndyCar. Formula E, F2, F1 Academy, F3. We're going to be watching a little bit of WEC. We'll be watching the Nordschleife series this year because of Max. Obviously, F1 is the main thing, but anything that gets, any motorsport, big motorsport that gets streamed for free, we'll be watching. Are you still part of Rebel? Yeah, I'm still content creator for Oracle Rebel Sim Racing. I announced I re-signed with them last week. Or this week. Favorite motorsport. Favorite motorsport is obviously F1, but I think the best motorsport was IndyCar. And I've really enjoyed it, F1 Academy last year. F1 Academy is the perfect balance of good racing, entertainment, chaos. I really enjoy it. Wait, so just one day, so you were telling that the guy who is in the sport... No, look, if they're not limiting Alonso's time in the car. One day they split 50-50. One day Stroll gets the whole day. One day Alonso gets the whole day. It's an equal share. Oh, yeah, Australian supercars as well. But I don't really watch that anymore now that I'm not in Australia. Yeah, MotoGP. I really want to get a MotoGP Silverstone this year. The goal is to IRL stream at MotoGP Silverstone. The goal is IRL stream at Formula E in London because it doesn't clash with F1. IRL stream at MotoGP at Silverstone because it's non-Grand Prix weekend. Wait, Audi's also got the Alpine DRS. Did they always have that? I thought it was just the Alpine. Yeah, IRL stream, Formula E, IRL stream, MotoGP. And then yeah. But I'm honestly not thinking about any other content, IRL streaming, anything like that until after we get past Japan. Like this season so far, I genuinely I can't believe we're already in February, halfway through Feb. Like honestly, this year has just been like this and then college and this and this and this. I'm doing like boom boom boom. It's like every single day I'm doing stuff and like it's been so full. I don't have time to think about anything else. Got a new housemate moving in next week as well, which is going to be full on. And then I got a couple like social life things planned in the next couple weeks. I just don't have time to like think about anything else right now. But once we get past Japan, I think that's when I'll start being like, all right, what are we doing on the non-Grand Prix weekends to fill in time? And I've got a lot of ideas. Excuse me. But for now, we're basically stacked all the way through to Japan. Like next weekend we've got testing and predictions. The week after we've got the week before Australia will be a little bit of a chill week, but we've got IndyCar. Then we've got Australia, China back to back, and then we've got NLS. And then we've got Japan. For once, London doesn't clash with F1 because it's in August and not July. I thank God for that. Nah, it's a bit different. It opens from the middle, Alpines from down. Oh, okay. All the big sports are so regulated that you foul so easily in supercars, literally bump into each other, and sidecars like Menace's only big one coming close is IMSA and BTCC. Unfortunately, supercars isn't really available to watch in Austria. Yeah, Australia is so heavily marketed towards Australia. Australia could do a better job of making it a global series. More global series. I mean, it's my second time watching the testing, so I'm not going to say much and just listen. No, you can ask questions 100%, Licketh. But the way you worded that question made it sound like you couldn't believe that Aston are favoring Stroll, but that's not the case at all. You said that you're going to give your full predictions out today. No. Next week after testing. There's another testing week next week. Red Bull in the garage. Actually, there's localized races in New Zealand. They used to do a race in, was it Singapore? How long to Australia? 3 weeks. Oh, that Honda engine sounds so bad. They had 1 round per year in like 2013, 14, 15, 1 in Singapore, 1 in Shanghai, 1 in Abu Dhabi. Interesting. Should I get more Cadillac merch or get something from my old favorite Aston? Yeah, I'd lay off the Aston merch for a little bit. Cadillac merch is ugly, but if you like it, go for Caddy. Hey, the data overlay on the stream came from F1 TV or using the other software. I'm using Multiviewer, which is connected to F1 TV. I feel so bad for Alonso. I feel like maybe Stroll will dip too. Stroll will dip. Imagine. What team made their own engine? What do you mean by that? Cadillac and Audi merch looks so wearable. I really like it. I disagree with Cadillac, but Audi 100%. It's crazy because Honda usually makes great engines. They only made good engines during the engine freeze period. So you got to take that with a grain of salt. I go to the bathroom. I didn't go today. Okay, this needs to stop now. How long to Australia? 3 weeks. 3 weeks. I think it's confusing because some teams run it differently during testing and teams of how the test. It is interesting Merck split while the other big teams did split of individual days. Yeah, I don't know why. I think you should do, in my opinion, it should be split every single day. Because like doing a whole day must be exhausting on the body and the brain. And just repetitive. Three longest weeks, no, they're gonna fly past. At least for me, I feel like it's just like boom, 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 boom. It's so funny. I feel like when I'm watching a broadcast, like when I'm doing a watch along, I feel like I talk less because like the commentators are filling in time, but then I forget like you guys can't, or some of you guys can't hear that, or like whatever. But I don't know. I mean, testing next week when we watch 8 hours of testing with the broadcast, it will be more chatting than I am now. But I think it's like once you get to the end of the stream, it's a long day. Like I kind of use it as a time to kind of like chill and just watch while chatting on the side. But which is very similar to practice. But when you guys watch my practice watch alongs, it's very like chat the whole time. But when you chat for 6 hours, you kind of just end up just listening to the broadcast. Hamilton 139 laps today. Piastri 154. Wait, Liam 119. Liam was cooking today, and then he just fell off. All right, running on board with Lewis. Stay on board. Stay on board. Well, they really are slow through that corner, aren't they? Wow, they don't go dun 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 anymore in the gear shift. They go dun 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 dun. Like they hold that first downshift for longer. Every corner it's dun 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 dun. They hold it because it builds much more energy than shifting. Yeah, they're going to have to retrain themselves to do that. I feel like he's almost locking up in every single corner. Timing stream broken again. Merc 1 and 2, pack it up. I suppose you would split it. I personally would think an individual day would be better as it focuses purely on you in that period. Yeah, true. I guess that's a good way to put it. Like every day you could just have one driver in, you do some quality runs, you do some race pace runs. And whereas like if the team has two separate drivers, you could end up getting in a position where a driver hops in and they're doing a race run. And then the next day they're doing a race run at the same time. So yeah, I guess that's a good way to put it. Whoa. Is that a lockup or is it an engine problem? It's a lockup. Why does that look like an engine problem? Why is Liam sitting in the garage? He's been in there a while now. Lewis's helmet looks like a fried egg. It does a bit. I keep saying Lando instead of Oscar. Is kinetic energy pretty much fully out of the picture now? Maybe with these new regs? I think so, but I'm not 100% sure. Oh fuck, I forgot to go live on TikTok. Stroll back in the pits? I thought they weren't coming back out anyway. At least the teams like Aston Martin, Audi, Mercedes, Red Bull, and Ferrari can make changes in their engine if it doesn't work out, or the other teams have to hope it fits. That's true. That is true. But those teams get constant updates, so. Did you build any of the F1 Lego sets? So I have a Formula E. I have the big McLaren, old McLaren Technic. And I have the Mercedes Champion set and the Technic set under my bed. I've never built them. And I think I've got an Alpine, a V-Carb, and a Red Bull. I plan to do a Lego building stream. I've just never done it. So maybe one day we'll have to do that. But I think at this stage, I'll probably just sell the McLaren because, yeah, they're all unbuilt. So I think at this stage, because the McLaren's not available anymore, I think it's gone up in price. McLaren, Technic, Lego. So I probably could sell it for more. Or is it still available? It says 30% off sold out, retiring soon. Anyone know a website I can check how much like Legos cost? By the way, and I've got the original one, the one with wet tires. Stock X. McLaren Lego. £250. I think I paid like $150 for it. McLaren Lego. Here we go. 2022, I purchased the McLaren Lego for $350 Australian dollars. So £175. So it's gone up 75 pounds. Pog. What's up, Gianluca? The old Lego F1 released in like 2010 is worth 3k AUD right now. Basically sitting on Bitcoin. At least the teams like Aston Martin, Audi, Mercedes, Red Bull, and Ferrari can make changes in the engine. Oh, I read that. The Red Bull is beautiful. It's so sexy, isn't it? I really hope Honda and Adrian come up with something good until next week. I really want to see that car perform, yeah. I mean, Alonso sounds not hopeful, but he's like, look, we can really bring setups that will... we can really turn it around with just one change, so, yeah. Have you ordered your 2026 Red Bull merch? Red Bull sent me a polo. The team sent me a polo, so I've got the polo. V-Cub said they were going to send me a jersey, but I haven't got it yet, so hopefully that arrives soon. We know Honda has always been starting rough from the start and then move on forward, and then they got a really good experience by working with Nguyen, Pierre, Wash, and Red Bull. We can bounce back. I mean, true. Oh, fuck. Oh. Isaac just drove into the Mercedes pit box. Looks like Antonelli's doing Antonelli's doing race runs. He's lapping and then he's coming in, pitting, and then going straight back out again. So they're really testing that engine and race trim. Mercedes look really locked in today. Here we go. So he drove it. How did he manage to drive it to the Mercedes pit box? How did he manage that? Oh my god, the Red Bull onboard's so nice. It really feels like a refreshed Red Bull, doesn't it? Can we ride on board with the Honda? I want to hear how poo it is. Race starts are sound nice. It's the drivers need to rev it to keep the turbo up. Yeah, but they also do sound a little bit like lawnmowers. 20 minutes left of this sesh. But yeah, guys, stick around after this testing. We'll be watching the post-test show, which I can actually watch on stream. Oh, them counties. What's your thoughts on maybe having a rolling start like Indy? Fuck that. Fuck that. Race starts take skill and way less predictable than a rolling start. If they aren't pushing very hard, or these cars are so much easier to catch. Yeah, they are very way better to catch for sure. Honestly, so many teams cook with their liveries. Ponden, Lorvis has a couple good videos on the Aston issues if you're interested. Okay, I'll be down to check it out. I've seen Lorvis comment on a couple of my TikToks, which is pretty nice. I don't really watch much F1 content, but I have heard good things about Lorvis before. I always wonder, like, people always come in my chat and are like, oh, this creator, like, you know, is about Tommy or Tomo or Lorvis or I don't know, even like Luke, Vic, Fabio, like this, that, and the other. I'm like, do people say my name in other people's chats? Like, oh, Ponden said this, or Ponden did this. Or mine is not cool enough. Either why is losing the rare so often? I just think it's lack of grip, right? You don't want to know what I've said about you in other chats. Oh, really? Why do we get 1 hour testing this week and all 8 next week? Make it make sense. Latest rumor is they wanted time to test new systems for the broadcast before next week. What do you guys say, huh? Katie coming in. Did you see the new systems? New systems of what? Exactly. You like the Ferrari on board? See, I don't. It doesn't look like Ferrari. It's too white. They probably knew the teams would be shit and struggling and didn't want us to be like, the new rules are shit. Maybe, but then again, like, they show highlights for every day and we've been seeing an hour anyway, so why not just show the full weight at that point? Oh, me. Now we're gonna do a glory runs on the broadcast today. It looks like Red Bull looks like Hadja might come out now. Maybe Antonelli will finish his race runs and do some. Oh, why did the Audi open, close, open, close? Have you watched Ben Tommy's new short about the return of the Indian Grand Prix? I did see it, but I didn't watch it because we were speaking about it that day as well on my stream. With helmet on, Hadja looks like Massa. He does a little bit, yeah. Is there any team that you are surprised about where they are on the timing sheet so far? Did anyone actually clip me doing my preseason predictions? Because I feel like I need to look at it. But everything seems pretty relative. I expected Cadillac, Aston, and Audi to be at the back, which they are. I expected Williams to look good, but maybe be not as good because of the limited runtime they had in Barcelona. I expected VCarb, Alpine, and Haas to be the next group. And I expected the Big Four to be the Big Four. I think maybe the only unexpected thing is the Big Four being as close as they are right now. I thought there'd be one clear favorite, and I definitely think the Mercedes is the favorite, but I thought it'd be clearer than this. Maybe the other surprise is there not being another team in the mix with the Big Four. You'd think new regs, everyone abandoning ship, the extra development time. You'd think that maybe Williams, maybe Haas, maybe Alpine, maybe VCarb could make a car, or Aston, could make a car that is good enough to be in the top four. No, same form. Most unexpected for me is how bad Aston are. I did expect them to be at the back with the Honda engine. I didn't have any faith in that Honda engine. I didn't think they'd be this bad, though. The season you're praying for Pierre. It'd be nice to see Pierre actually get a good car in him again. Oh, I can't wait for summer, man. Like, it's fucking 4 p.m. I'm ending my stream and it's almost, the sun's almost down. Like, come on! Go and sleep, bruv. I mean, do I look tired? I'm just chilling, man. It's been a 7-hour stream. I'm just chilling. I remember the rumors of the Honda engine being slightly behind Merc engine end of December. As soon as I heard that the Honda engine wasn't ready, I was like, yeah, they're in the mud. Yeah, can we watch Hedges on board? Go for a glory run, son. I can't lie, hot take. I say make. Oh! Is Lewis Hamilton about right? Yeah, Lewis Hamilton. First issue for Ferrari. We've gone 6 days of testing. No problems for Ferrari. And Lewis Hamilton has red flagged the session with what I assume is going to be an engine issue. Well, every team's had an issue now. So that's good reliability. Is Honda gonna be as bad as Renault? Worse, probably. Did the engine go finally? Yeah. Well, we don't know if it's engine electrics. We'll find out later, but yeah, first issue though. You keep freezing? Am I, or am I just staring off into the void? Yeah, this is probably just gonna wrap up testing now, because this will take like a good 5. Maybe they'll come out at the end. I can't lie, hot take. I say make the wind tunnel times depending on constructors' finish even more dramatic than it is right now. Make the people who finish behind. No, I agree. I agree. Or how about this? Instead of punishing the teams for doing well, as in like, rather than take more wind tunnel time, like keep it as it is right now for the leader, but make the worse you are in the standings, you get even more. I'm assuming that's what you mean. But yeah, rather than saying like, okay, that's half how much McLaren or Red Bull get, let's double it for the last team. I agree. Make it more harsh. I guess the argument is then, if you're playing the long game, you could just throw the championship and then get a bunch of time and then go ham the next year, but yeah. Perfect timing for Ferrari. Oh no, did they tweet something? Oh, they tweeted all go in the garage. Lol. Thank you, Marshalls. Marshalls matter. Get it? Wait, is that the the name of Eminem's album? Wait, people are saying he ran out of fuel? Surely not. That's not good for Lewis's interview. You know what? Sorry, that's not good. Wait, where did you read that? Well, that's not going to help Lewis's interviews. I'm going to play the devil's advocate here. I think this is good for Ferrari. I think this is good for Ferrari. Because having a problem in testing means you can figure out what the problem was and fix it before it happens in a race. If you go all of testing without a problem, that's actually a bad thing. Because that means you're probably going to get the problem in the race. And then you have to go, what the fuck's happening? If they ran out of fuel, that's funny as fuck. Red flag ended. But devil's card, if you don't have a problem with testing, that means you made a really good car. True. Marshall had an earpiece in one ear and an AirPod in the other. I respect that. And now we're going to do the test features, virtual safety car on track. Boring. Imagine driving Lewis around. Must be cool. Yeah. Well, not in this mood. Interesting. I think Red Bull's fastest lap is still what Max did in the morning on day one. So they definitely haven't pushed it since then. Hopefully. Love if I can ask if I can't imagine Lewis Hamilton driving around in the Nissan Sunny. Alright, so many cars coming out. Look at the difference between the Aston and the McLaren, even just front on. Listen to that Audi. Yeah, Verstappen had you close in times, right? Maybe that was a strat from Ferrari. Maybe Ferrari's strat was, we don't know how much fuel we can actually use with these new cars and engines. So let's just run it until it runs out, and then we'll know for sure. I guess you could work backwards though. Like if you put 10 kgs in, and then the session ends, and then you've got 5 kgs left, then you know 5 kgs lasted 3 laps or whatever. But like, I don't know. And another red flag, but that's to test the systems because they're fucking stupid. Do they really need to do this many system tests? Like, really? Alright, they'll come back in and then they'll come out for a couple mins, maybe to get some glory runs. Empty fuel test. Interesting. Confirmed by Vasseur. That's interesting. The empty fuel test. Ferrari winning a race this year? Let's hope. Vasseur, let's hope. I'm so happy to see. Yeah, this first race in Australia is going to be so good. I'm not going to lie. I'm like not really looking forward to testing next week. As dumb as that sounds, because it's like, I've really enjoyed this week of talking about everything. Next week's just going to be like repetitive, talking about the same shit. Unless teams bring a bunch of new stuff. I'm just like, I want the race now. You know what I mean? I want the race. Did Lemon get a pen for running the red light yesterday? I don't know what happened with that. Why red flag? They're doing system tests. See, why is Perez's lights flashing, but no one else's? Red Bull apparently bringing the race back to Bahrain next week. Interesting. You're returning in Doomsday. Huh? Oh, looks like Perez might have an issue. That's why his lights are blinking. Alright, Hulk, getting out. Done for the day. This Audi's race suits are ass. What's the pace audience at the moment? Mercedes, McLaren, Red Bull, Ferrari, Haas, Alpine, V-Carb, Williams. Yeah, Cadillac. Perez is stuck. Hadja needs to get pushed. Oh, Perez is getting going again. Oh, there you go. Isaac, chill the fuck out, bro. Bro's getting angry in testing. I'd rather those Audi suits to my wedding. They're so nice. Top half's good. Bottom half just looks like weird pants. Would be great to see how the teams compare from the week to next week. Yeah. Many teams will bring their race back next week. All right, 1 minute left, guys. So we're gonna watch the post-test show on the stream. So stick around for that. I'm gonna be doing my predictions for the season next weekend. I gotta agree with Alex Brundle. Why aren't we running 22 cars in testing? It would be better for being able to practice. All right, practice starts. I don't know why they don't let the timer run down and then do them. Why do they do them now? Piastri doing some doughies. Okay, just cut off the start then. Cool, thanks. Wait, they're doing a group start. Oh, they're doing a group standing start. A group standing start. Here we go. Yo. Okay. I'll be, oh, formation lap. Wait. Formation lap. Let's see. Wait, we're gonna get a little race. The first race of 2026. Here we go. Yo, this is sick. If they fucking cut off this now, I'm gonna be pissed. All right, come on. I want to see an actual standing start here. So for the Ferrari, complete explanation would be that the engines are smaller, the fuel tanks are smaller, so they use the old way that they were testing the fuel limits that they used to from the 1990s to early 20s. Potentially. Aztec statue, David the follow, dude. Ollie, what is up, dude? How are you still live? Dedicated. We've been live for 8 hours. Oh my god, we're actually gonna get a race start here. This is sick. All right. First race start of 2026. What, 8 cars doing a test start? How many we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 7. 7 cars doing a practice start. All right. Come on, come on, come on. Actually race down to turn 1 here. Who we got? Red Bull, Alpine, Caddy, McLaren, Merc. All right. Imagine someone crashes. Oh my god. This is going to be interesting to see. Oh! Oh my god, Colapinto almost crashed. How did he almost crash getting into the box? Holy shit, that would have been hilarious, yet so sad. Oh my god. All right, here we go. Lights on. 3, 4, 5. Oh no! 4 people didn't start. Oh, that's so bad. That is so bad. Well, it definitely seems like the race starts are a concern in these cars. 4 cars didn't start. We better not get a fucking rolling start in Australia, man. If we get a rolling start because these cars can't start anymore, I'm going to be fuming. That's less than half didn't start. And he's broken down. And he's broken down. He's on. Look, it is testing. It is testing, and I'm glad they did that, but that is bad. That is bad. Dude, imagine Australia, 12 cars out of the 22 don't start. What was he doing? Oh my god. Okay, that was dumb. Why did he turn the wheel that much? Holy, just shat his pants. that was the best. That's the best bit of action we've had this year. Oh my god. And now he's broken down. That was fucking funny. Holy crap. Well, I'm worried for the race start in Australia. The sinister side of me is like, I can't wait for the race start now. 12 cars breaking down off the start. Oh my god. Not only is that dangerous as fuck, but like, your race is fucked if you just stall like that. Wow, so they're definitely not exaggerating how much of a problem these cars are with starting. Yeah, maybe a rolling start would be better, but I mean, obviously, again, from an entertainment standpoint, that'd be fun to watch. Next week, all 8 hours will be televised. All right, guys, that wraps up day 3 of preseason testing 1. The stream's not over though. We are going to watch the post-test show now, so stick around. We can actually watch it on the stream. But thank you guys all for joining me for 3 days of testing. 3 8-hour-plus streams. Absolutely insane. One of my favorite weeks streaming. Honestly, the streams are just getting better and better. It's all thanks to you guys tuning on in. But yeah, we will be live again next week for all 3 test days. Next week, all 8 hours will be streamed on the broadcast. So we're actually going to broadcast for it. So there'll be a lot more to watch and a lot more to talk about. We'll be doing it all again next week. However, I will be live tomorrow. We're going to be doing our livery rankings tomorrow, and Sunday we're going to be watching Formula E on the stream. And then yeah, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday next week we'll be live, and then Saturday, Sunday we'll be doing our championship predictions. So a lot to come leading up to Australia. But yeah, let's get into watching the post-test show now. If you're watching on the YouTube VOD, thank you guys for watching. Be sure to like down below and subscribe. Because yeah, I can't show the VOD. I can't show the post-test. I can't keep the post-test show in the VOD. So yeah, if you're watching the VOD, bye-bye. But we are staying live on YouTube though. We can. It's just, it gets fucking demonetized if it's left in the VOD. Basically, that's what I've worked out. If F1 stream live, like the post-race show or the build-up or something, or like car reveals on their channel, I can watch it live, but then it gets demonetized in the VOD. So then I just cut it out. So yeah. Anyways, broadcast done. That was funny. Okay, actually, we should do a wrap-up for the day. We've got Antonelli at the top, 133.6. Then we've got Russell, 133.9. Hamilton, 134.2. Piastri, 134.5. Verstappen, 135.3. Hadjar, 135.6. Ocon, 135.7. Colapinto, 135.8. Bamber, 135.9. Hulkenberg, 136.2. Albon, 136.7. Lawson, 136.8. Sainz, 137.1. Bortolatti, 137.5. Stroll, 138.1. Bottas, 138.7. And Perez, 139.2. Cadillac at the bottom again. Then we've got 49 laps for Antonelli, 78 laps for Russell. That's great running for Mercedes. 138 laps for Ferrari. 153 laps for Piastri. That's amazing. 61 laps for Verstappen. 53 laps for Hadjar. 68 laps for Ocon. 137 laps for Colapinto. 70 laps for Bamber. 49 laps for Hulkenberg. 71 laps for Albon. 120 laps for Lawson. 68 laps for Sainz. 60 laps for Bortoletto. 69 laps for Stroll. 37 laps for Bottas. 62 laps for Perez. So a lot of good running there for a lot of the teams. All right, let's get into watching the post-race show now. Post-test show. I keep saying post-race.